I'm on.
I'm seeing you.
Can you send me a link so I can go on to you too and they'll just change?
Good morning and welcome. My name is Dennis Donahue, and I'm the director of Western Growers Center for Innovation and Technology. And I'm pleased to welcome you. And I'll be joined by my co-host, Dean Clint Cowden, in just a moment from Hartnell. But I want to welcome you back to the resumption of the 8th annual Salinas Valley Virtual AgTech Summit. And this year we wanted to do something a little different. There's a lot of activity in the ag tech space, as we like to say, those who hang around that world a bit. A lot of talk about capital and technology, but we thought we would do something a little different with a terrific partner, Hartnell College. They've allowed us to work with them to create the content and talk about something that's certainly important to Hartnell and indeed important to the entire industry, the role of human capital and the need to develop that, how to develop that. So we really wanted to get together and kind of bring together industry and education to really tee up that conversation in a very specific fashion. I'm going to turn it over to Clint before we get started with the program, but kind of the backdrop and the theme for what we're going to be talking about this morning is this idea of a new kind of worker and how do we get that. And so we'll look forward to diving into that in a few moments, but first let me turn it over to Clint Cowden, who will also welcome the group and acknowledge some important folks in the process. Clint?
Excellent. Thank you, Dennis. We're so excited to be part of this and so excited to be here for this year's virtual AgTech Summit. First, I would really like to sincerely thank all of our sponsors, both the returning sponsors and those of them that are joining us for the first time. You clearly understand and appreciate how important this event is for sharing innovation and best practices in ag tech for the fresh produce industry, as well as providing scholarships for our students. I invite each one of you that are in the audience today to please go ahead and visit the websites of these sponsors and let them know that you came to their website because you attended the Salinas Valley Ag Tech Summit. I want to express the committee's deep appreciation for our platinum sponsor and therefore our sponsor for this morning's session, Central Coast Community Energy. And so Belen, will you go ahead and please play Central Coast Energy's video, please?
Good news is coming to the Central Coast. You now have a local, community-based electricity provider. Central Coast Community Energy has been delivering competitive rates, community investment, and local control since 2018. We're reinvesting in our communities by funding energy programs that help agriculture, businesses, and residents make the switch to cleaner technologies and save money. Think of an energy program as an incentive or rebate to help the Central Coast reduce greenhouse gas emissions equitably and rapidly through powering our vehicles, homes, businesses, and industries with clean energy solutions. Like an electric vehicle charging stations, electric housing, electric agriculture equipment, or solutions to help with power outages. And we want you to be involved in helping to shape how we reinvest in the Central Coast. Learn more about our energy programs and what local control and clean energy mean for you at 3cenergy.org/energy programs.
And thanks again to Central Coast Community Energy for being this morning's sponsor. They will be at their virtual booth this afternoon, so I want to encourage everybody to drop by them as well. Additionally, would like to thank our other platinum sponsor, Driscoll, as well as our gold sponsors, Agland Trust of Monterey, the Monterey County Ag Commissioner's Office, and our local RDO dealer. So with all of those thanks and appreciation, Dennis, we're really excited to start the day with this morning's presentations. So back to you.
Terrific. Thanks, Clint. Obviously, thanks to our sponsors, and we're looking forward to this morning's conversations. I'm really pleased to welcome, before we jump into the first panel, Ted Taylor, who is the president of Mission Ranches and Seco Packing these days. It's a new assignment, but I wanted to kind of go back. It's really been a couple of years now, have Ted share and talk a little bit about a conversation we had in his office a couple of years ago. I happened to be visiting with Ted, who was doing kind of the point person for a lot of the innovation opportunities that Taylor Farms was evaluating and looking at, and I was just struck by really kind of a pretty simple conversation where Ted made the observation that he was just sharing that as he made the rounds, as Taylor Farms looked at folks, he made the comment, I was telling my dad the other day, and Ted and my son went to school together, so that that kind of resonated, and dads and sons, and he said, as I look at all this, it seems like everybody's either ag or they're tech, and it's almost like we need a new kind of worker. And I was really struck by that phrase, and it's really stayed with me. And as I've told Ted when I run into him from time to time, I said, that phrase is really kind of echoed. It's been picked up and repeated, and I think it should be, because it really is kind of the backdrop for this conversation, that in many respects, ag tech, however whether you view it as evolutionary, revolutionary, it is going to speak to the real clear need for new skill sets in order for technology to be adopted and deployed. So with that in mind, Ted, welcome. And, I'd like to, first of all, you may be a little surprised that a new kind of worker has really resonated over the years. So, but as I told, we had a young man on from Taylor Farms last night that you all ought to be pretty proud of, Miguel Gomez. He did a great job talking about Hartnell, CSUMB, and he was proudly working for Taylor and talking about the importance of education. So I think he kind of reflects all of that. But he actually had a great phrase that we liked. It's not important that you get it right; it's important you get going. And he freely admitted later he had actually stolen the comment from his brother. And I want to assure you, I always give you credit for that phrase. I don't steal it. So with that in mind, Ted, good morning and welcome.
Dennis, obviously, I appreciate that. First and foremost, thanks for having me. Very excited to participate, and really looking forward to great panelists throughout the day. You've got quite a lineup ahead of us. So
yeah, I think so.
That. Yeah.
Well, and I want to, since it's been a couple of years since we chatted about that, what would you say today? Is it kind of status quo, or has there been a little progress? Are we getting there? How would you update us on that?
I'd like to think, optimistically. I think the simple fact that we're highlighting it and featuring it today means we're making progress, right? And I think, one of the first critical steps is just awareness of our challenges and awareness of potential solutions. And so the fact that we're talking about it is amazing. I look around this industry, and I was, born and raised in Salinas and fourth generation ag family. And so, I obviously have great visibility in what we do on the Taylor Farm side, less visibility into what our competitors are doing on a daily basis. But I have no doubt that progress is being made both on the private side and on the public side. And I just, at the end of the day, we've got an incredible spirit in this community, in this valley. We're all a bunch of go-getters and self-doers. And so I have no doubt we're making progress. At the end of the day, we've got to be realistic about where the macro trends are headed, and kind of increase the sense of urgency to find real solutions.
Well, and I think that's an important comment. And one of the things I want to pick up on what Miguel said last night, and it speaks to your point. And Clint Cowden, when the Hartnell showed their video last night, they stood in front of the wall. That speaks to your point that the whole industry has gotten together on this issue and been a big, I think it's fair to say a pretty fair partner with Hartnell in terms of here are the things that in common we need. But last night, and Miguel's a product of a terrific program, CS&3, where Hartnell and CSUMB got together with, thanks to the generosity of Andy Matsui and his foundation. So to your point, the industry has really rallied around this. And I want to talk to you.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you about Taylor Farms is certainly has invested in Hartnell, and Dr. Rodriguez acknowledged that last night. One of the investments Taylor made that really intrigued me was your investment in Megatronics. Because normally when you hear that word, and maybe this is shame on me, that kind of sounds like it should be on the university side of the ledger. And you focused that gift at the community college level, and I think that speaks to this technology deal is going to impact all facets of operations. But what was kind of the thinking of Taylor Farms with that particular focus at Hartnell?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, from our perspective, we've got a pretty strong philosophy around. We believe healthy communities build healthy companies and businesses, right? And you can't have one without the other. And so, a part of that is obviously investment in education. And when we look at Hartnell, they're in a very unique position to kind of be that new educational foundation for our local industry. And so at the end of the day, we can talk about it all we want, but we got to act, right? We've got to push forward. We've got to see progress. I mean, some of the stats out there, right, are not great, right? Our average workforce over the last decade, our folks are probably 8.5 years older, right? So we're not getting the recruitment that we need. We need to create new jobs for that next generation to attract young talent. And then also it's a different skill set, right? As we've talked about, internally, we've had some success where you look at a traditional mechanic versus a new technician, which is a new role we've created. And on the processing side, right, you still have that critical need for the mechanic, right? Who can weld, who can, work hydraulic fluid and all of that. But we also have this critical new need for the technician, right? Who can work on the programming and the PLCs and all that, because, as our machines get smarter, as we introduce more robotics, we're much more dependent on that skill set as we move forward. And so making sure that we've got the right pipeline in terms of education of talent coming through the industry is going to be critical for us. And we believe Hartnell plays a big role in that.
Well, and I think you make a great point. I mean, one of the things we hear over and over again, the more you have a skilled workforce, the more competition there will be for talent, and we've got to work hard to make sure that ag industry one is fully understood. There's a lot more to it than often meets the eye, and that there are some exciting career opportunities, and technology seems to really bring that together. But I was just always struck by that particular gift and focus on your part.
I mean, obviously, we try to keep it very simple, and just we believe those are skill sets they're going to be required in our industry to be successful for the long term. And so that's where we're investing.
There you go. Well, that kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it? So okay, not complicated, but not at all at one level. So
exactly.
Yeah, but so terrific. Well, I kudos for you for coining a phrase that we're going to continue to, and really that's the heart of this particular AgTech Summit. We you can tell, and this also, kind of observing the technology space, things when all this started a couple of years ago, it was drones, and it was like drones aren't the issue. That's it's the product of drones, but it was a hot topic, and this issue of human capital, I think is a hot topic, and it's about to go to the next level, and that's what we're trying to facilitate today. So I think you'll be part of the lexicon on a go forward basis. So thanks for that. And like I say, and I see Miguel in the upper hand corner of my screen. I think he's checking up on me because I told everyone he stole the phrase from his brother. So I'm attributing this to you, Ted. So thanks for that. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to Now we're going to pivot you to be part of a panel. So hopefully our other panelists will come online with us, and then we're going to have you put on your President of Mission Ranches and Seco Packing hat and continue the conversation. So hopefully we've got a few other folks that are getting ready to join us, and we'll get started with that group.
So Sebastian and the rest of the group, if you guys go ahead and turn on your mics and your cameras, you're ready to go.
So I think, Clint, you need to turn on my camera because you shut me down earlier.
Yep, likewise.
I'm here.
Oh.
Well, Ted, I hadn't planned on any filler while all this is happening to get them online. But the good news is we were planning on pivoting. So as we get everyone online, I'll let you I'll let you be the pivot. What I'm going to do with the panel and is have start off with just have each of you introduce yourselves, your background, current responsibilities. Don't be bashful. So Ted, you're your own segue. Talk about your relatively new role that now you're working running Mission Ranches and Seco Packing. So you're thinking about production and harvesting at the same time. So what are you up to these days?
Yeah, happy to kick it off for the panel. Ted Taylor. So I'm currently president of Mission Ranches and Seco Packing. So Mission Ranches is a large farming business that Taylor Farms acquired about 2 years ago, and Seco Packing, a large harvesting entity, also came with that acquisition. We do what it's very clear that we do. We farm and we harvest. Prior to that, I spent a few years leading new ventures at Taylor Farms in business development. Prior to that, I was at Mission Produce, not to be confused with Mission Ranches. So Mission Produce is the world's largest avocado company. So I was managing director of their European operations. Prior to that, I was at HBS, and prior to that, I was at UC Berkeley. So that's probably been the last 10 plus years here.
There you go. Oh, terrific. Okay, Ted, thanks for that. Laurent, I think you're up next. Why don't you give us your background and what you're up to these days?
Thank you, Dennis, and the folks at Hartnell College for having me, first of all. Always fun to interact and talk about this stuff. So my quick background, if you had asked me about a month ago, I'd have said I'm the founder and CEO of FarmDog, which is a software platform to help agronomists be more efficient and effective. A month ago, we were acquired by a Canadian agricultural company called Devron. And Devron's goal really is to build a scalable rural workforce. And so I've joined as their VP product and VP sustainability. And for me, sustainability, we define that environmental, of course, which everybody thinks, also financial sustainability, which is really kind of the rural workforce aspect, as well as social sustainability, which is rural communities. Before FarmDog, I had a drone startup talking about drones. Before that, I was a consultant at McKinsey & Company where worked on agricultural supply chain. So looking at fruit and vegetable supply chain from the farmer all the way to the end consumer and figuring out how we can make that whole chain just more efficient. Some grocery stores we're working with were throwing out about 20% of what was coming through their doors, which obviously isn't ideal. Before that, worked on a lot of the technology aspects, worked on touchscreen technology back in 2008, 2009, when we were all wondering which industries is this going to affect. Back then we were asking the questions. Today, the answer is obvious, literally everything under the sun. Educational background, studied law at NYU University, NYU School of Law, and then University of Texas for finance undergrad.
Well, it's interesting. We got you involved in all this, several months ago. But I think it's very clear you can speak to the entrepreneurial life and anything that can happen, including exit strategies. So
the dream and the nightmare of the entrepreneurial life, Dennis. That's
Well, there you go. So, Sebastian smiled real quickly at that. So we'll look forward to hearing from him. And he'll sit there afterwards and say, "Hey, no wonder you look a little more relieved these days." So, Mariana, welcome. And how about your background and what you're doing?
All right. So
By education, I'm a soil scientist. I got my master's from Texas A&M. And currently I'm a ranch manager for 3,000 acres of almonds. We're a management company, so we do everything from planting all the way through harvesting. Everything from, the planting, HR problems, working with different people, the hiring, the technicians, the irrigator. So everything that goes on from tree to delivering almonds to the plant.
Perfect. Well, we're in the Salinas Valley today, but I have to put my WGA hat on and excitedly acknowledge there are other valleys besides our own. So we're delighted that the Central Valley is in the house. So thanks for that. And now here, Sebastian, you're on, and besides what you're doing, you're our entrepreneurial representative. You're the startup guys. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. Great to be here. Looking forward to the questions on the panel. So I'm the CEO and co-founder of FarmWise. We're an ag tech company based in California. We offer services to farmers to help them with, on the one hand, shifting consumer behavior, pushing for more sustainable practices. And on the other hand, there are huge and growing labor shortage that farmers are facing. And so we're starting with weeding as a service. And our specificity is that we build our technology in-house. So we build everything from the software to the hardware, and we deliver a fully integrated service on the field using machines like the ones that you have behind me. And we do this day in, day out in California today. Prior to that, spent a few years in research, come from a scientific background, worked for IBM and Facebook before, and education. Grew up in Europe, in France. Did part of my studies there, and then moved to the US about 7 years ago for a master at MIT.
Perfect. Okay. Good. Listen, I think we'll kind of reverse course here a little bit, and we'll work our way back the other way rather than the normal, and back to Ted. So we'll do a little reverse engineering, as it were. So Sebastian, talk a little bit about, because I'd like each of you to talk a little bit about the challenges you face, how you've engaged technology or innovation, or in your case, Sebastian, as you thought about it, what was the problem or opportunity you saw, and what motivated you to jump in?
Sure. Yeah. So actually, when my co-founder and I started FarmWise, we knew we wanted to help farmers with these two problems that we saw in the industry: consumer shifting behavior, which is affecting and putting pressure on farmers, and the growing labor shortage. But we didn't really have a set mind on a product or a specific problem. So we essentially spent the better part of the first year discussing with growers on the field and discussing with scientists from universities like UC Davis to really understand, among everything that's happening on the field, from seed to harvest and off the field, where are the pain points and where can we as technologists start to add value. So that's how we started to focus on this specific problem of weeding for vegetable growers, which is today a major cost and a major pain point, because relying really much on chemicals that are increasingly regulated, or labor, which is increasingly scarce. So that's how we started to focus on that problem.
Okay, good, terrific. Mariana, how have you engaged technology or innovation, or what are the things in your daily business that are kind of shifting, or that you need to address, and where you think technology and that ends up being kind of a broad brush, but how are you engaging innovation and technology in your operations?
We have two main ways in which we see technology coming into our operation. One of them is the automation of irrigation systems, which includes daily operations. And the other one comes at harvest, as Ted was mentioning, smarter machines where now we have computers, the settings are through computers, and now you're always aware that the operator is not moving settings that you want specific, but now they're in a touch screen where they can go and easily change them. And the automation system, which causes all sorts of distrust from our irrigator workforce where they think they want to be replaced, or obviously when you implement something new, it starts failing, it's a new technology. We come into all sorts of problems when working in the field. And then it's of course like these things don't work, right? So how do you make them understand that it will work? It's not to replace them, it's to make their job easier. And maybe they have more time to do other things. And then you try to start the irrigation system and it's not working at all, right? So it's these are the daily dealings that we have with technology nowadays.
Well, let's make sure we hold on to that thought, because I think I think a lot of folks have learned the lesson. What might make sense in the boardroom doesn't necessarily translate immediately into the field. So I know you have some great thoughts about that. So we'll make sure we pick up on that. Laurent, what sort of challenges have you encountered? And I know you know with Farm Dog, your latest venture, though you've been involved in drones and other things. What was the problem or opportunity that you saw that you were trying to address in your most recent venture?
Yeah, the main problem is that most of the folks that we work with are still using pen and paper. And if you talk about kind of the long-term, I think everybody here shares the same long-term vision of what the industry can be and where we aspire to be. But then when we went out to the field and spoke with growers and agronomists and saw that everybody's still writing down their field notes in pen and paper, we said, wait a second, how do we build up from that? And today still, we surveyed about 250 agronomists or so 9 months ago, 12 months ago, right before the pandemic. And 65% said that their main source of field notes was pen and paper. And so to us, that's just a huge, okay, how do we get to where we want to get if that's where we're starting? And so that's a problem, kind of the pain point that we saw. And now the challenge is similar to what Mariana just said, which is, okay, how do you convince folks to adopt new technology? Because it's tough. You're out in the field, right? These things have to work. The second they don't work, everyone say, oh, I'm going back to pen and paper. And I'll just give you an example. When we initially built Farm Dog, we knew obviously that there's an offline component that we have to build. But the mistake that we made was we looked at this as a binary scenario, online or offline, when in fact there's this whole spectrum in the middle. And so when our users had one bar and somewhere 50 miles away from the nearest main highway, we would try to push a bunch of data to their phone. That would cause the phone to essentially blow up. And then they'd say, well, this thing doesn't work. And it's those little pieces of learning on how do you improve on pen and paper, but then how do you make something that's reliable and works well? And this is to Sebastian's point about, you got to go out there and you got to live it with the workers, with the employees, and understand what they need in order to build out the right solution. So that's, we're still fighting that good battle. And I think it's just as tough to get folks away from pen and paper as it is to have them adopt whatever sexy technology you can think of.
Well, it sounds like we've besides the technology, this issue of the culture is certainly part of it. But we'll loop back around and talk a little bit about the skills that are involved too, which maybe contributes a little bit to that. Ted, you've smiled a few times as we've gone through the panel. It sounds like you recognize some of the things going on here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I recognize a lot of the pain points, right? I think we've got a pretty unique perspective where we look at the whole value chain, right? So on the mission side, we've got breeding capabilities. So we're already all the way down to the seed level, all the way through to distribution to our large customers like the Walmarts and Costco's of the world. So we get to kind of live each of the pain points in the value chain on a daily basis. All of the challenges that the panelists have highlighted are alive and real, right? It's interesting because if you look at our industry, right, it's designed for speed. It's a perishable product. It's a low margin business, high volume, low margin business, and it's all about speed. And so, if you take Sebastian's machine, for example, the farmer can't risk not getting his field thinned. He can't risk it. There's a window of being able to thin it, and then that window comes and goes. And so it's all about, adopting and training and implementing the right solutions, but realizing that it's got to be built into the existing systems that are all about speed. So they're all very real challenges, but at the same time, like I said earlier, the macro trends are not in our favor, and so we need to continue to push to implement these types of solutions, because there's no other way, to be honest. So.
Okay, good. Well, I'm gonna go out of order and pick on Mariana a little bit to kind of pick up what we've been chatting about. So, in terms of encountering technology, there's this issue of resistance. And some of the resistance, obviously, folks might be concerned about. Well, am I going to be replaced? Well, rather, to your point, no. The idea is your job is easier, and those who are putting money in the ground, so to speak, and have to go to market, the accountability, as regulation increases or the need for information increases, the old adage of I think it's about this in terms of a measurement doesn't work. So there really is going to be a clear need for accurate information. So you've said a couple things when we visited. One, talk a little bit about, we have a skilled workforce, but sometimes workers may not be able to read, and yet they're going to be asked to use technology, which is going to be necessary for the organization to have the right level of accountability, whether it's to the government or to the grower shipper or to a customer. So is part of the resistance kind of a feeling the person involved doesn't have they don't feel like they have the skills, or they're hard to get? And what are those skills? And I'd kind of like everyone to kind of think a little bit about that and bring that out. So because each of you represent different facets, like Ted talks about the value chain, the technology chain, ag tech's a bit of a catch-all, but what are the skills that are kind of involved here? And is the feeling of being not properly trained part of this resistance? Mariana, what are your thoughts?
So one of the skills that would be absolutely necessary when implemented technology would be critical thinking on the side of our employees, and being able to understand the components of the system they're working with. It's different going to the field and open a valve versus they have to take their phone, they have to read exactly what they are, if they're programming irrigation, which valves they want to open, and understand what could be going wrong in order to fix it. In our case, we do have people that have those abilities, but not everybody does, right? Not everybody feels comfortable with a phone programming and irrigation. And not everybody has also the ability to teach their fellow coworkers, right? There may be someone that's really good at doing it, but they're just terrible at passing on this knowledge.
Sebastian, what's your thinking about this? One of the things, what skills are you looking for? I still remember being struck by when you moved to Salinas, and so everybody at City Hall was excited, a new company, and they're going to hire locally. And then I said, yes, it's good news, but oh, by the way, it's difficult to find folks with the skills we need. What are those skills that might be missing, and how can education help get them? Because that's really part of the marker we need to lay down, and clearly we've heard the cultural piece addressed in terms of adoption, but talk a little bit more about the technology and the skills you're looking for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, first of all, obviously the workforce and the skills of the workforce is critical for the entire ag tech landscape to emerge. That's mostly the reason why we decided to provide a full service, meaning that the person that you're seeing on that side of the screen is a FarmWise employee. He has FarmWise hats. And that is because today these skill sets don't really exist in the modern form. So we internalized that to be able to design our own training program to hire the skill set that we wanted, and to also evolve that skill, the requirements that we define. So now, to your point, yes, it's very hard to find the proper workforce. I think it's going to evolve, obviously, but there are key differences between the workforce that we want and the workforce that is currently mostly available in the industry. Differences essentially include being familiar with computer interface, but having both the ability to use computer interfaces, but also the ability to work on the field, right? Which is something that not everyone can do neither. So that with these two types of requirements, like we see emerging a need for a new type of workforce on that front. But then I think if we take a step back, like the issue around workforce goes way beyond what we call field operators or field equipment operators to people managing smart equipment on the field, right? Like the disruption of agtech is happening throughout the supply chain, as Ted mentioned. And so the skills required to leverage these technologies to their best are going to be different than the skills that the current workforce has. Even for us internally, we have need for field operators like this person. We have needs for engineers, but here as well, like we see that the engineers who perform the best are the engineers who have a very deep understanding of both modern technologies and agriculture. And that's very rare today, but these are the ones that perform the best with us. And so that's, again, a new type of skill set that we would love to see emerging faster. And then you can go even beyond that with roles like sales and marketing. How do we use data and information that's coming from these new systems to better market and sell crops if you're a farmer, technology if you're a supplier? And so within these different categories of jobs, I'm convinced that their skill set need to evolve as these technologies are emerging.
Well, it sounds like you're really reinforcing a point that Mariana made, that this is not about replacing people. This is about creating new opportunities, but new skill sets will be required. And I think it's important you said a key phrase in there, service operations. You know, I visited with the Monterey Bay Robotics Group the other day, and Ted, you may want to pick up on this as well, and Sebastian, certainly you'll know this. They talked about, you know, it's one thing to talk about robotics and getting a new solution in the field, but the deployment of that equipment, the maintenance of that equipment, the logistics involved, those are going to be new kinds of players that they're in the field. So it would seem to me, you know, I always tell people when when they say, hey, you know, you're replacing people, and I say I've been hanging around smart people. I'm not smart like Sebastian, but I mean, hopefully I'm a fairly good parrot. But anyone who says that, I always tell them, you got more information than me, because the people I'm talking to say this is about talking about creating opportunities, and it sounds like you're delivering that message.
Absolutely agree. Yeah, I think like the entire game here is to make farm workers way more productive, and for that we need technology on the one hand, but you also need the skills to become productive with that technology on the other hand.
Sebastian, I always feel good when somebody who graduated from MIT agrees with me. It may mean I'm learning something. So thanks for that. You know, Laurent, before we get to Ted, and Ted, I'm going to want you to pick up on this, but Laurent, you know, I was struck when you still had your CEO hat with Farm Dog on, and you know, you approached me and said, hey, we're having a tough time finding people, and you know, you talked about a scholarship offer for apprenticeships and internships because to your point, this issue of, and I think, Mariana probably lives in this issue of everything's paper and pen, and just how do you, whether it's data entry or the use, getting away from that. On one hand, maybe we take some of that for granted. On the other hand, there's a lot of technology involved in what you were trying to do in terms of data analytics and provide information. What were the challenges you had in terms of skills, and how do you address them?
Yeah, so I mean, it's some of these comments are going to mirror what Mariana and Sebastian said in terms of it's rare to find the person who's got both the ag hat on as well as the tech hat on, and we started calling them our unicorns. If you find that person, that'd be great. And then eventually the unicorn became the person who maybe had a friend who had a ranch that they visited once every 6 months, so at least they would get their hands dirty, and then eventually turn into somebody whose grandparents maybe had some sort of agriculture connection. And that's, we stretched it out a little bit. But I think our challenges have come from three aspects. I've got kind of the farm dog hat on as well as a Devron hat on as well. From the farm dog side, we are a software company. And so finding that software developer who also understands ag was very rare. And so eventually, I exaggerated a little bit, but what we eventually started hiring for was a few things. Software engineers that had empathy for users, meaning they could understand what the user was going through. And if you're building a social network, it's really easy to find that because we've all used social networks. When the engineer is building something, they can sort of put themselves in that user's shoes. With agriculture, it's different. And so first we had to find people who were open to expanding their mind a little bit and saying, okay, what does it look like to be a user in a field in July when it's 95 degrees and about 75% humidity? Within that stretched out to our engineers, the folks we would look for are folks that were open to what we essentially called field days. Let's take you guys out away from the computer and live a day in the life under the heat, under the sun. We had a day where we went strawberry picking, and I'll be honest, that was the hardest day of my life. I showed up at the field at like 4 a.m. and worked till noon or whatever it was. And I was recovering from that for 3 days. And just that simple aspect, and having the engineers feel that as well, obviously changed the way that we designed and the way that we built. And so until that gap is filled for us, it's always been important to find people who are open to learning. The next kind of area where we had challenges with was on the agronomic side. There's a software kind of operational stuff that we built, but then there's the agronomic aspect of getting agronomic experts to come help us with their data insights. And what I saw and realized was that there's kind of two worlds in this ag tech space, because there's an ag world and a tech world. And you see it very, very well when you go to conferences. When you go to the fancy tech conferences, it's a bunch of startups like ourselves patting each other on the back and saying, this is great, we're doing it. We're solving the world's problems, and there's no farmers around. There's a few. They tend to be from the same areas, and they tell us we're doing great, but you don't see any farmers, you don't see any agronomists. When you go to the agronomist conferences, it's a lot of incredibly smart PhDs, master students, undergrad, whatever it may be, but you look around and there's no tech. It's about, if y'all have ever been to these, there's the poster boards and everybody's presenting on their poster board, and it's a lot of incredibly smart stuff coming through, but there's there's minimal intersection between these two. And so I had the opportunity, I sit on the advisory board for the Western Integrated Pest Management Center. It's a USDA funded IPM group. They work out of UC Davis. And every year they've been giving out scholarships to most like entomology and pathology students to go to their respective conferences to learn more and be around smart people. The push that we made this year was to try to push for that, integration. So this is, Dennis, when I reached out to you and also opened the opportunity to students at Hartnell College is, hey, tech folks, we want to send you over to the agronomy conferences. And hey, agronomy folks, we want to send you over to the tech conferences. So that folks start to do that intermingling and the creative juices get going. And so that's the second aspect we've had challenges. And then on the Devron side, as I mentioned, we're building out a scalable rural workforce. And really what that means is we are working with local agronomists who have the client relationships that stretch back years, but are spending too much time on the administrative stuff and not enough time on the agronomic stuff and the stuff that they actually want to be working on. And so from a Devron perspective, what we do is we come in, partner up in a variety of different ways and say, hey, we're going to help you out on the administrative work. We're going to bring in extra work for you. And the folks that you're already working with, we're going to make that aspect easier. But the key of this is we allow is the wrong word. We continue the agronomist grower relationship as is, because we know at the end of the day, agriculture is relationship based. Right. And so from Devron and the Farm Dog perspective, the idea is to come in and take away the non-value adding stuff, make it very easy for them, and then let them focus on the insights. And so that also for me is an integration of tech. I mean, one of my mandates is to help empower these folks with technology so that they can focus on their relationship and agronomic insights. So we're seeing the tech ag split, across these three different pillars. And hopefully I think, we're all looking to connect them in a better way.
Sounds good. Thanks for that. And Ted, what as you've kind of listened to all this, certainly the I think it's fair to say the new kind of worker conversation is progressing. And with you thinking about production and thinking about harvesting, what are your thoughts as you kind of listen to this, and what skills in your new role are you really focused on?
Yeah, obviously I agree with what's been said through the panel. Obviously there are clear skills as we move forward that are needed. But at the same time, right, they've got to be merged with traditional skills, right? So as was just mentioned, there's got to be this confluence of these two worlds as we move forward. The way I think about it is you got to be comfortable on an iPad or an iPhone, but you also have to have that expertise of the crop. Right. And so if you take spinach, for example, and you go look at a block, you need to know what that varietal does in that soil when it's been cold the last few days. You need to know what that's going to do to the crop. The computer's not going to tell you. Right. So you got to have that backbone of traditional ag knowledge. And that's where I think internally at Taylor Farms, what we've done is we've basically found some of our best operators that are knowledgeable about farming, right, or harvesting or processing, and then found the folks that embrace and want tech, right, and then tried to highlight those folks and uptrain those folks. At the end of the day, it feels like we got a bit of a generational challenge here, and we've got a perception challenge. I mean, traditional ag jobs, I don't have to tell you, right, they're hard, they're difficult. I mean, I look at our incredible harvesting crews, they're starting at 2 a.m. And so these are tough jobs. It really hit home. I did a career day at a local girls and boys club here in Salinas, and there were about 200 kids. And I was basically telling them how great a career in ag was, and did a quick little poll of how many of them had family members in ag. And it was nearly 50%. And then I asked each of them, okay, well, how many of you want to have a career in ag? And I think 3 kids raised their hands. And so that's the perception, that we've got to get over. It's just, hey, these aren't jobs that the next generation wants. And so how do you make them attractive to folks? How do you get that next generation in the pipeline? Because we need them. We absolutely need them. So a lot of the themes have hit home. And I just think it's how do we come together and solve some of these challenges together?
Okay, thank you for that. Marianne, I'm going to pick on you, and I know we're going to get the hook here pretty soon. But one of the comments that you made that I was struck by, and I think everybody's addressed this at some level, and with the time remaining, others can. But one of the things when we talked about this, you said, the workers, and as Ted alluded to, when you kind of upskill and train people, that really changes. And I think everybody appreciates the skilled workforce we have and how hard folks work. And Karen Ross spoke to the critical role our workforce has played during the pandemic. But when you pick up these extra skills, it really changes the relationship between that worker and the company. That training, that investment in increases their value, and hopefully that create, whether it's new career opportunities, additional dollars, and all that good stuff. But you made that comment, and I was really struck by it. Embrace the change and the opportunity, and you've got a new relation. That person has a new relationship with who they're working for and with, and I always thought that was a great comment. You want to pick up on that just a little bit?
Sure. Like they mentioned, these people are unicorns, right? That person that's able to embrace technology, understand it, use it, with being willing to work out in the field, the long hours on the heat. Once you get this person, before you have like labor crews coming, they come for a day and they leave. Once you find this person, you don't want to let them go, right? It's like, this person can help me, you want to keep them. So of course, then it changes completely. Like, you know what, because these, like maybe you get the overtime, or maybe you get to leave early, or it's okay if you want to take more days off, even though you already used your time off. Like the relationship changes. And I think it proves to other employees, like, this is all for you guys, right? Like, because you don't have to be here all the time. In the case of our automation systems, you can work less hours, enjoy more your life outside of work. And it also makes us realize that this person, if there's a little trouble, then you talk to them, you work through. And I think it puts us more in an equal level in terms of how we look at the base workforce. Now they are crucial in running your operation. And they've always been crucial, but in a term that they're not replaceable. These people, you want to build them in, you want to incorporate them, and you want them to grow within your company and keep them for the very long term.
No, I appreciate that. I think we're going to have just a minute or two before we get the hook. But Sebastian, I want to go to you a little bit and talk about picking up on the value of as we get that new kind of worker, and just thinking about technology. What excites you given your background? I know you have you kind of came in thinning and weeding, and we're looking forward to working with you on a harvest initiative. What excites you about technology? Where do you see all this going and accelerating?
Yeah, so personally, and touching upon the point that was made earlier, there is many, like three sides of technology that I found super exciting. First, there is just like saving farmers, like saving the farm, the modern farm, because farms need to evolve to survive and then to thrive, to get profits. That's kind of the first aspect. The second one is the sustainability needs that as a society, like, we need to meet, and technology is, in my opinion, the best way to achieve that. Both like all the way from seed genetics to farming AI. Technology is going to be the key, in my opinion. And then there is the third aspect, which are the communities. And touching upon the main topic of today, these new jobs are going to be incredibly more interesting, incredibly more productive, and therefore incredibly better paid than the current jobs that are today the daily lives of millions of people. So these are kind of the three main dimensions that I'm personally super excited about when I think about technology in ag.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. All right, I was just given the 5 minutes, so now I've got my official. So we're gonna do I forget which game show it is where we do the lightning round, but we're gonna do the lightning round. So we've been talking about technology, we've been talking about a new kind of worker, and we're hanging out with Hartnell today, and we've alluded to some other great institutions, whether it's NYU, Berkeley, and MIT. So education has a role in all of this. Just like we feel the need to accelerate solutions, is the message to education, let's let this set up shop because it'll evolve naturally, or do we need to send a clear signal as industry, hey, we need to accelerate this new kind of worker and all that entails, whether it's curriculum, whether it's additional teachers, because we already have some great teachers doing what they're already doing. Is acceleration required on the educational front and the information front? Laurent, what do you think?
It definitely should. I mean, I think it comes more from in my opinion, more from the corporate side and the demands of what the new education should look like. I know, for example, after 2008, 2009, with the financial scandal, a lot of new, business programs took into account ethics, right? And so all of a sudden, without that ethics course, you don't graduate. And so from that aspect, I don't know if it's the right metaphor, but from that aspect, I think every sort of, agronomic curriculum should also include the tech component as well. I know that many colleges and universities are adding that. I'm not sure if it's always a requirement at all of them.
Okay. Ted, what do you think? You all have made a lot of investments. You're using workers. Is there a need to accelerate, or the needs, are they outpacing the educational community at the moment, knowing how hard the educational community is working? And you made the point earlier, our industry is built for speed.
Yeah, obviously we've got a great opportunity right in front of us, right? And if we've got better alignment between education and industry, what an opportunity to drive solutions. We've got to accelerate. We really do. I mean, we've talked about this for a number of years, right? And as you guys were mentioning earlier about some of the conferences with all these solutions looking for problems. It's let's get very specific about the problems, so we're very clear about what we need in terms of solutions. And so I think we've got a great opportunity to align with education. There's value in the private and public sectors uniting. No one company can do this themselves, right? We've tried to come up with solutions ourselves with limited success, right? And I would argue that most of our competitors have done the same. You can just drive down the valley and go find some boneyards and stuff of tinkering and equipment, and that's a very expensive process when you're doing it by yourself with limited knowledge. And so, what an opportunity to come together and truly drive solutions.
Sounds good. And Mariana, you may end up with the last word here. One of the reasons I'm excited you're here, because you represent the other valley, is soil health could be our next big thing on the horizon. So final word, do we need to accelerate?
Absolutely. Technology is accelerating and we need to keep up if we want to make this job attractive. The workforce is not getting any younger. We need to bring new people, and we got to keep up with the pace in technology, making the workforce for it.
Sounds good. And Sebastian, I'm having lunch with the city manager on Tuesday, and I'm going to tell him you're still looking for 30 people. And I'm going to guess you're going to say, hey, we got to accelerate education too.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely. Thank you.
Sounds good. All right. Listen, a terrific panel. You lived up to advanced billing, and thanks for delivering an important message. And I hope you'll stick around, because guess what? With Clinton Cowden, he's got a great panel that talks about how the educational community is responding. So thanks everyone for your time and for joining us. And Clint, I'm going to turn it back to you, or a screensaver until you get back. Thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis.
Thank you all very much for participating in that. We really, really do appreciate it. And thank you, Dennis. Now I'll ask everybody in my part, if you'll go ahead and turn on your mics and your cameras. As we do that, I'll also ask Celia if you'll go ahead and switch over to our slide deck as we start to go into this. No, don't worry, audience. This is not death by PowerPoint. It's actually, we're going to be a little bit more efficient this morning and be able to move through some things. But I'm really excited to, especially after that last conversation, start to key up where with this next presentation. And this is fun and exciting. We've got private universities. We've got public universities. We've got universities from California. We've got universities from Arizona, and we've got community colleges. So I think it's going to be a really nice look at kind of what we are doing on education. And I think hopefully the audience will really hear that we're here to tell you what we're doing, but we're also here to listen as well. So I'm going to go ahead and start it off really quick, and gee whiz, my slides first. How awesome is that? But really kind of this first question here is about, Industry 4.0, the ag tech revolution. And, a lot of this conversation is about robots. But we also understand that this new worker and agriculture is also including things that are more than just the robots, right? There's the genetics, there's all these different things, but there's also the robots. So what we're going to do is just spend about, 3 minutes per institution talking about kind of what we're doing as a big picture, and then we'll start to hone in on some different questions. So again, my name, and I'm gonna let everybody introduce themselves so I don't butcher all of your backgrounds. So again, my name's Clint. I'm the dean here at Hartnell College. And when we start to kind of think of ag tech, we kind of put it into 3 big buckets. It's the ag industry courses that we traditionally think of, and I think we heard part of that. We look at our support industry courses, and my slides went away. So can you reshare those again? Sorry about that. And then we look at our technologies. So, here at Hartnell, we offer, kind of those traditional ag classes, PCA, CCA. How can you go through to get those? How can you transfer onto a university? We offer, non-credit farm worker education courses. Our support courses we're really proud of is the food safety. A lot of times we don't think of agriculture as they're major, massive companies. So the back office, business office technology, web development as well. And then these other things. We're really excited about our new mechatronics programs that are focused on incumbent workers, people getting associate degrees, people transferring on, but also our really exciting program that we have with CSUMB, which a student can get their bachelor's degree in computer science in 3 years, as well as our other things that we're really focusing a lot of our engineering students and a lot of their internships and those things. They're mechanical, civil, computer engineering students, but we want to give them that ag flavor as they're going through our program. Go ahead, next slide. So when we look at that, again, gee whiz, I guess I got stuck on 3 things there, is really looking at those students and understanding that for us, we understand that our students are probably going to learn as much or more when they're out there working with industry, because you guys are on the cutting edge, especially for technology. You guys are out there, definitely ahead of us. So really working with students, getting them to do job shadowing, internships, those types of things. Our faculty, we're so excited. So many of them are really focused on third-party certifications. And what's fun at a community college is our faculty are very much focused on that teaching aspect. Most of them came out of industry and they're coming into the classroom. So it's really exciting. And then events like this here, working with industry, listening to industry, we're able to pull this information back into our curriculum. And so these are a lot of kind of the fun things that I think how Hartnell has tried to create our programs around ag tech that may look different than some other places, but we're very, very happy with it. So I've extended past my time. Let's hear what is happening at U of A and Yuma.
Hello, Clint and everybody else. Thank you. My name is Dr. Tanya Hodges, and I'm the Regional Academic Director for U of A in Yuma. I also teach in the College of Agriculture. I believe I have a slide that's supposed to be coming up next. So U of A Yuma is different than the main campus in many, many ways. Number one, it was set up, we're more or less a startup university campus because we have only been around for about 14 years. In the academic areas. And our main job is to create this workforce in those gap areas, and especially the workforce in the regions of Yuma and Imperial and Palm Desert areas. Those are our areas that we focus on, and even 100 miles across the border. So we serve that big desert region, but we partner with the community college. So that's what makes us really unique. We only offer 300 and 400 or level or above type of courses. All of our 1 and 200 or freshman, sophomore levels are with our local community college partnerships, which Hartnell is one of them, Imperial Valley College and Arizona Western College. That puts us at an advantage, our students at an advantage, because they're able to get those stackable credentials, number one, that come in from the community college that then articulate fully into our degree programs. We focus on ag, computer technologies, engineering, and health and safety. And we have 20 degrees that basically are within those 4 pillars. Okay, next slide. So one of the things that's really unique, again, to what we've been doing is we've been embedding the technology into all of our majors. Because we're such a small campus, engineering doesn't just stand alone, or computer technologies doesn't stand alone. It's all, we share advisory committees, we share industry as it relates to their demands. We partner with agrarian in our student classroom environment, where students are actually getting the chance to work through their program. And then really uniquely, in January, we were awarded a USDA NRCS $780,000 partnership grant with industry and education to identify those gaps, and more precisely in the precision ag area. So that will include some symposiums and things like that that will then be feeding the workforce. So I think my time is up.
Oh, and Clint is muted. So if we could go to the next slide, and I'll go ahead and get started. There we go. Yep, Clint, you are still muted. So I'm Peter Livingston. I'm with the Bioresource and Agricultural Engineering Department. I'm the department head here. And it's great to come after Tanya, because I came from the U of A and did projects with Tanya. So I appreciate what Tanya is trying to do with the two states and all the community colleges she's working with. Cal Poly is known for our Learn by Doing. We have the 2 programs, an engineering program that has the pillars of water, bioresources, equipment, and mechatronics. And we have the Ag Systems Management program, which kind of combines ag systems, farm management, and construction management into a systematic approach. We bring the 2 of those back together for the capstone or senior design projects, and it's a great opportunity for us. Having followed that last group, we do have our robotics person here at Cal Poly is also from MIT, so we do appreciate that institution as well. If I could have my next slide. So we are very hands-on, and we do that in a couple ways. We have the senior design projects. Illustrated in the upper right is a pipe puller that we've been working on to help move, hand move pipe out into the field. Eventually this will be autonomous. And then we do some practical projects like the below right. Every piece of that equipment, both of those equipment were all built by students. So the wood splitter there picks up the log, does the splitting, and then drops it into the trailer. And the trailer and the hydraulics for the trailer and all the log splitting part was all designed and fabricated by students. I tell you that the students are great. I do go through a lot of grinding wheels though, because they're not always the best welders, but you got to learn somewhere. And then our clubs, the quarter scale tractor club up there does a tractor every year for the ASABE tractor quarter scale tractor pull competition. And then we have a full size tractor pull club, I think, which many of you have experienced or at least heard our tractor come down the trailer or down the track there. And then we're getting into the higher tech clubs with respect to greenhouses and controlled environment with our Grow Crew Club. So we're here to serve you. We've got senior design projects we're always looking for, summer undergraduate research projects, which are really translative. I mean, we really try to design and build something for you and do a little testing. And the same goes for our research at Cal Poly. We're more on the translative research. And really what we're here to do is we're on the supply side of talent. So having followed that last panel, we're here to serve you and provide the engineering side and the technology side for managing your new equipment out in the field. So, thanks.
Thank you very much, Peter. And I figured out how to unmute now. Now, how about Reedley College?
All right, thank you, Clint. Yeah, my name is David Clark. I'm Dean of the Ag program at Reedley College, and thank you for having us today. My message that I want to share with you in my little 3 minutes is know thyself and know thy community. And, we're a community college in Fresno County. We've got great facilities, 15 faculty, a 300-acre farm, 800-acre forest, but we are not UC Davis. We are not Cal Poly. We're not Yuma. And you have to know your mission of what, how you're serving the local industry. And so my little spiel that I usually talk to our farmers or our industry partners is we're looking for some type of training that's more than a typical high school graduate, but less than that bachelor's degree. And so we always are looking for ag tech occupations where we can fill that niche. And so many of those are certificate programs or an AS degree program. And we do have a lot of flexibility, like Clint was talking about. When we teach transferable classes to Cal Poly or Fresno State or wherever, we're kind of locked into that curriculum. But a lot of our short-term training, we have a lot of flexibility of meeting the local needs of our industry there. And so when we talk about our local community in Fresno County, specifically Reedley, we have a lot more permanent crops than you would see in the Salinas Valley. So Reedley is the stone fruit capital, woohoo, right? And peaches, plums, nectarines, anything with a stone or a pit in it, followed by table grapes and citrus and raisin grapes. So we have a lot of permanent crops. And so a lot of our coursework that we're working with our industry partners kind of follow that area around the permanent crop industry there. And so we're constantly having conversations about, is our program a transfer level program that will go to Fresno State or Cal Poly? Those are our two major transfer institutions, and those are great institutions. Some of those occupations require an engineering degree. But our role that we see is really at that technician level, that is a hands-on person that can use technology. And there is a real job in our community where they can meet that needs there. So we're constantly having those conversations with them and finding our niche. And we were talking with our local tree fruit people that I'll share later about engineering and, can you design a machine that can, harvest tree fruit? And we said, absolutely not. That is not who we are. That's not what we do. But we can work with industries on keeping that machine running and understanding the technology behind it. And really filling that niche of kind of an engineering tech or someone that can serve that need. So know thyself and know your community and who you're trying to meet. Thanks, Clint.
Well, and I think that's a great transition to really now reaching out and hearing from Santa Clara, because I think they're ready to say, yeah, we can help you find those people that can design that. So go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, you say know thyself. It sounds like there's a religious affiliation with your institution. And so I'll say that that is the case for us. And I should start off by saying that at Santa Clara, we are not focused on agriculture technician training. So we're a bit of a different beast in that sense. But we still have an interest in the area for a number of reasons. So you can see the logo there and the tagline. And again, I would agree to know thyself. We say that we're the private Jesuit university in Silicon Valley. So if you parse through that, the Jesuit nature of the institution means that we're interested in a very broad education, and we have a particular interest in addressing broad societal needs. And I think food and agriculture certainly fits into that. We're in Silicon Valley, so we're immersed in high tech. Particularly sort of these industry 4.0 topics like artificial intelligence, robotics, automation, augmented reality, those kinds of things. And as a university, our focus is on bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degree programs. But I think that we're able to contribute to this ecosystem in a number of different ways. So next slide. We're very interested in this issue of what the sort of the new age workforce is. We have a program where we're studying that across several industry sectors. Agriculture is one of them. We've talked with a number of the folks in the audience, probably community colleges in the area and so on, but also in advanced manufacturing, healthcare, and some other industries. And we're interested in some of these needs and gaps that arise across these industry sectors. So really, how do these new technologies change the nature of a person's job? And and that disruption is of interest. But it's also worth noting that we're in the middle of an educational disruption as well. You know, COVID has certainly put us down a direction of reevaluating what we do, certainly at the university level. But even before that, with the rise of online services like Coursera, with micro degrees and badging, industry credentialing, those kinds of things, those are all very interesting to us, and we need to figure out what our role is going to be as part of that, and in partnering with those who do things that we may not do. The direction we're going for our focus, and it's largely because of the program I have. I'm a professor in engineering, and I run a robotics program. So robotics and automation is our sort of contribution to this. So we're interested in specifically working with smart machines, smart systems, what that means, what those gaps are. And we want to sort of have a spectrum of educational approaches that address that. And I can go into what some of those are, maybe a little further into the conversation, knowing what some of our topics are going to be for the panel. But let me go to my last slide. Specifically in the ag area, and I'll start off by saying that we've been moving more and more into this in the past 3 or 4 years, and it's sort of a renaissance for ag at Santa Clara these days, because in the past 2 years, we have a new dean of engineering who has a PhD in agriculture from UC Davis, and our new dean in the College of Arts and Sciences was the former executive director of UC Santa Cruz's Center for Agroecology and Sustainable Food Systems. So I sort of figure if we can't do something now with people at that level of leadership, you know, that's about as good a runway as we're going to have to, you know, kind of expand this initiative. That said, I see the scaling of my slide is a little off here, but we do things in our general degree programs that sort of serve the needs of educating people about what sustainable food systems are. Many of you may be familiar with something that's run out of our business school called the Food and Agribusiness Institute. It actually has a new name now, the Center for Food Innovation Entrepreneurship. That's been serving California for 50 years almost now, certainly at the bachelor's degree, but mainly through our MBA program. And then the program I have in our robotics lab, we're developing robotic and automation technology, and we're very interested in serving the needs of California agriculture. And I'll point out that we're a field robotics program. So we actually field the technologies that we have. We use them to provide services. And we almost always are partnering with government agencies or companies in order to do that. And so being able to do more of that in the future with some of you in the audience would be one of our interests. So with that, I'll say thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And Clint, take it on.
All right. So that is the end of PowerPoints. So we can just have just us on the screen. Excellent. So great setup there, and knowing thyself is kind of the next question that we had discussed, right? Is really, for me, a lot of times when I'm communicating with people, I talk about this concept of an employment pyramid, right? And there's different people at the different rungs, and it tends to be as you go higher, there's less people that need to have those skills. And so for at Hartnell, one of the things that we spend quite a bit of our time on is we're really looking at farm worker education, non-credit. You know, we've have examples of, you know, Driscoll was phenomenal to us and reached out and helped us with a farm worker education program that we ran for quite a while. Taylor, we've been working with them, with their incumbent workers, doing, you know, automation and instrumentation, those types of things, as well as our community college, which again, and Dave kind of hit on it with that kind of that two missions. One is, yes, to get students on into the universities, but the other mission is there's a lot of students that want to come in, they want to get that degree, and they want to go in and they want to be a frontline supervisor. They want to be, you know, a floor mechanic or those kinds of things. So kind of kick it around the horn again and kind of keep these ones short, hopefully about a minute there. But Chris, I know you kind of touched on some of those things at Santa Clara, but if you want to touch on maybe some more of the things that you're doing.
Well, yeah. So like I mentioned, our specific focus really is kind of in, you know, working with smart systems and what does that mean? And sometimes we use kind of an odd metaphor, which is there are a lot of people in the robotics community doing prosthetics. So, replacing a hand or something along those lines. But you can imagine the use of that term to extend a human. So both in terms of manipulating large loads, automating certain tasks that allow the human employee to do more. There's sort of the idea of the cognitive prosthetic, which is a decision support system on the automation side. Those are all things that I think are interesting and can allow us to not replace workers, but to augment them and extend their capabilities. As I mentioned, there's this range of educational opportunities that are out there. Santa Clara sort of plays in one part of that. But we want to be part of a network that serves the industry need across the board. So we're trying to develop partnerships with community colleges in the ag area. And this is true in the other sectors that I mentioned as well. Certainly advanced manufacturing and some others. Professional education for corporations, retraining pipelines. We have something going on with veterans groups. Augmentations for apprenticeship programs. Those are all things that I think we could contribute to, even though they're not our main line of business for the most part. And the other kind of interesting twists might be, beyond the traditional, what about remote open sourced education, do it yourself kinds of stuff. Those are all things that we're starting to explore. It's a little bit of a stretch. We're a fairly traditional institution. But we have some new thinkers in leadership positions that hopefully are going to let us go down that path. So I'll stop there and let others weigh in.
There we go. Peter, how about at Cal Poly?
All right, at Cal Poly, well, we're unique. Well, actually not that unique of ag engineering, but of engineering in general. But we're in our College of Agriculture and Food Sciences and environmental. And so being in that College of Agriculture, we have a lot of activities that we can work between the two, all of our departments. We understand that anytime you go to automate, say you go to automate harvesting of broccoli, if you're not working in parallel with your plant sciences folks to get a stem that's high enough to put that head high enough to see it, it's going to be really difficult to harvest it. So I like the fact that we're able to work directly with our plant sciences and other folks in those means. The other thing is we do have the robotics side, which is basically electrical based, but we also still teach the fluid hydraulics. And so for the meteor equipment that's going to be out in the field every day in California in the dusty conditions, we really think those hydraulic power systems are still an important part of this, and we still teach that for that reason. So, and again, our students are coming in with that management, maintenance, and engineering perspectives. So here to train the stuff. And again, we're on the supply side of talent.
Excellent. And Tanya, how about a U of A at Yuma?
So I'm going to go way down with the triangle. One of the big things that we've been working on is this idea of pipeline development, where we're working with middle schools and high schools and increasing that awareness using robotics and precision agriculture. These are through camps and raspberry jams and all kinds of other activities, summer institutes at the college level where students can spend some time with us a week or two at a time and going to industry and seeing what it might look like if they work in precision agriculture. Again, we're recognizing, just like the panelists before us, if we don't have a pipeline because there's not a idea of what that job might look like, then how do we even get them to the 300 and 400 level? There's a lot of work that has to be done. So we're spending a lot of time there. The second area we're spending a lot of time is increasing a master's degree. We're in the process of building a precision ag interdisciplinary master's degree that would be available to, again, the Yuma, Imperial, Central Valley, Salinas Valley type of student that's going back and forth, that's interested. And it could be coming from the engineering into ag or computer into ag, or the ag needing more precision type of activity. So that's really where we've been placing our focus.
Excellent. Thank you. And Dave, how about over at Reedley?
Yeah, I wanted to give a real specific example. I love listening to Mr. Taylor talking about how we've evolved to an equipment technician and what that really means. And I wanted to share kind of in our equipment technician program how that has evolved or changed. But we're now requiring every student to have a laptop as mandatory equipment. Obviously, we've gone to the ebooks, but in the lab especially, they all need to be able to access service information, the troubleshooting trees that are all online. I listened to the other texts where they're talking, the other speakers earlier talking about they're still using paper and pencil in some areas. And that's been kind of an uphill deal for some of our kids because they have to write service reports, they have to communicate with customers, they have to be able to download this information, and they just have to use the technology that's available out there. So we're repurposing a lot of those programs that they're more of a technician that needs to use all this equipment technology, download fault codes, and troubleshoot the equipment that's related in the ag field.
And Dave, I'd like to stay with you and just kind of move us into this next topic, and that is, you know, kind of explain to the group how you're working with industry, and then maybe that other question of how would you like more help, or how would you like to work more with industry?
Right. Well, I was going to give another specific example. You know, we've got a lot of programs in our Ag and Natural Resources program, but one specifically I was going to focus in on is for this last year or so, we've been on this journey with a group called California Fresh Fruit Association. So that's, you know, obviously some of the participants here, Clint and Tanya and Yuba College, we were writing a Department of Labor grant to kind of meet the needs. And in our specific area was our fresh fruit folks. These are the tree fruit people in our area. And so we've been having these conversations for the last year of how can Reedley College assist you in this journey? What are the areas that we can provide some training for your incumbent workers or future workers? And what are areas that is best for the universities, right? That we could have a transfer program that leads to that. And so I was going to share quickly, we've talked about automation. And so those were areas in the field and also in the packing facilities. And again, we're focusing on a technician level, not an engineering type program. They've talked about a managers or management program. So incumbent workers that are great employees that could take the next step up to be a crew boss or leader. And so we're exploring that. Another one that I didn't even think about was Vessel Vocational ESL. And so I've now become the ESL teacher on campus. I'm joking, the ESL dean, but it really meets the needs of a lot of our employers, that they've got a great workforce, but they just don't have a strong command of the English language. So our traditional English ESL teachers teach academic ESL. And so when we said we want conversational ESL that relates to safety requirements within the ag industry, that's been a stretch for them. And so, but we've created non-credit classes. We have a pilot going right now that's going real well. And the other one that I mentioned was this whole idea of this equipment technician is someone that can use technology, laptops, downloading documents. So we've been working with them. They're all competitors. I'm a little jealous of you, Clint, over there, because you've been able to pull people together, and we're doing that. And so we've got 10 of the largest grower shipper packers in our area that are sitting down together. They're not throwing anything at each other. I'm joking here. But Dennis has been part of those groups. But we're trying to find out, are there areas that we can partner together and areas that we can meet their needs? And are there other areas that would be best met by some of the universities that focus more in engineering or non-applied areas? So that's one specific example of how we're working with industry in our area.
Thank you. Peter?
All right, well, thank you. So we have a variety of programs that we interact with the industry on. Specifically, we do senior design projects that we rely on industry to come to us, or well, actually we reach out to industry to get those types of projects in the door. This year we're doing 12 projects. We have 14 teams working on them. So some of the projects, the larger projects would have 2 teams on them. We also do summer undergraduate research projects, which are a fun way that you can dedicate, you can have a student dedicated to your project for 10 weeks through the summer, and you also have a faculty member as an advisor, and then you get to, as a sponsor, you would get to share in that advising also. So that's a great program. Some of them are, in normal years, we're sponsored by the Dean's office as well as by industry. This year, we'll still just be sponsored by industry, so we'll have fewer of them. But normally we would be working with the College of Engineering, and we would have, say, 200 or 250 projects or summer undergraduate research projects going on. Like Tanya, we are involved in an EPIC, which is for middle school through high school. And Tanya, thank you for bringing up middle school, because if we don't reach these kids in middle school, they're never going to make it to us. And so we really feel as though it's important to reach out at the middle school level and then bring those students right through high school. And as Mr. Taylor pointed out last time, he was asking that group, you know, how many of you want to stay in ag? And only 3 out of the 50 students. That's because they look at the jobs. We're all here, all of us on this panel are here building careers. And so we need to figure out, and we need to start early with those middle schoolers and high schoolers, and then through our college students as well. We're defining careers and high tech and careers that will be productive to society and to themselves. And that's what our basis is. And so by bringing in work experience, if we don't have internships, if we don't have interesting projects for them to do that are industry based, they won't see those careers and the value. So thanks, Clint.
Tanya, what about U of A?
So like Cal Poly, we have required internships and required senior design and research projects that are all, you know, they're embedded into our program. So any way we can continue to get support is amazing. This coming fall, we're going to try what we're calling a research match. So if our local industry that's in the wintertime in Yuma has projects that they want, they can come and meet our students. They can, they'll have engineering, computer science, data science, and agriculture students, and we can do interdisciplinary type of programs. So you don't just only get an ag or only get an engineer, you can mix that up. So that's one thing that I'm going to encourage everyone to try to participate if you're down in the Yuma Imperial area. The other thing is these symposiums that are going to be going on that are funded by the grant. It's a way, if you could please participate, because again, as our last panel said, if we don't get together and identify the gaps, the workforce development and the needs gaps, then how are we as an institution of higher learning, how are we all supposed to know what you need? And so that would really help if you can participate and give us that feedback. Very, very important. And then lastly, whether it's right or wrong for me to say, we need support in the area of like classroom space, a lab space, particularly in precision ag. We have, again, we're startup, so we don't have a lot. We are growing, students want it, but again, it's having that opportunity for students to have a space of their own to work in. So thank you.
Thank you.
You know, on Cal Poly, we all need space, and there's wonderful naming opportunities for all of us.
Go into the chat.
Well, that's very good. And Chris, how are you working with industry, and how would you like industry to help support you?
Yeah, so there are sort of 2 thrusts, very similar to some of the others. The number one, we are a supplier of talent. So hopefully we're providing them with the talents that you want, and really understanding the gaps, as Tanya and others have said, is critical. I will say, oddly, probably the biggest demand of my students coming out of my program in the past 2 to 3 years has been for those with graduate degrees. We've probably had a dozen go to companies like Plenty and FarmWise and 1.1 and a number of others, you know, really kind of at the R&D level. But many of them wind up in ag and in other companies like that, wind up basically being very highly paid field techs for new R&D, because until you systematize how you do maintenance and troubleshooting of a new system and really understand how it works in the field, you need that level of skill. So the other side, though, is the R&D development, and that's really a big thing that we do. We do a lot of senior design projects and internships and everything else. I tend not to think of the projects from that perspective, though. We prefer to have projects that are really more a development program over 2 or 3 years at a minimum, to really get to understand the needs of our industry partner, or we partner with a lot of government agencies so that we can develop something that serves their needs in the field. And then over the course of those few years, we may sort of staff that program with capstone projects or graduate interns or whatever the need may be. But I think we're focused a little more on the long term because of the nature of our program. And we're trying to do in ag what we do in a lot of other areas. For 20 years, we've had a field program where we develop these advanced systems and we deploy them for our partners. And we do that to provide actual services under contract, which is a little different than most other universities. So having that kind of a more in-depth relationship is something that I would love to have with any of the industry partners out there, and for you to tell us what you need in the students that we produce, just like all the other educators here.
Well, and I get to clean it up as far as on my segment. And so I guess a couple of things that I would talk about how we're working with industry. And I've been here now for 4 years, but it still is just amazing, is we have this phenomenal thing that is called our Ag Steering Committee. This is C-level executives that come in at 2 to 3 times a year, because what they can see is they actually can look around the corner, right? They have this great perspective of what's going to be happening out there in the future. And it's phenomenal to come in and sit in a room with people. And yes, money's great, but it's phenomenal to have them come in and sit in a room and talk about what's happening. What do they really need? I mean, we're seeing it next in our next panel, right? We saw it this morning, is really people that are out there that have a much broader view than I have. And being able to gather that information and giving us those ideas. And then we bring that back into our advisory committees, which are now frontline supervisors, right? Those people that are doing it every single day. And they get into that real small minutia of what type of servo valves and what type of PLCs should we be discussing about when we're training on those things. So that is something that is, I know a lot of us do it, and I didn't create it here, that it was created, right? Industry really came in and helped revamp the agriculture program at Hartnell. And that legacy is just phenomenal. And I just appreciate it so much. Where I would say like the next level where we're looking at, and we did it with our mechatronics program. And again, I just thank you industry so much, is we did something called a DACM, where we actually took these frontline workers and spent 3 days on Zoom. We didn't want to do it over Zoom, but it was COVID. So that's what it was. But we really went through those exact operations. Like, what do you do every day? What are those things? And that way we could backward design our curriculum when we're starting to look at this mechatronics program. Because one of the things that we didn't want to do is just keep bundling courses that we had and telling industry, hey, this is what you want, right? And so it was a really fun time because we didn't have a program. We could really start from scratch and really start to move something through. And so, I would say the thing that I would ask industry, and I'm sorry, but a little bit of that time, the time to be able to come in, the time to tell us what we're doing wrong. We won't take it wrong. We know you guys are making money doing the things that we're teaching. And you guys are always moving faster than we can keep up. So that concept right there. The other thing that I would say, and I don't know about the rest of you guys, loan us some of that cool equipment that you guys are working on. When it's in the alpha and beta stage, loan it to us. At least at my institution, I've got a tractor back there that's, from 1943. And there's definitely people here that say, well, gee whiz, you have a tractor. Why would you need something new? And you're like, well, they don't really work the same way. So, but by being able to have those kinds of things, being able to come in, that is phenomenal. And then the last thing that I'll say, because I'm already getting people saying, hey, I need to move on, is looking at and working with our job and internship placement, getting students out early to do a job shadow, getting students, we have the white Chevy pickup syndrome that we're really focused on trying to break, right? We're trying to get students to focus and think at one day they could be in the white Chevy pickup, right? And if they can see themselves in that management position, if they can see themselves in that technician position, they're excited about agriculture. It's that when they don't see them in those positions, and how can we do that? Through those internships, through those job shadowing, through the same thing. We do Coder Dojo, we're getting students in kindergarten starting to code. And the cool thing is we have lettuce in the middle of our logo. So we start it really young. So that's kind of where we're at. And now I'm going to move to what Dennis stole my thunder there, into my lightning round. Quick questions, quick answers. Only 2 colleges can talk to any one of these topics. And so I'm going to jump down to how do we scale ag tech into our high schools and our middle schools? Because for me, that is one of our segments we're looking at, is like, how can we get those teachers and how can we get those students really excited? Who wants to go first?
I'd let Tanya go. We've worked with Tanya on projects like this, and it's important. We're doing the camps, the 1 week camps. Go for it, Tanya.
Yep. So we do, again, the 1 week through Ag Discovery, through the Summer Institutes, through, there's so many of them right now, Go Ag and all these other important promotional. So I think that's the number one. And then the number two thing that's really important is we're doing teacher training. We're doing summer teacher training with the teachers and teaching them how to incorporate using their competencies and everything that they need to bring it into their classroom. And again, this is at the middle school and the high school levels, which are both really important because we can't do it alone. We need those teachers to be doing it into their schools.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and put up the slide. I want to thank you guys all so much for your time. I'm so excited. I hope everyone out there feels the energy and excitement. I hope also everybody sees that we as community colleges, universities, we like to work together. And Dave, thanks for bringing up that multi college Department of Labor grant, because we really are, we understand that so many of our companies, they're multinational and they're confused why or if we aren't talking. And so I just really appreciate you and thank you. So now we're here for a 5-minute break. Those of you guys that can do an email in 5 minutes, go ahead and jump off and take an email. For the rest of you, well, let's face it, my emails take longer than 5 minutes. So I would encourage you to go ahead and take a look at these sponsors of our AgTech conference. The reason why this conference is free is because of the phenomenal support that we are provided by our sponsors. And I would encourage you to take a look at them and go to their websites and see what they have to say. Additionally, during the lunch break, we're gonna have a much larger time and you'll be able to actually go in and see. Some of them are actually gonna have people manning the booth, just like this morning's session. So thank you very much, and let's go ahead and take a break.
That's a great backdrop, John.
Hello, Bree. Can you hear me?
I hear you, John.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, I've got to get my speaker fixed. I can't really hear her.
Hey, John, am I off mute?
You're off mute.
Bree, John?
Yes, I can
All
hear you,
right.
Dad.
Bree, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, John, how are you doing? Been a while. Huh, now he's muted, or I can't hear him.
No, we can't hear him.
Can you hear John, Bree?
Bree's on mute.
Not right now.
They might be having audio issues. He's off mute. You can say hi to him. Tom Noonan.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, we're all prepped up here, I guess.
Okay.
Whatever that means,
Except we
right?
can't get John off mute. Maybe that's a good thing.
Yes. Check, check.
Check, check. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Don,
Yeah,
we got you.
Let's see, Miles, can you hear me?
I can now, yeah.
Good to see you. It's been so long. The last time I talked to you, you had a bucket list that probably never happened. You were going to go to Paris, I think, for a year.
You know, I did do it. I mean, we rented an apartment for a year and we were there about 10 weeks, 14 or 12 weeks off and on in the year. It was really nice. Actually.
I'm glad you at least made it for part of the time.
Yeah, but I'm got a little busier than I planned here these last couple of years.
Yeah, I saw when Kevin Murphy left that I think that's when you came back on, I think. Is that right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I thought, well, that just messed up his plans.
Yeah. But it's pretty entertaining. Kind of competes all right with Paris.
Okay, guys, I just lost Miles' picture.
Well, and speaking of competing with Paris, the Salinas Valley and Hartnell and a great panel. So we're going to go ahead and get started. And good to see and hear everyone finally. We've had a great session so far talking about this new kind of worker and the importance of human capital. And I think everybody would agree we've got a big finish planned for the morning with a terrific group. And we've talked a little bit about you've heard third, fourth, fifth generations, and one of the great things about our industry is that generational continuity. And so with that in mind, and we've heard about the importance of a new kind of worker, the critical need to accelerate education and industry getting together. So with that thought in mind, we couldn't think of a better group to discuss that and a better moderator for the panel than Bree Ryder-Smith. So Bree, I'm going to bring you on and have you introduce yourself a little bit, and then get going with the panel. And as I assured you, and other than your time constraints, we're not going to clock watch this group. We're very interested in what you all have to say. So Bree, you're on, and welcome, and thanks everyone for doing this.
Great. Thanks a lot, Dennis. I'm really excited to be here. It is an honor to moderate this panel of leaders in the produce industry. So thanks for that. I work at Driscoll's, so I lead our product leadership group for blackberries in the Americas. I'm Miles's oldest daughter, and in the theme of education, I went to Cal Poly and got my undergrad in ag business, a minor in equine science, and an MBA from Thunderbird, which is an Arizona-based school. In terms of logistics of this meeting, I'm going to do some brief intros, probably unnecessary for our panel members. And then John's going to introduce a really cool video that highlights some of the cool technology that Diorigo is using at commercial scale. And following that video, we're going to get right into the panel questions. At 11:30, which is the published kind of end time of this session, we're going to begin to take questions from the audience. So if you can, please submit questions via the chat. And at the end of our session at 11:30, we'll queue up those questions and have the panelists address them. We have commitment from the panelists to go until noon, so that's pretty exciting. As long as the questions keep coming, they'll keep going until that point. So with that, I'm going to start with an introduction to Tom Nunez. So he's the president of the Nunez Company. It's a multi-generational grower shipper based in Salinas. And it's also home of the Foxy brand, which some of you may recognize, probably most of you. So I asked the panelists a few questions to kind of kick us off, hoping to get something that you can't find on Google or in their official bios. Tom's been in produce for 44 years. He was born in it, so sorry about the giveaway on the age, Tom. And he's been full-time at Nunez Company for 22 years and 26 if you include working during college. He's been the president since fall of 2018. And I asked each panelist, like, what's your greatest accomplishment in your current role? And Tom's really proud of the fact that he's carrying on the family tradition of being dedicating his professional life to produce. And he's also really proud of the employee group at his company that's also doing the same. And I got the impression that that was also probably a multi-generational group. So very cool. He attended Cornell University, studied ag resources and managerial economics. And I asked what an example of a specific technology that is vital to his company that didn't exist 10 years ago was. And he said it was Zoom, and that he considers his own capabilities in using said technology deficient. But I think we can all relate to that. I'll go ahead and introduce my dad, Miles. So he's the chairman and CEO of Driscoll's. It's the world's largest fresh berry company. And he's been involved in the produce industry, always in berries, for 50 years. He's been growing berries for Driscoll's for 50 years, but he didn't join Driscoll's until about 17 years into his involvement in the farming. And he assumed the role of chairman at Driscoll's 33 years ago and CEO 20 years ago. His greatest accomplishment is a really meaningful mission, vision, and values that has stuck with the company. And a lot of people at our company say that, you know, it's one of the few companies where it's not just writing on the wall. So that's very cool to be the author of those. He went to Princeton and studied history. And an example of a vital technology that didn't exist 10 years ago, that actually I populated this for him because he's so dependent on these. They're his Apple AirPods. And I feel like he's pretty adequate at using them. If he can find them, they're a safe distance from his car and they're fully charged. So I'd say adequate at best. We go to John Diorigo. So he's the president, chairman, and CEO of Diorigo, which is home of the Andy Boy brand. Again, a multi-generational grower and shipper in the Salinas area, but they do business kind of all over the place, similar to Nunez and Driscoll's. He's been involved in the produce industry 40 years at Diorigo, 29 years in his current role, which is a big role, 3 of them, president, CEO, and chairman. And his greatest accomplishment is building an incredibly talented team of professionals to run the company. I can say in the few conversations I've had with John, he's very, very engaged in talent development, which I think you'll find that evident across all 3 leaders during this panel. He earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Ag Economics and Business Management from the University of California at Davis. And he had a really good example of a specific technology that's really vital to their company. About 6 years ago, he initiated a mechanical engineering department at their company, and they've actually deployed an automated broccoli rob harvester. And what they said about that technology is they feel like they've got a pretty good grasp on it, but since technology is changing so fast, they don't think the grip will last too long, which is probably a good thing. So with that, John, I'm going to hand it over to you to introduce your video.
Thanks, Bree. Can you hear me? I'll make sure this microphone works. Excellent, great. Well, good morning. Thanks. It's a pleasure to meet you, Bree, during this process, and it's great to see Tom and Miles, and it's a great panel. I'm looking forward to sharing the technology. We've been working very hard on it, as I've told you. Really ramped up something in a half a decade that really surprised me with the talent that we brought in. You know, in the Salinas Valley, you know, we are really renowned, as we know, as the salad bowl of the world. And, you know, this revenue that we generate here, and we've got to protect it. There's just billions of food servings and billions of people. I think the world population is close to 8 billion now. So we've got a tremendous opportunity to feed the world if we can just keep viable. Technology is going to be a huge part of that for all of this. So we've got some massive technological changes that I'd like to show in a minute with these videos. Just a teaser, if you will, of stuff that we are doing. We've got some incredible advancements and machinery and techniques. This technology that we're doing has been extremely useful with modernizing all our efforts across us, from California down into Mexico, down into Imperial Valley and Yuma. We've been able to really do a lot of stuff with water applications, herbicide, fertilizer, seed planting, harvesting. We're working on every process of our organization to really increase the efficiency and the effectiveness of it's all about ground utilization and yield. We've got to be really precise, especially with our cost inputs here. We found that it's really helping us do this. Obviously, the overall production and quality is paramount for being viable in this industry. So we've got a lot of teams testing this technology constantly. And we've really focused early on in the renewable energy. I'm really a passionate believer in renewable energy, in addition to the mechanization and automation that you guys will see shortly. It's going throughout our entire company, and we're looking for a lot of talent, and we can't find it. And that's why I want to do this panel. I'm not sure who's in the audience in Zoom land, but I hope there's a lot of students out there, because we're really trying to attract interest, because it's not overalls and pitchforks anymore. It's pretty high tech. And so on renewable energy, you know, as most of us know, it's 100% clean. We've invested millions and millions of dollars since 2016. I like the fact that our particular system, we've got no greenhouse gas emissions at all. And we've devoted right now 39 acres, and we're looking to do solar farms on every single ranch unit we have. So now we've got 18,000 solar panels currently in operation. We're producing 5.5 megawatts to offset all these ranch meters, and 87% of our electrical needs at this facility. I have a 50-acre facility here behind me with massive electrical needs. We're doing a lot of stuff for Driscoll, as you know, plus our own vacuum tubes. So it's a credible amount of energy that we use here, and 87% is all powered by the sun, all 152,000 square feet of that. We now employed in our fourth phase, we employed 2 Tesla batteries. And so now we can do storage, which helps us what's called peak shaving, which helps us stay off peak, saving us further millions of dollars. It's a 25-year system. It'll probably pay for itself probably in about 3.5 years, which it's already paid for at this point. And they tell me we're the largest customer-owned net energy metered solar power in Monterey County. And then moving on to the mechanization that you're going to see, we really started this because what we originally thought was, you know, labor shortage, and it's always a labor shortage. But now we're finding that I've got to create labor, because the person walking in the furrow, and I'm sure maybe Miles has seen this, maybe the strawberry operation, you, Bree, also, that we can't find people that want to actually walk through the fields, cut the lettuce. They want to ride on a platform, a mobile packing shed, if you will. So I call it labor creation. That's what we're doing here. And the shrinking workforce concerns me greatly. And what we're also finding as the technologies that we're employing is really helping the farm workers become actually very skilled workers. We're training them to run these robots and machines that we have. So the technology that's really improved their work environment has really attracted a lot of workers to our facility. So most of the machines we're focusing on right now are doing the hard labor of hand cutting and harvesting of the product. And then so we bring that up on a conveyor belt to be sorted and packed and quality control. Also, it allows us to build facilities out in the field that interest people, because we can protect them from the wind and the sun and the rain and all that sort of, it's more of a sheltered environment. So I really think the food production in this country is going to be greatly improved by the increase of technology. So the students out there, so Bree, do we have a lot of students out there? I hope we do. Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I think everyone's really excited to see your video.
Yeah, so we're going to do it right now. So we really hope the students really venture into the professional world of agriculture. There's so many career opportunities. We got mechanical engineering, we got every kind of legal field you want: soil, crop, water scientists, environmental, conservationists, fields of study, drone technologies, food scientists, finance and accounting, biochemists, information technology, computer programming, HR and payroll systems, sales, marketing, service center, vehicle fleet management. That's just to name a few. So there's really pretty much everything in here except for maybe rocket science. So anyway, I encourage you to consider, all you students, to really consider a career in agriculture in the Salinas Valley. We need you. Come and see me. We do internships. I'm sure these other companies do also. So this video was filmed throughout our operation. We're farming approximately a little over 40,000 crop acres in California, Arizona, and Mexico, about 2,000 employees. And so with that, I think we're just going to roll the video. Claudia, is that up to me right here?
Their team's going to do it.
Well, thank you for letting me show that, Bree. I really appreciate it. Hope it really sparks some interest in our audience and the students. You can see we've come a long way in the last decade. We can actually now run a farm on a cell phone.
Yeah, that's a really great showcase of all the stuff you guys have done, John. So thank you for sharing that.
My pleasure.
Tom, you're going to be the first respondent to our first question, if you don't mind. I'd really love for you to share with the audience why you believe technology is important to agriculture that's largely been a pretty manual industry for a long time.
Yeah, and you guys can all hear me, right? I think we're okay. I think first and foremost, I think technology's always been important to the industry. You go back and you look at the generations before me. You know, it's really been a situation in which the farmer, the producer's really been in the driver's seat. And you can go back to the vacuum cooling, to a lot of the things that John mentioned earlier before he played his video, the focus on the farming side and the efficiencies and the yield production, harvesting and the assistance and the aiding of the workers there, the cooling and the processing industry, and obviously the evolution of that in the late 80s and early 90s. And then really just on the sales and marketing side in the development of taste, texture, commodities, and whatnot. This industry has always had a technological focus. Today, it's probably even more pressing. And a lot of the reasons is because of the competition coming in from situations like controlled environmental agriculture. In addition to that, the regulatory environment. And so because of that, a lot of us on the producer side are starting to feel like we're riding shotgun, or maybe we're even sitting in the backseat as opposed to actually driving that tractor. So to the point, I think, of a lot of the individuals on this panel, agriculture really wants to get back in a collaboration method and get back in that driver's seat and try to make sure that the technologies and the advancements of our industry are done in a collaborative effort, and we can really move the industry forward in a lot of avenues, whether it's environmental stewardship, the safety of our products, the safety of our workers, the efficiencies of the operation, the taste and products that we offer the consumers. So there's no doubt that the focus is there, but it's probably at a heightened level today more than ever.
Thanks. Dad, do you want to add to anything that Tom said?
Yeah, I would. In fact, it's quite similar to the comments I was making in terms of the impact of technology on agriculture. It really, if you go as macro as possible, you know, our ancestors were hunter-gatherers, and it was really a technology that allowed them to settle and start growing crops. So that was the first agricultural revolution. And the vast majority of people, really until just a century or two ago, maybe 2 or 3 centuries ago, the vast majority of people were involved, spent all their time just feeding themselves in society. It's places that's still true. You know, in this country, we're at, I think the direct agricultural workforce is something like 2% of the population. And that change is all driven by technology, the capability of creating more food, more value with less, you know, humans involved. I mean, and probably all along that period, you've had, you know, genetics. Of course, that's getting really advanced now. You've got the whole area of equipment, and then you've got the area of information and data analytics. And it is interesting as each of these areas interact and accelerate, you know, where we go from when we're already down to 2% of the people engaged in direct agriculture. I don't know how low that number can go. And I actually think it'll go lower, but it maybe what we can do is really create more value in the system and less environmental impact. But all of that from moving to hunter-gatherers is all technology at play. And we're in a very accelerated period now.
John, would you like to add?
I would. The fact that we are growing the best medicine in the world, our fruits and vegetables, has certainly proven to be very important to world health. And we're in this global environment, and we're trying to remain relevant, viable, especially in the United States and certainly California. It's very, very difficult. Our cost pressures, environmental controls, regulatory environment, we do not have a lot of advantages other companies have. And so we've got to employ technology if we are going to stay on this world stage. And obviously, farm work, we've got to attract skilled workers. And this technology solves a lot of those issues. And as the population grows and people really rely more on plant protein, I think the technology is going to allow us to remain viable and relevant in this environment.
Thanks for that. Now, I'd love you guys to put yourself in the shoes of an actual ag worker, and kind of from their perspective, how are they impacted by technology? And also for the institutes that help prepare workers of the future, what do they need to be aware of, given that we really don't know what we don't know about what the future holds in terms of technological advancements? John, why don't you start with that?
Sure. So workers on all scales here, everywhere from the farm worker that comes as an immigrant from Mexico or Central America into our interns and people, we're creating an environment all along the whole path to increase their skills. And as I cannot find skilled workers, I'm finding a lot of these traditional farm workers really are embracing the technology, and we're taking the time to train them to run these machines, to operate these robots, and they really, really appreciate it. And so I've got generations here that love working here because we're constantly increasing their skills. And as we try to attract students, such as the audience, to get into ag for IT systems, robot development, drone development, it's just going to all work together as we build these machines to do this. So I think every facet has an opportunity to really grow and prosper in this ag technology environment.
Tom, do you have anything to add?
No, I think the biggest thing that that I've witnessed over just the history of the agriculture industry, it's an industry of talent, and people that are willing to really put the time, energy, and effort in, focus on the technological skills. There's a lot of expertise in our industry in so many different facets today that didn't exist years ago. And so because of that, there's a lot of hope, there's a lot of promise, there's a lot of opportunity. There always has been. We've seen companies come, we've seen companies go, we've seen companies prosper. But the one thing they've always done is they've evolved. And they've evolved with the times. And the talent in our industry is really driven that. And so for workers coming into ag, there's a lot of opportunity. And I think that's the biggest thing. How we did things yesterday isn't how we do them today. That's not how we're going to do them going forward. And it's a process in which we collaboratively work through either as an industry or within our own company culture to try to figure out how to create opportunity for each and every person that comes within our organization. And there's a skill set unique to different phases and different facets of each component that makes up agriculture, from the ground through the entire supply chain. And I really believe there's a lot of opportunity and there's a lot of hope. And I would encourage people to get into this industry because of the opportunity. And that's the great thing about this country is it's a land of opportunity, right? So, and this industry reflects that more than any industry I've seen.
Dad, what are your thoughts on the topic?
Yeah, berries are interesting in that I have real doubts that we're going to see. We don't have visible major advances in where most of the people are situated, which is harvesting the fruit. made considerable effort, and there's efforts going on around the world to solve those issues. But so far, it doesn't look that promising. And so what's kind of interesting for us is everything else around the harvest has to elevate in the technology, and basically systems that allow the harvest work to be more efficient and more comfortable, and at least stay reasonably attractive, and a good earning opportunity for the people doing it. So there's really a lot of organizing around that, whether it's the genetics that allow for improved harvest speeds, all kinds of systems that we can improve the quality of our farming so the output of the fruit is improved and easier with less culls. So there's a lot of processes around making all that work more effective, more efficient, and more comfortable. It's mentioned, well, agriculture in California is interesting because we have tremendous environmental advantages of climate, and we have had plenty of water. That's a lot more of a problem today, and will continue to be. But we are challenged, and maybe in the long run it'll be a good thing, that the regulatory environment for labor is pretty difficult in California. And so we're forced to be at the forefront of solving issues around, making things better and more efficient for all the people that are in the field. So I guess that's the silver lining of an otherwise kind of difficult situation in California.
Given your response to that last question, I'd like you to kick us off for this next one, which is, what is the largest positive impact so far you have seen by technology innovation in agriculture? At least from the berry perspective, where we're still.
I would say for us, it's been in the genetics. So that's really the probably single greatest technology focus that we have at Driscoll's, and it's getting really interesting as we sort of dive into the genome without doing any modification, just learning what's in there. Massive data management sets required, and some really interesting skill sets. That would be that I would say would be the biggest piece. And we're really in early stages of the next transition of genetic velocity in the business.
John, what about you?
Well, for us, one of the biggest technological impacts we've seen, we're really using a lot of global positioning satellite systems. We're helping us navigate, improve ground utilization. I mentioned that earlier about yields, all about yields and ground utilization. So these GPS systems that we've been employing really help us with uniformity, consistency, quality. The accuracy of the GPS systems really help us execute precision farming. In California, you've got to be so precise here because our cost pressures are immense. And so year after year, soil sampling, weed location, planting, maps, harvesting, environmental controls, crop scouting, machinery location, all these things really we've been employing through the GPS system. So we've found that that's one of the biggest things for us so far.
Great. And Tom, what about you?
Yeah, I tend to agree with both John and Miles and a lot of what they just said. I think to add to that is, consumer consumption, the taste, the quality, the ability to give the consumer choices. We've been able to increase consumption through multiple meals during the day. And so ultimately that's all come through technologies, come through the development of different varietals that can ship better, that taste better. And so we've been able to give the consumer a lot more choices. So consequently, we've been able to get agricultural products into the marketplace because of the advancements that we've had through the different aspects that both Miles and John stated, and the development of different varieties that have taste and texture that the consumers enjoy.
That's a great point. And I'll add something really exciting for us is this shift to not necessarily online shopping, but having a line of sight into what drives consumers to buy the things they do. I think that'll couple really nicely with kind of these advanced genetics efforts, hopefully going forward. So it's a little bit more of a closed loop. So we're working on the right things that consumers, the people who ultimately pay, actually want. Tom, what do you think the most urgent problem in agriculture is that can be solved with technology?
Wow, I mean, I think technology is touching so many different sides. We talked a little bit about what's going on just on the farm side, the environmental side, all the different aspects that are going on there. A lot of it ties to the regulatory environment. We touched upon the harvest and trying to make things more efficient, jobs that could advance and help people become more efficient. We talked a little bit about the consumption side, a little bit of even about the safety side of our product. I think is very, very important to make sure that we maintain not just quality and consistency in the products we produce, but confidence within them as well.
John, what about you? You've been doing some heavy recruiting in this meeting. What do you want people to help you figure out?
Well, the most urgent problem, I keep on going back to our ever shrinking and disappearing labor supply. I fight it every single day. We're 30% short every single day. So I see, as you ask the question, what can be solved with these urgent problems with technology? I think this automation, this mechanization, the better jobs, the training, the opportunities, improving production, attracting people that want to learn new skills. I think technology can really solve a lot of these problems.
Dad, you kind of said everything outside of the harvest really needs to be elevated in priorities. So I'm going to jump to the next question. And John, I'd like you to take this one. Do you believe the pace of innovation in agriculture is fast or slow?
I think it depends on the company and the resources you're putting towards it. We've got the entire spectrum here in this valley. I've seen people such as myself, we're pounding technology. We're out there recruiting and hiring. We've got a PhD doctor working, running our mechanical engineering now. I've worked with Dr. Kitts there at Santa Clara. I've gone to all the universities. I think depends on who you talk to. Some people are trying to do it very fast. Some people aren't doing anything. And so to me, if you're not really pushing that envelope as hard as you can, I think you're going to become a dinosaur, in my opinion. And so as long as I can keep on affording this technology and this R&D, I'm going to keep on doing it as fast as I possibly can. So I don't know if it really answered your question, but it really depends on who you are and what your commitment is.
Any other thoughts on this, Tom? I mean, I guess really one of the issues with the speed of innovation is one, how much your company is willing to spend, but do you feel like there's an industry out there that's kind of ready to step up and support your efforts? Or is it like, if you don't do it yourself, it's just not going to happen?
I think it's a mix. I think there's definitely collaboration that takes place within the industry. I think, and then as companies individually are going to work on things that are most important to their product mix. But I think ultimately with what's going on the regulatory environment, in particular in California, I think we need to move at as fast of a clip as we can. Obviously, there's fiscal restraints that the industry has, so there's responsible spending. But with what we're up against, we got to continue to push as an industry to make some of these advances so we can continue to compete here locally. So there's no doubt, I would think we would all like to see the technological advances progress at a faster clip. It's just a matter of the economics in terms of how fast we can really move.
Dad, I'd like you to answer from your perspective, are the people who use the technology going to be able to keep up with it if it advances at a faster rate than it's been advancing in agriculture?
Well, we don't have any choice. And I think, there's excitement around it. I see young people coming in, better prepared than maybe a couple of us Neanderthals. So, we don't have any choice. I mean, but we need people, we need people to be interested and excited. I have to say, we have an operation in China, and they've done a good job of preparing the technology learnings among the younger people we've hired, and it's sort of given me a view that we better not take it for granted. And so, I mean, this kind of session's important. So yeah, I mean, we've either got to get the people need to come trained, or we have to train them, as John's saying. We don't have any choice. And I actually would add one thing on one of the latter questions. We have resource issues that are really significant: people, water, carbon footprint. But I want to tie it, and this inspires me and hopefully inspires young people, because there's a lot of interest in the food system. Sometimes more interested in food than agriculture, but I see it. There's an opportunity for us in business to really recognize the energy that's focused on food. And one thing, John mentioned the healthiness of fresh foods. We're all fresh food people here on this panel. If you live in coastal California, it's about fresh food. When I got out of college, 18% of income was spent on food and 9% on healthcare. Those numbers are roughly reversed. And what we can and need to do is start earning some of that back. And so, Bree, actually, you've worked on some things with measurement systems that we can use to create better rewards for growers. So they're after, what they're really after is in our terminology, delighting consumers, because I think we can both make a healthier world and get people much more ready and willing to eat fresh foods if we improve the appeal of what we produce. And that's one of the most exciting elements of technology is using that to get us past to just what's my yield to how good is what I produce. And that should attract a lot of people. It's a fun thing.
Yeah. And do you anticipate that the actual composition of the field level workforce will change, or will it just be the skill set they either come with or the companies provide their workers to be able to do the job? Do you see a really big shift in that? I know you'd like to see some younger people working in agriculture, but beyond that?
I think there's a lot of upward mobility available, and more so now because the proportionality of these jobs is changing. In terms of this, the ability to go from like the most basic field work into supporting that, and the people that work in that do have insights. I mean, it's still a people business for all the technology involved, but in our case, we do need a lot of people that are willing to do that hard work of like picking berries. And we can do things that make it easier for them. But it's a dilemma. I actually wished I could give a more clear
John, what
answer
about
instead of beating around the bush.
John, what about you? Are you feeling like the composition's going to shift, or just the skill sets required to do the work?
Well, we've got to see a shift. And I've been working with UC Davis, Fresno, I've talked to Santa Clara, Cal Poly. I'm on a U of A tech board down in Arizona. I'm trying to get the curriculum developed from their point of view into ag type technologies and sectors, and working from that and getting young people involved, interested in farming, interested in our food supply. And then people that are here come from all levels of backgrounds, of no education whatsoever to really smart doctors. And the ones at the low end of the spectrum, we're investing in them. We're training them on site. And you'd be surprised how many really smart people are coming from south of the border. They just need an opportunity. So we're trying to hit all spectrums and bring everybody up, no matter where they are and where they're from. And the future would be on the real high end to get mechanical engineers, doctors, scientists, all this sort of thing, biochemists. Food safety is real important, to mesh with the people that are already here working in production agriculture, and then bringing those skills all the way down to folks that just never had that opportunity and bringing them up. So we've seen that entire shift in our company because we're pretty much 100% vertically integrated here. That's one of the advantages that we have.
Great. Tom, what are your thoughts?
I think it's a mixed bag. I think as technology evolves, I think you're going to need different levels of expertise and different levels of skill set. I think your dad mentioned it earlier. I think trying to make sure we instill the excitement of our industry, and this industry, like John mentioned too, it's the world's best medicine. It is something that we take from Mother Earth. It's a really beautiful industry in a lot of ways when you're really into it. And there's a lot of opportunity in just trying to make sure we attract and excite people to get into this industry, because there's a place for all different types of skill sets. I do think with technological advances, there'll be more opportunity for people at a higher skill set level. But the excitement of the industry is really important, getting people that are excited to get involved. A lot of family businesses, a lot of family companies, farming families, all different facilities. And so there's a lot of excitement. It's not one big, huge corporation. There's a people side of our business that's very unique. So the excitement is really important in trying to get that messaging out so we can attract people to hit all these different levels.
Okay, and then our final panel question before we go into audience questions. Tom, I'd like you to take it first. I'd really like you to share with us, what area within your company do you see the biggest gap between, the need and the available workforce, and maybe frame this in a way that, the educators that are on this call can, have a takeaway from it. And then, also if it's a particular technology, there's a lot of startups on here I'm seeing from the chat. So could also be a call to action for them as well. Yeah, so where we sit today, and you talk about just people in general, where the industry's short and where the opportunity sits, it's on the harvest side. John mentioned their situation there. It's not unique. I mean, it's not unique. The industry in every facet is facing a shortage out on the farm, and in particular on the harvest side. So the technological advances there are some of the greatest opportunities that we see today. So specifically, I think that's where a lot of effort and time and energy is being spent collaboratively within the industry, and then also within each individual organization. Dad, what are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I'd agree that the biggest shortage is is in the actual harvest area, but in terms of some of the more technologically focused areas, I would say for us, probably right now and for the next at least 5 years, it will be on propagation capabilities. So we're propagation capabilities and substrate farming are really critical features in terms of getting a smoother outflow of product, but really to improve the harvest condition quality of the fruit at the same time. And so, but we really need to understand the plants better than we have. Like through my career was, if you spent a lot of time in the field, you watched and you made improvements. We did a little bit of formal testing, but you still need to be out there a lot, but then you have to turn it into a more precise set of actions. If you're, say, irrigating a substrate system, or you're creating plants ready to produce in a propagation facility, and then you're moving them to a production site for a very brief period of time where they absolutely have to perform to spec, or you poured a fortune into something that didn't really work. So if you do it right, it's great. If you do it poorly, you spend a lot of money. And so we don't have people that are good enough at that right now. And that's a really interesting area that has plenty of opportunity.
Great. John, why don't you bring us home so we can open this up for questions?
Sure. Looking at it from the big picture, obviously I agree with Miles and Tom, but I really am focusing on all areas because there's so much opportunity. You can see what I've done in harvesting. That is a big problem with that person disappearing. I'm going to build a fleet of robots. You saw some of our robots out there right now. We've got a whole nother generation coming along. So we're going to solve that harvesting problem, get those plants up on a platform to deal with. But then we haven't really talked about the disease problems that we have in plants, and they're taking over this last year with the INVS, that disease.
NSV.
NSV, thank you, Tom. And so Miles touched on the propagation, seed varieties, resistance, there's plant genetics, there's entire fields there that people could get into that could really improve upon that. Look at the energy consumption. I'm focusing on the energy consumption, and I'm going to solve that and get totally renewable. Water science and water use. We're employing over 17,000 acres of drip here. Saves a ton of water, and then people don't realize that's 25% less inputs like fertilizer. People don't realize the gases that fertilizer give off, and that really reduces those. So all these sciences have huge opportunities in every one of these fields in agriculture. So I invite the professors, the students, all to come on over, and we'll show you and get you interested. Back to you, Bree.
Great, thanks. Just looking for the mute button. Well, you guys, this has been really interesting. Actually, I went 12 minutes over because I wanted to get the rest of my questions in. We have a bunch of questions. So I think what I'll do is, based on the conversation we've had so far, kind of direct them to each of you so we can get through as many as we can in the next 18 minutes. So here we go. Dad, this one's for you. It's spring 2030. Describe the day in the life of harvesting.
Oh, wow, that's a tough question.
Profit.
I think in a raspberry field, it would you're going to be in a semi-protected environment. We're already there right now, actually, but you'll only be picking peak crops. I think we'll still be working overtime. I don't think we're going to solve that. And if we don't, we need to half solve it. If we don't half solve it, there will be nobody picking raspberries in California. We're certainly, and we've moved to this, the flow of information as you come off the field will be real time to both the warehouses and sales offices. So we adjust much more rapidly to any deviation against expectation. And one of the things you'll have in your day as you come to work, probably once a week, you will actually get a report of what consumers said about the fruit you picked? How was their response? Did they like them? Did that drive repeat purchase? Or were they troubled because the fruit was crumbly or green? And I say that across all the crops. So I'll let it go with that.
Great. Okay, John, I'd like you to take this next one. What are the biggest challenges that the automated solutions need to overcome to better serve growers?
Say that again. I gotta think about this question.
Yes. So what are the biggest challenges that some of the automated solutions you actually showcased? What do they need to overcome to better serve growers? You know, like business model comes to mind, costs, things of that. You know, do you need mechanical engineers to be able to do these?
Right now, I'm building these robots and we're doing it in-house because I cannot find anybody to help me. And so we're developing that all ourselves. And so if we can spur innovation in our colleges and universities to really work on developing these mechanical engineers and these technologies that really have very practical applications, that's what I think we really need to focus on, is the skilled, educated labor set. Because I'm sure Miles and Tom are doing this too. I'm looking globally for tech, a lot of it here in the United States.
Okay, great. Tom, this one is for you. What crop protection problems in Salinas Valley could be addressed with new technologies?
You know, I'm going to go back to how John finished up a couple questions before. You know, it all starts with the crop. The better crop we have, the greater uniformity, the less disease, all those different attributes will allow technology to work better. So there's no doubt that technology needs to evolve and investments need to be made into the foundation that starts all these things. So it starts with the ground. It starts with the soil and the condition of it and the drainage of it and the bed prep and all the efficiencies that go into establishing that seedling. So there's no doubt that all of these things they're built upon that down the supply chain. So those focuses are big. The uniformity of the different crops, the timing of the years, how they weather different pests or impacts of the environment. That's something that agriculture has worked on for generations, but more and more advancement in that will help a lot of the problems from the harvest on. And so there's no doubt that focus is very, very important to allow some of these other technologies to take hold.
Okay, great. And then this is kind of a follow-up question for all three of you. What is the best way to engage on these problems for newbies in the industry, you know, who don't really have a network or aren't, you know, directly involved with a specific company? Tom, you want to take a shot at that and then we'll go back?
Yeah, so I mean, I think there's a tremendous platform right here in the Salinas Valley that's tied with the Western Growers Innovation Center. There's tremendous access from that point that team can help make introductions and try to find a particular growers, shippers, commodity specific people that they could marry up. So that's a really, really good start. In addition to that, you can reach out directly to the shippers right here locally in the community. You know, it's not difficult to do that. But I think a really good option is the Innovation Center to start with, and then obviously, you know, listen to John. He'll take your call, no doubt. You can call us, but no, there's definitely every company in this industry is looking at advancement. I think I mentioned before, in order to stay in this business, you have to stay relevant and you have to continue to progress and grow. You got to get up every day, you got to put your boots on, they got to get dirty. And so there's no doubt that the companies that are based in this valley in particular and throughout our industry are definitely willing to look at specific things that make sense for them. Western Growers Innovation Center maybe give you a broader group to look at.
Great. I'm really glad that you mentioned, reaching out directly to the companies, because a lot of the questions in the chat have been like HR contacts, lists of internships. So for everyone listening, we'll make sure that we get links to the websites where internships are listed and HR contacts for each company, and we'll post it somewhere. I'll work on that following this panel. John, any other ideas on ways for newbies to engage with the produce industry on these problems?
That's a real good question. I think they've got to be aggressively reaching out directly to these companies. Some of the best people I have actually were interns a long, long time ago, and they had enough sense to actually reach out to me and people I work for, get interested in these various fields. And some of them didn't even come from ag backgrounds, but that kind of personality, I think they need to develop the curiosity of this industry and reach out to companies. I think we're all looking for talent. I think all of us have intern programs, and I've lost count of how many interns have actually come back here and now they're full-time employees running the company. So that's what I would do, is just be aggressively reaching out and don't give up.
Dad, what about you? Any ideas?
Well, I agree on the intern programs, and we've had the same experience. And I, encourage people to work hard and, stand out a little bit. Women should feel equally welcome in this industry. I think all of us are, it's a very, mixed group. And so that is, gender is not an issue at all. One thing we haven't quite put together, but I think we will. I didn't get quite enough cooperation. I really want to also open up opportunities for young people, maybe later in high school, certainly college age, to actually work in harvest. And, Tom mentioned he worked through college. I bet he didn't have a fancy job. And same with John, same with me. And you learn a lot out there. So we're failing to get that put together, but we will in the next year or two. And I would encourage people never disdain that work on the farm, because you want to learn a lot and you prove yourself a lot. And one of the really great things about this business is you work really hard and you work long days, and it's really fun. That I view as one of the appealing elements of being in agriculture.
That's yeah, those are all good points you guys have made. I had to harvest blueberries in Chile for like 3 or 4 months when I first moved down there, and I was faster than my husband every single day, which was a highlight. But I totally agree with you. So when I moved down there, my dad was like, "You gotta start as a harvester," and I was like, "Oh my God, why?" And I'm so glad I did, because everything after that, it was just helps understand, what every kind of critical aspect of the value chain, what it's like. And it really does start with the harvesters. There's a YouTube or someone who was on YouTube watching this asked, how does the ability to speak English and Spanish affect upward mobility for ag workers? I can say personally, one of the requirements of our family to work in our company is that we have to speak a second language. So I speak Spanish. On the Spanish speaking side, an ability to speak English is important, the higher up you get. I don't know if any of the panelists disagree with that or want to add anything, or if we move on to the next question.
I think that is a great question. We've kind of skipped over the whole language barrier thing. And for here, I find those that are really trying both Spanish to English, English to Spanish, because I spent a decade trying to learn Spanish and I'm still working on it. And I use it every single day because I'm glad that Miles brought that up. From 1970, 1980, I cut lettuce, loaded celery, bunched onions every summer. I rode the bus as a farm worker. That's what I did for 10 years. And that's kind of why I'm at today. And we kind of overlooked that. So thanks for bringing that up, Miles. But the language really helps upward mobility when I've got really smart people coming out of Mexico and Central America, and they take the time to learn English. And it's so much easier for me to promote those kind of people because the language barrier really helps me, just be more productive and cross my entire spectrum of communicating with many people that only speak Spanish, and they can make that bridge to into upper management. And that's kind of what's happened here. I've had so many people here that came as just, green card immigrants that now are running the company because they took the initiative to get smart, get educated, learn English, and man, you're hired. Great question.
There's a pretty interesting question in the chat. Can the panel members speak to efforts to engaging Silicon Valley in tech solutions? And are they an important group to engage in our industry? Tom, you want to take this one?
Yeah, I'm just going to comment on John's comment. That knife cuts both ways. So the upward mobility, we have a lot of English speaking people, they don't speak Spanish. Yeah. And it's such a hands-on business that to be able to speak to anybody and discuss the operational side of the business and the vision of what we're trying to do, the ability to speak both English and Spanish on a work-related side. And now we don't have to talk about anything else, but just to be able to have a limited skill set in both, it's really important. But moving on, absolutely. I think the Silicon Valley collaboration with agriculture has been important. I think the biggest hurdles over that is understanding what Silicon Valley can bring and what ag needs, and trying to connect those dots together to make sure that we can move in the direction that's most efficient for the progression of agriculture, and that is something I know WGA is working very, very hard on to try to figure out exactly what those milestones look like, what the needs are, and then based off of that, try to find the necessary technology that can help advance our industry.
John, what's your feeling on the engagement with Silicon Valley?
I'm still trying to figure that one out. That goes back to these ag things we did years ago with the Silicon Valley group. And so for me, it's been very limited. I'm really reaching out into other countries, other states. I do use Silicon Valley. I've got a whole department. We do a lot of custom programming here, pretty much all custom programming on the computer side. I'm still looking for getting increasing value out of Silicon Valley. So for me, it's kind of limited, and maybe that's my fault. Maybe they're not selling themselves they're not walking in the door and convincing them. So I'm kind of on the fence on that.
Dad, what about you?
I'll admit right here, just the term Silicon Valley annoys me some because I was born in Santa Clara Valley and I was one of the great agricultural areas in the world. But it's been interesting because it's clear these multi-trillion dollar or trillion-dollar plus companies, in order to continue to grow and justify their valuations, they have to take on big areas that appear to be inefficient. And so obviously transportation is one, but agriculture and the food system is another. I think that they've, I think they're a little some arrogance, some misunderstanding. We've worked some with a couple of the companies, and I do see it starting to produce some results, particularly in the area of very, very large data sets, which is, out of my realm of expertise for sure. But there's a significant, it's going to be, there will be some very significant elements that play into the business. I don't think they're going to take it over like they have a few other things. Well, I think we're going to hang on to our business, but there'll be things that they add, definitely.
Okay, well, we're right at noon. This has been a super entertaining panel, so thanks to all three of you for participating and giving such thoughtful and candid responses. So, Dennis, I guess I'll turn it over to you after saying that I hope everyone on this call can appreciate how committed agriculture is to providing very interesting and progressive work opportunities to young people who have less education, more education. It's really an exciting time to be in agriculture.
Well, it certainly is, and job well done. And Miles, you used the phrase to continually delight consumers, and I think you all delighted the audience. I'll warn you ahead of time. You're going to be recorded and edited for a lot of strategic and important things that the people need to hear, which is exactly what we wanted and we hoped would happen. So thanks for that, and we sure appreciate it. Clint's going to finish up with the word. I'm going to put in a plug for, we're going to take a break, but this time it's more than 5 minutes, so we want to make sure folks come back at 1 o'clock because we're going to shift gears a little bit. And John, thanks for bringing up the issue of bilingual. We're going to have four panels: a view, Ag Tech, the view from Mexico and Latin America. Panels 1 and 4 will be in English with Spanish translation available. Panels 2 and 3 will be conducted entirely in Spanish, English translation available, and it's really a fascinating group. So we hope the audience, and if you all get a little bit of time, and I will say this, our closing keynote is a young lady who has worked in California and is going to talk about water as a global challenge. So if anybody's thinking about water, she'll be a great finish, just as you were this morning. So thanks for joining us and your time. And Clint, why don't you send us off to lunch?
Again, Dennis, thank you so much. Industry, thank you so much for the support that you do, not only for Hartnell College, but our entire region. So thank you so much. And it's definitely given me and my staff a lot of really good insights of how we need to continue to improve our programs here. But now I would like to officially open our virtual booths. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here for a second. And so for all of those of you that are in the audience, we really encourage you to go and check out our virtual booths. So if you go here to the Salinas Valley Ag Tech Summit, the website that you registered on, and if you scroll down here until it says 11:30, you're going to see that at the bottom of that, it says visit the sponsors and the virtual exhibitor hall. If we go ahead and click on that, you'll go ahead and you'll start to see our sponsors here. And then if we go through here, and this morning's sponsor is Central Coast Community Energy, we can click on find out more, and we can go ahead and find out more about these companies. And again, I just want to thank so much Chevron, Driscoll's, Central Coast Community Energy for their tremendous sponsor, as well as all the other sponsors. We would not be able to put this particular conference on without your support. So thank you so very much. And Belen, I think you have something to show us.
It's only human
Done.
to
Yeah.
strive,
Oh, good.
to stumble, to weep, to comfort, but also to believe, to reinvent, and push where no one thought possible. Because in a world of ever-growing demand and ever-evolving expectation, we believe there are some things only humans can do. Like having the imagination to envision a better future and to make it reality. The passion to be awed by nature and also to protect it.
Well, it appears that our internet is a little bit slow here at Hartnell College Dallas South Campus. So we'll go ahead and stop that. Celia, if you'll just go ahead and put on our presenters, our sponsor slide deck. And again, I encourage everyone, come visit our sponsors, go have some lunch, and then come back here at 1 o'clock for a really exciting look at ag tech from the Americas. Thanks again.
Y
It's only human to strive, to stumble, to weep, to comfort, but also to believe, to reinvent, and push where no one thought possible. Because in a world of ever-growing demand and ever-evolving expectation, we believe there are some things only humans can do. Like having the imagination to envision a better future and to make it reality. The passion to be awed by nature and also to protect it. The courage to explore new frontiers and search for a better way. The empathy to recognize our differences and to overcome them. Being human takes energy, and we're using ours to create new solutions to help meet the needs of people on this planet in affordable, reliable, and ever cleaner ways. For 140 years, generations of problem solvers across the globe, with determined ingenuity, shouldering incredible responsibility, relentlessly striving to achieve the impossible. This is our challenge each day, to power the world forward and enable human progress. Only humans can make such a vision a reality. It won't be easy, but it's only human to try.
let's see, what are these? Oh, no wait, who's that? That almost looks like me. But I
No,
never
I
wore a
was
hat
thinking
like
that was
that.
like Tom Driscoll or it,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Look, delivering in a pickup. As you go through life, you have expectations which are never exactly fulfilled. Sometimes they're exceeded, sometimes they're different, sometimes they're not as good. That is a common theme in a berry field. They never do exactly what it is you had in mind, but you can always learn. Commitment to great flavor and great eating quality, it sounds easy and it's not, because you work toward has an important place. It's important to have fruit that has yields that allow, efficient production and reasonable prices for the product on the shelf. To pick, so there's a lot of factors, and if you kind of at all of them, so We have to always remember the only reason this fruit exists is for the sheer pleasure of eating it. I mean, that's why we exist as berry growers. So we have to give absolute priority to eating quality. The whole design of our business and the whole purpose to me is to do something really great. And if it starts being about the profitability of the business, you start doing things for the wrong reasons. And that's when mediocrity sort of creep in. And I really think we really have to continually challenge ourselves to be, better than we were yesterday. The breeding program is probably the greatest avenue to discovering what we can do better and more with, creating berry fruit, because you can always improve. All these plants are so complex. A strawberry has 8 sets of chromosomes, so its possibility for variation is incredible. And when you have that much possibility for variation, you have that much possibility for creating combinations that can just be really good. It's somewhat unusual in our industry, or it is unusual in our industry to commit as much as we do to R&D, but it was really the basis for founding Driscoll's was to develop new, better varieties. That's why the first group of farmers got together. My father was one of them, and created this company to do that. So we have this sort of fundamental commitment to research and development. One thing I know that it's been true in my family, it's true in a lot of families, the kids tell you the truth. And sometimes in my family, they're pretty willing to just say so. These are no good, these are better. And, or the other thing is you just won't eat them. If I look, back a long ways, I'm proud that it's not just our family, but the, whole group of people that go back, even before the founding of Driscoll's, have managed to stay committed to a line of business and discover new avenues and new approaches, added, new berries to the mix. Our mission and the challenge of being dedicated to it. So, mission to continually delight consumers through alignment with our customers and our growers. It's so simple and so straightforward and such a personal challenge. And so I'm proud of that mission, and it takes a lot of commitment.
Good news is coming to the Central Coast. You now have a local, community-based electricity provider. Central Coast Community Energy has been delivering competitive rates, community investment, and local control since 2018. We're reinvesting in our communities by funding energy programs that help agriculture, businesses, and residents make the switch to cleaner technologies and save money. Think of an energy program as an incentive or rebate to help the Central Coast reduce greenhouse gas emissions equitably and rapidly through powering our vehicles, homes, businesses, and industries with clean energy solutions. Like an electric vehicle charging stations, electric housing, electric agriculture equipment, or solutions to help with power outages. And we want you to be involved in helping to shape how we reinvest in the Central Coast. Learn more about our energy programs and what local control and clean energy mean for you at 3cenergy.org/energy programs.
Hello, Dennis.
Tomas, how are you? How are you doing? We're gonna have a brief welcome, and then we're gonna have a quick video from Driscoll's, who's sponsoring, and then you and I are on. So
Looking forward to
stand by. So we're in the visual green room in the back, even though everyone can see us and hear us now. So we need to watch what we say and watch what we do.
And you see me? No. Not see me.
Oh yeah. Oh, and everybody can see you. We're live, so we'll be starting shortly.
Everyone is behind stage.
That's right. That's right. Are we good? We're good. All right. I just got the high five. Good afternoon. For those of you who have been with us since last evening, you already know this is Dennis Donahue, and for those of you who are perhaps joining us this afternoon, my name is Dennis Donahue, and I run Western Growers Center for Innovation and Technology in Salinas, California. And we're now on the final lap, as it were, an afternoon's sessions about a topic and an area that I'm really excited about, and something uniquely different. This afternoon, we have a great group of panelists and guest speakers to talk about ag tech. It's a global game, and we want to take a look at, get a view of Mexico and Latin America, and we have some really terrific folks to help us with that. But before we get started with our first guest and our keynote conversation with Tomas Pina, the Managing Director of the Yield Lab in Latin America, my co-host Clint Cowden will join us for a moment and introduce the sponsor of this afternoon's sessions. Clint?
Excellent. And thank you so much, Dennis, for allowing Hartnell to be part of this, and especially this afternoon. We're so excited to be part of the View from Mexico and the Americas. But would like to take a moment, and I hope a lot of you guys were excited this morning hearing from the Miles Ryder. And so, Glenn, will you go ahead and please play the Driscoll's video?
Let's see, what are these? Oh. No, wait, who's that? That almost looks like me. But I never wore a
was
hat
thinking
like
that was
that.
like Tom Driscoll or.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Look, delivering in a pickup. As you go through life, you have expectations which are never exactly fulfilled. Sometimes they're exceeded, sometimes they're different, sometimes they're not as good. That is a common theme in a berry field. They never do exactly what it is you had in mind, but you can always learn. Commitment to great flavor and great eating quality, it sounds easy and it's not. Work toward has an important place. It's important to have fruit that has yields that allow, efficient production and reasonable prices for the product on the shelf. So there's a lot of factors, and if you kind of try to be great at all of them, as good at. So what I would say though is you have to always remember the reason this fruit exists is for the sheer pleasure of eating it. I mean, that's why we exist as berry growers. So we have to give absolute priority to eating quality. The whole design of our business and the whole purpose to me is to do something really great. And if it starts being about the profitability of the business, you start doing things for the wrong reasons. And that's when mediocrity creep in. And I really think we really have to continually challenge ourselves to be, better than we were yesterday. The breeding program is probably the greatest avenue to
discovering what we can do better and more with, creating berry fruit, because you can always improve. All these plants are so complex. A strawberry has 8 sets of chromosomes, so its possibility for variation is incredible. And when you have that much possibility for variation, you have that much possibility for creating combinations that can just be really good. It's somewhat unusual in our industry, or it is unusual in our industry to commit as much as we do to R&D, but it was really the basis for founding Driscoll's, was to develop new, better varieties. That's why the first group of farmers got together. My father was one of them, and created this company to do that. So we have this sort of fundamental commitment to research and development. One thing I know that it's been true in my family, it's true in a lot of families, the kids tell you the truth. And sometimes in my family, they're pretty willing to just say so. These are no good, these are better. And, or the other thing is you just won't eat them. If I look, back a long ways, I'm proud that it's not just our family, but the, whole group of people that go back, even before the founding of Driscoll's, have managed to stay committed to a line of business and discover new avenues and new approaches, added, new berries to the mix. Our mission and the challenge of being dedicated to it. So, mission to continually delight consumers through alignment with our customers and our growers. It's so simple and so straightforward and such a personal challenge. And so I'm proud of that mission, and it takes a lot of commitment.
And thanks again, Driscoll's, for your support, as well as Agland Trust, Monterey County Ag Commissioner, and RDO. That's enough of me. Dennis, back to you.
All right, thanks, Clint, and thanks, Driscoll, for your sponsorship. I feel like we've, with as much time we've spent with Bree and Miles today, almost starting to feel like a shirt-tail relative and part of the family. Anyway, with that, let's get started. Tomas, good to see you. I'm pleased to welcome Tomas Pina, who's the Managing Director of the Yield Lab in Latin America, and you are joining us from Argentina this evening now, aren't you?
Yes, thank you, Dennis, for the invitation. I'm really happy and proud to be here. I'm based in Buenos Aires right now, and yes, we're in Argentina.
Good. Well, terrific. Well, thanks for joining us, and I'm particularly excited to talk to you about this topic for a variety of reasons. But before we kind of launch into our conversation, tell the audience a little bit about your background, what you're doing today, and how you got there.
Right. Thank you. So my background, I study economics in the university in Argentina. Then I work at a bank for 20 years. And 10 of those years, I was in charge of Banco Galicia's, in many things. One of the things was the agricultural business, marketing, and BI and technology and all that business development. I did that for 8 years. And that was, Banco Galicia owns 50% of the private market in Argentina of ag. So it was a very much an ag experience. And then I moved into S4, which was a company that started in 2011. And we raised money in Argentina. It was a company that was about efficiency, finding efficiencies for the farmer in row crops, right? And in 2015, we applied to the Yield Lab, and I went to St. Louis. And I moved to St. Louis to open S4 there. We did a Series A, And then I left the company, came back to Argentina and opened the Year Lab in Latam. The Year Lab started in 2014 in St. Louis, then opened in Ireland, then in Latam with me, and in Singapore. And it's a group of funds and accelerators that started more in the St. Louis area, if you want, more in the row crops area. And we have open office in Brazil with Kieran Garland and Luis Acevedo, in Argentina with Santiago Murtag, Franco Pirinia, Roberto Guitona group, and Camila Petiñat, who's going to be in the panel later. And this year we open in Chile. After 3 years of going back and forth to Chile, it's kind of funny because it's not that easy to do business in Latin America. I mean, Argentinians, Brazilians, and Chileans, we love each other, but we talk about soccer and then everything goes fast.
Yeah, that soccer conversation can get pretty divisive, can it?
Yes, and we like it, That's the worst part. But I mean, we get along, and we opened an office in Chile. We hired 3 people in Chile. And after we did the acceleration program, which we invested in 2 Chilean companies and 1 Peruvian company, which are part of today's panels also, we kind of realized that ag is ag at the end of the day, right? And the plant is a plant, and whatever it grows they don't care in which country they are in, they just care about other things. And agronomists are very special people. They are very technical, very detailed, very specialized. And we saw that there's a huge opportunity in helping people think a little bit different, being disruptive, thinking that it's not only the plant, it's also the business behind it. There's also someone who's going to buy that plant at the end of the value chain. There's also someone who wants to know if you've been sustainable, if you've been doing all the right things to get that plant to that supermarket, right? And if that plant used all the water that it needed, or it used more, if you use the right amount of chemistry to make it grow, if you've been sustainable in many ways.
Well, one of the things when you and I first started talking, and one of the reasons I was particularly interested in talking about Mexico and Latin America was the relationship with Western Grower members, because for our members to be year-round players, we have a lot of close working production relationships throughout Mexico and Latin America. I grew radicchio in Chile for a decade, so I have found my way down in your neck of the woods on more than one occasion, and I do remember fondly my weekend in Buenos Aires. But I think that issue of the close connection, ag tech, as you know, and I mean, you laid it out beautifully with all the yield lab locations. It's a global game, but a lot of times when people are thinking about ag tech, they're thinking about different centers of gravity, whether it's the Dutch or whether it's the Israelis or New Zealand, and Latin America and Mexico, really. It seems to be an exciting time right now that things are really starting to move. And so just from your perspective, where do you see Latin America in the context of the rest of the world on ag tech?
Well, thank you for that question. I mean, one thing I wanted to share, I wanted to share, my great-grandfather moved into Chile in the late 1800s, right? And he was a huge sheep producer. And in the 1960s, before that, he was super rich, ultra wealthy. He was called the King of Patagonia. And then suddenly, the wool was not that much, that wasn't worth that much, right? So I'm an economist, and I really don't care much about that. I care about who's paying for it, because that's my business, right? I mean, I'm a venture capitalist, and that's what I want to, it has to be sustainable, it has to be done right, it has to be many, many things. But at the same time, when you look at the map of Latin America, you see that there's more than 800 startups that we have mapped out. 50% of them are in Brazil. The other 20%, if you want, are in Rio La Plata, which is Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay. And then the other 25% are in the Andean region. And it's only like 4 or 5% that is in Mexico. Mexico is a super powerhouse in venture capital, it's a super powerhouse in food tech, but it's not that much of a powerhouse in ag tech today. I think it's going to catch up rather quickly, right? But when you again, being an economist, you look at three different businesses, right? Row crops, intensive crops, and animal business, right? And when you go into row crops, Brazil has, Brazil has everything, right? But when you go into row crops, Argentina, Brazil, and the US hold 90% of the world's production, 90%. And when you go into the animal business, Brazil and Latin America has 4 times more cattle than the US, 4 times. So the innovation should be here. The innovation should be here. And that's another major change is what's happening with the world of venture capital, right? What 80% of the venture capital was in the United States 5 years ago. Today it's only 50%. But not because it left the United States, because it multiplied in the United States, but it multiplies many times outside the United States. So that's a new industry. So when you talk to a farmer or you talk to a marketing person or you talk to a human resources, you tell them, the world is changing and COVID has made that change ultra fast. Because again, you cannot, sometimes you cannot go to the farm, not because you have to hop on a plane if it's a big country like Mexico, Argentina, Brazil. And so you have to start using more technology. And when you use more technology, you start to decommoditize the commodities. So you have to start adding value. And the venture capital world has also generated like a granular growth of talent. So talent doesn't need to be sitting down in Silicon Valley or Salinas Valley or Argentina. It can be anywhere. And that's a huge change because today you have technology all over the place and you have smart people all over the place. So we're seeing that there's a lot of hubs that are starting to grow in Latin America very strongly, like Rosario, Piracicaba, Londrina, Rancagua in Chile. And that's something that didn't happen 5 years ago. So we were super excited when we were seeing a lot of money coming to the region. And even though the political landscape might not be the best right now in Latin America, but there's a lot of talent and there's a lot of relevance. Latin America also has 30% of the natural water reserve of the world. So, and that water is transported via either animals or crops or fruits, right? So it's a very interesting time to be living in Latin America, and I think there's a huge amount of things that we can do together, not only between the Latin American countries, but with the Western growers in the United States, right? Because at the end of the day, it's not so much that we need to go to the next big thing like alternative proteins, but also take care of our niche play, which is the avocado, the berry, the nut.
Well, question for you, and just a little FYI, that you're breaking up a little bit, so maybe just I'm going to guess the closer you are to your computer, the better. But so, question for you, and I really want to bring up your organization, the Yield Lab, because the Yield Lab has been in a lot of different parts of the world, and as you know, the ag tech scene is a very active space, a lot of accelerators, incubators. But I'm really struck by the Yield Lab approach on how you work with young companies and get them going. I mean, it seems to me to be a really good formula and a good foundation. Can you talk a little bit about, particularly as you pointed out, Mexico is likely to accelerate and catch up. Latin America, very active, a lot of resources, certainly a lot of sharp young people. So your approach seems to me to really be able to facilitate acceleration and laying a good foundation. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, that's a good point. So the Yield Lab started in 2014, and I think today, like 6 years after that, you see that this could not have been done without the WhatsApp revolution, if you want, right? Today, I can talk to my partner in Singapore or in Ireland or in Luxembourg like if he was next door. Right? I send him a WhatsApp and immediately. But one of the things that I think that the Yield Lab has done is that we have 20 partners that are completely different one from the other. And that's the beauty of it, because we respect each other. I come more from the entrepreneurial world. We have some PhDs, we have some very important corporate persons. We have a very diverse group of people from all over the world. And maybe we were a little bit ahead of our times even, in the sense that we still, I mean, we invested in 52 companies and still there's only 2 or 3 that we've done cross-border deals, if you want. Like AWA, which was a company that we invested in, and then the Americans invested, and then we're looking into another company that the Europeans will invest, and the Americans invested in some European company. But that's just starting. But at the end of the day, what drives venture capital are the deals, are the champions, are the entrepreneurial power of people that want to change the world, they want to generate disruption, and they want to be part of something different. And they're okay without knowing where we're going, because we're going somewhere that is nice, and we're going with a group of people that believe in our power of transformation.
You know, it's interesting. You know, I always like to tell people when I talk to them, I Googled you and I looked you up, and so I looked at your LinkedIn profile, and I was really struck by, in terms of how you initially described yourself, you're a big fan of disruption and innovation through technology and communication. So are you getting your fill of technology and disruption and with what you're doing, and in Latin America in particular? Is it?
Yeah, I forgot to put that I'm also an optimist. You know, there's one thing that really struck me was that in a world of infinite choice, it's context, not content, that will be king, right? So it's all about generating context, and I love doing that, and I think it's super important. But also never get ahead of the group so far that the group thinks that you're not part of them anymore, right? So those are the 2 equalizers that you have to, context and group, right? I mean, and if you want, maybe I would have loved to be more into the AI, ultra sophisticated IoT and LiDARs and remote sensing and be. But then again, we'll be all by ourselves, and we need to help people understand that there's a change of paradigm. That today, that the not knowing what you don't know is something that you have to embrace, and you can be humble and say, you know, Dennis, help me out with this because I don't know, but I know something that you might not know. So let's partner up. So instead of partnering up, trying to fix our weaknesses, let's partner up in our weaknesses and focus on our strengths. That's a big change. And I think that's one of the big values that technology is bringing to the table.
Well, one of the things I wanted to ask you, and, you know, with putting my Western growers hat on, our grower members, processor members, we're thinking about fresh fruits, vegetables, and nuts, and, our production partners to be year-round or dual hemisphere. You know, we're going to be in Mexico, Colombia, Peru, Chile, Argentina. So, you know, just thinking about it from a production ag standpoint, looking for technology or companies that can help them meet their needs. What do you see on behalf of that type of production? You know, the permanent crops, and then we've got less involved with leafy greens in Latin America than, let's say, we do in Mexico. But just kind of putting on a production hat for a moment, what do you see down in Latin America that you think we're going to find of interest?
Yeah, I would definitely say it in a layman's term. The party hasn't even started. I mean, this is just starting. This is the reasoning behind how specialists are innovating today is different than what's going to come in the future. So when you come from more of a banking world and then you start seeing about the fintech opportunity, the logistic opportunity, the insure tech opportunity in Latin America, it's just starting, only the foundation. Last year, we did a major event in the World Agritech in Sao Paulo, And there was no banks wanting to sit down and showcase what they're doing because they're not doing much. And that's a huge opportunity. That's why I see it as a huge opportunity, because at the end of the day, if you're trying to decommoditize your commodity, your product, you're trying to show something different, it's only fair that you get a better price and you get better financing and you get better insurance. And that the logistic guy will pick you up first. That's not happening today. And that's a huge opportunity. So what I'm saying is that the technical knowledge built into insight and built into a business, that's the opportunity. And when we're saying, let's partner up in our weaknesses instead of showing off our strengths, like the best thing that the world could meet, humble down and sit down with the guy next door, and let's think something different.
Let me ask you a question. We've, last night we had a chance to visit with California Secretary of Agriculture, and then this morning we had some panels of entrepreneurs, growers, educators. And one of the themes that we've been talking about for the last 24 hours is, there's an ag tech revolution underway, evolving, however one wants to characterize it. But this issue of having a skilled workforce is also important for the ability to adapt and execute an ag tech agenda. One of the things I'm kind of struck by Mexico and Latin America, a lot of very capable, young, well-educated people that I think are going to be excited about the opportunities you've laid out. What are the workforce and education issues in Latin America from your perspective? I mean, I know the universities sound like they get heavily involved in things. What's your take on that issue of education and workforce? How much of that is part of the equation?
I told you I like to be a little bit disruptive. At the end of the day, education all around the world are still talking about MBAs, right? Master in Business Administration, not Masters in Business Development. So I think that for young people today, I mean, they should really look into crypto. They should really look into crypto in the way of how to partner up, and everybody gets a little bit of everything, of whatever they bring into the table, right? This is a new way of working, like with agile methodologies and a lot of technical managerial skills that the guys need to have, and need to really understand that today we need to rethink many things that we're working on, right? So when I'm talking about crypto, it's not only blockchain, but it's also that the blockchain applied in the product development and API integration. That means that the specialist will have capabilities, technological capabilities, to make sure that they don't give away their secrets and they get paid for it. That would be the layman's term what I would just said. Okay, and that you need to partner up with the Amazons or the IBMs or the Driscolls or the banks or whoever needs help. But those corporations in Latin America and Mexico and the West Coast should really be API ready, should really have a corporate venture guy who is better if it comes from a failed entrepreneur, because a failed entrepreneur knows a lot more than a successful one.
Okay, well said. Well, just a couple of things. We're getting near the end of our conversation. So, one of the things that it sounds like we really need to understand is there's an extraordinary opportunity in front of everyone in Mexico and Latin America. All the tools are there, and the fact that the scene is, for lack of a better phrase, is somewhat just starting, particularly on the specialty crop side. That's the opportunity. It sounds like that's your message. And
opportunity is huge in all three fronts, but especially being able to integrate the Western growers with Latin American entrepreneurs. That would be a huge win. It's the same thing that St. Louis did, and the same thing that the Europeans are doing. Are saying, you know what, stay where you are, but let's connect. Let's work like we just did since we met, Dennis. We keep talking and we'll find things that are common ground, and then we have this event. Maybe next year we have another event. But
Yeah.
We're building constantly and
well, for us, it's critical because many of our production partners are in Mexico and Latin America. And in order to execute a tech agenda, you can't be one company half the year and another company the other half of the year. So that's one of the reasons I'm so excited about Camilla's panel, because we're going to see some very sharp young entrepreneurs and what they're doing, and we need to know about those folks. The other thing I want to, and this still stays with me since our original conversation, former grower shipper, putting my WGA hat on, I've always felt, innovation is nothing new to ag, but in recent years, a lot of the ag tech activity, not all of it, has been very geared towards production. So I kind of blissfully assumed, well, we're the customer, and we are a customer. But you made the comment, really at the end of the day, the consumer's the customer, and that really struck me. And so talk a little bit about that as we close. We saw Driscoll's and they're on their family, and this idea of at the end of the day, all this production about is putting a great piece of fruit in front of somebody that they have a terrific experience, which really kind of reinforces this is about customers, and production may be the means to the end. But I just was intrigued by that comment.
Yeah, yes. I mean, because at the end of the day, many times you think more about whether you're going to cut cost or increase your price, right? And that's very good. And again, then if I come in and I tell you maybe you can also get better financing, that's also very good. But the problem here is, Dennis, what if they don't buy you anymore? What if it happens what happened to my great-grandfather and said, you know what, I'm very happy that you have 4 million hectares in Argentina. They're not worth it as much as it was 2 weeks ago. I'm sorry, polyester came on. So that's a clear and present danger. But at the same time, you have a huge opportunity, because you say, you know what, I mean, we're managing water at the end of the day. California has huge problem with water. So, I mean, water management is a huge issue. And the consumer will really say, I'd rather buy this fruit than this other one. But then again, we go back to context. Talent is a virus. It's all over the world. It's not necessarily in one place or another. But you need to set new rules of engagement, new rules of partnerships, new rules of working with people, and say, you have something that I don't, let's trade through a startup or a partnership, or come to Salinas Valley and we'll give you the best human resource guy who knows your problem. I mean, when I came to St. Louis 4 years ago, I hired an American lady, great lady, very nice person, and then I said, I'll go see you tomorrow. I was in Buenos Aires. When I got to the office, she was gone. And I called her up and said, where are you? I quit. What do you mean you quit? We have a meeting tomorrow. No, because I don't like the way the Argentinians manage the relationship. It was all fine. But she quit. And then there was a cultural difference, And it could happen to you if you go down to Chile, to Argentina, to Brazil, because they don't connect. So connection is the most important part today in working in innovation. Understanding what are the fears of the other person, what are the strengths, and how to work together to have exponential growth.
Well, no, I think that's a great message, and I'm struck by, and I've just been kind of thinking through the morning, again, I go back to that Driscoll film and Miles Ryder was talking about the possibility, or it might have been Bree, his daughter, that you could, you grow it, you ship it, and you could even a few days later get direct feedback from the consumer. How did we do? So that idea of really connecting all facets of the value chain really is a good message to close on.
It's a constant positive loop, and it gets you better product, better financing, better technology, better people. You attract talent, so it's a nice journey to have.
Good message to end on. Thanks very much, and I'm quite confident, per your earlier comment, this will be to be continued. So we'll look forward to that. And thanks for joining us today. Appreciate it. Okay, thanks, Tomas. So. We're going to get ready to shift over to our next panel. Raul Lopez is going to put some growers and educators through the pace on for kind of the production and the education side. Raul is a good friend of the Innovation Center. Ag Tools is a resident of the center, and we are quite familiar with them and Raul. And with that, Raul, I'll turn it over to you to introduce your panel and do your thing for the next 40 or 45 minutes or so. And thanks everyone for joining us. Raul, it's all yours.
Okay. Do you want me to switch to Spanish or?
Thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, your group, yes, go in Spanish, and then everybody has an interpreter button they can hit, and they'll switch over to English. So you all are in Spanish, and have at it. And nice to see everybody.
Okay, thank you, Benny. Thank you for the introduction. Buenas tardes a todos. Yo soy Raúl López, soy de la empresa Ag Tools, con base en California. Yo me encuentro en la ciudad de Querétaro. Yo soy el vicepresidente de Ag Tools para México. Tengo aproximadamente 30 años en la industria de produce, estando en las áreas de supermercados, importación, exportación. He trabajado con empresas de California, con varias de ellas, empresas Taylor Farms, California Tomato Farmers, Zest Labs, enviando producto de un lado a otro de la frontera. Y actualmente, como les comentaba, soy el vicepresidente de Ag Tools en México. Ag Tools somos una empresa que manejamos información de mercados, tanto de Estados Unidos como de México, en tiempo real. Esto con el fin de que toda la cadena de suministro de alimentos esté enterada perfectamente de lo que está pasando en los mercados. También soy miembro del Consejo Mexicano de PMA y bueno, he dado algunas conferencias tanto para PMA como para la Asociación Nacional de Autoservicios en México. Bueno, ese soy yo. No sé si quieran presentarse ustedes. Alejandro, por favor, adelante si se quieren presentar. ¿Quiénes nos acompañan el día de hoy? Estás en mute, Alejandro.
Perdón, tenía creo que el micrófono apagado. Mucho gusto. Mi nombre es Alejandro Sagún. Yo dirijo una empresa que se llama Mainland Farms. Somos un exportador referente aquí de la industria de las berries en México. Atendemos principalmente al mercado norteamericano, Estados Unidos, Canadá, con algunas exportaciones menores a Europa o Asia. Y nos enfocamos mucho en fresa principalmente y trabajamos también en menor escala con zarzamora, arándano y frambuesa. Mi experiencia personal pues ha sido en berries a lo largo de mi carrera profesional, trabajando en distintas empresas en las que también he apoyado en el desarrollo de sus cadenas de suministro, para en particular un supermercado llamado Tesco. Pero ya tengo bastantes años aquí en Mainland Farms dirigiendo y operando esta empresa y estaré muy contento de poder expresar cualquier punto de vista para las preguntas que tú nos hagas, Raúl.
Gracias, muchas gracias, Alejandro. Arturo, si nos quieres platicar un poquito de ti, por favor.
Gracias, Raúl. Mi nombre es Arturo González de Cosío. Yo trabajo en una universidad, es el Tecnológico de Monterrey, acá en el centro de la República, formando talento, ¿no? Formando chicos y chicas que esperemos se incorporen pronto a la industria agroalimentaria. Mis antecedentes pues son por muchos años, prácticamente 10 años como director de programa, o sea, en la parte de agronomía, y actualmente operando una granja experimental, un campo agropecuario experimental, donde pues tenemos extensivos, que es cultivos forrajeros, tenemos algo de invernaderos, de agricultura protegida con tomate, con pimiento, y ganado lechero, ¿no? Básicamente. Digo, hay algo también de frutales con uva y demás. Entonces, pues ahí es donde está mi expertise, en la parte académica, en la parte formativa, y con mucho interés en el tema de los agronegocios. Entonces hemos participado a lo largo de estos años también como asesores de algunas empresas, incluso cooperativas, en temas comerciales.
Muchas gracias, Arturo. Pablo nos acompaña desde Argentina. Si nos quieres platicar un poquito, Pablo, gracias por acompañarnos hoy.
Muchas gracias a ustedes. Gracias por la invitación. Yo soy Pablo Arí, soy productor agropecuario hace 28 años, produciendo fundamentalmente cultivos extensivos, trigo, maíz, soja, girasol, cebada y ganadería extensiva también en la provincia de Buenos Aires. Pero además de productor agropecuario, soy bastante inquieto, entonces he emprendido y fundado algunas empresas, algunas de tecnología y algunas relacionadas a los agronegocios.
Pablo, I'm gonna jump in. I apologize, Raul. Apparently, they're having problems with translation and can't figure it out at the moment. So rather than lose participants, can I switch it to English for the time being as you move forward? And I apologize for that, and we'll see what we can figure out. But it looks like you get to show off your bilingual skills, which we talked about how important they were this morning. So I knew you were smart guys, and now we're going to let you show that off. So back to English, to be continued, and I'll get out of your way. Thanks, gentlemen.
Are you sure it's not my Spanish? It's not so good.
We did not want to offend you, so we're going to just switch the whole thing just because of that.
Well,
thanks, Pablo. Thanks. I appreciate it. Sorry about the inconvenience.
I hope you can understand me now.
You're great. You are perfect.
I'm a farmer. I'm a farmer basically for 28 years now. And mainly what I do at my farm is extensive crops. And also I'm an entrepreneur, and I founded a couple of tech companies down in Argentina and another company that's an agribusiness platform, identifying business opportunities in the agricultural sector and investing alongside with some private investors also. And recently, 4 years ago, I founded alongside with a couple of friends and farmers and other agtech entrepreneurs, Nesters. The Nesters Tech is basically a platform in which we connect farmers with agtechs and technologies, and we try to make them interact and speak and generate value over that interaction. Also, I'm a private investor in some agtechs from mostly Latin America.
Okay, thank you, Pablo. Thank you for your participation. And just to give a little context to this conversation, we are seeing a lot of technology tech going into agriculture. We call it ACT 4.0, and we see a lot of high-tech greenhouses, new varieties coming over, and technologies for efficient use of the water, and also a lot of tech for to sell the product and sustainability. We see companies like in American companies coming down to Latin America, like Driscoll's, Taylor Farms, Mission Avocados, Nature Right, some other companies, many companies from US coming into Latin America. This means that there are great opportunities for these companies for the future, because as Thomas, a few minutes ago, Thomas was saying, Latin America has a lot water for the future. So with this context, Alejandro, can you tell us a little bit about what's going on with this new development of technology in Mexico? Or Pablo, can you tell us then what you can see in Latin America?
Sure. Well, the industry that where I work in Mexico is the berries industry. it's totally different to the greenhouse industry on tomatoes and cucumbers and all those sorts of products. Perhaps I would say those products are definitely using more ag tech to their own operations. I'm not saying that in the berry industry there's no ag tech at all, but it's not as penetrated as it is perhaps in those other crops. On the berry side, the most where we have good development is on genetics, which can or cannot be called ag tech somehow. And of course, we have the irrigation method in soil nutrition, a little bit of that, but not to the point where I would presume a broad distribution of ag tech in the production of berries. For instance, on strawberries, which I know it's of interest to all of you, being mostly in California. I represent a group of perhaps 250 growers in central Mexico, and I am sad to tell you that the use of ag tech is perhaps just set to a point of the irrigation and soil nutrition without the use of specialized sensors or anything like that. I think the opportunity for ag tech companies to join this production sector in Mexico is enormous in Mexico. Although this is a hard to penetrate market, I think the opportunity is huge. I don't know if I responded to your question, Raul, but I'll be glad to discuss in more detail anything that you like.
Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you for that. And what about your region, Pablo? Do you see the same thing as Alejandro?
Yeah, surely. I mean, there are several important barriers for adoption of technology from the farmer's standpoint. Most of them, we already know them. I mean, and I guess it's the same thing in Mexico, and probably some of them they're still also in California and in the United States. In here, what we first see is that there's not enough knowledge of the technological offer from the farmers. There's a poor correlation sometimes between the solution and the pain points of the farmer. I mean, there's more push than pull. There's also some technology, it's usually not yet fully available or adapted for the user real needs. And so there's sometimes poor value perception from the farmer's point of view. And they're also sometimes expensive, and there's no financial aid for early adopters, and there's really a lot of barriers that slowly they're going down. I mean, there's still lack of integration between technologies, but that's a trend that's going up now. I mean, all the integration between technologies is starting to occur slowly, really slowly, but it's starting, and that's a good news. And also in this region, there had been bad experiences on the past that could mostly on the first wave of precision agriculture that could lead into resistance of being early adopters again, you know. And of course there's also the issue of agriculture, that biological times in agriculture are a great constraint for a lean startup methodology. And also we have little or no connectivity in rural areas. So there are a lot of barriers that are holding down the adoption. But the good news is, I think, at least in this region, slowly farmers and growers are more aware about the importance of adopting and trying new technologies and mostly being learning about what is all this about, and how this can impact your production, your way of making things, your processes. I mean, not every technology is super disruptive and it's a game changer, but there are lots of let's say not so disruptive technologies. I won't say smaller, but not so disruptive technology that they really make your life easier. So I think in general, farmers are starting to understand and to learn all these benefits and well, some of the work we are doing with farmers and with startups, agtech startups, is exactly that. No, trying to make them sit in the same table and talk about how you can implement some of those solutions, and so we bridge that gap. That it's still huge, but it's every day it's a little bit closer.
Thank you, Paulo. Thank you for your comments. And with this, with what happened in the last 18 months in the world, this has been a very game-changing process that we are going through the COVID emergency, and this has been changed everything from the consumer side to the grower to the technology. So everything has been now disrupted for the industry. And Arturo, from your point of view, since you are working with the future of the agriculture, what do you see, or what do you in the Tecnológico de Monterrey are doing right now about technology with the people, with the students that you have?
As you already know, I work for a university, and to answer that question, I want you to share with you that technology is the common thread that we are using right now to teach every single subject at the university. As you know, agronomy or agriculture is not popular, I mean, as used to be in the past. I mean, less students are choosing this career or this major as a professional opportunity. So the weapon that we are using right now to attract those guys is technology. So they want to see, or they want to feel a drone in the field, no? They want to know how a tractor works with the GPS and without the GPS. But at the same time, all the sensors that we have are teaching them how to explore another opportunities, no? How to go deeply in the conversation, no? If something happens, and if I can measure that, and if I can manage a lot of data, what if I change something? Is that going to give me a different result? So for us, technology right now is the differentiator to other universities, no? I see here in Mexico. What are we doing right now? For example, we milk cows. So we have two different farms at the same space, no? We have a traditional farm who milks at 4 a.m., another farm that milks at 4 p.m. But at the same time, we use robots. No, we have three of those robots milking 24 hours, 7 days of the week.
Wow.
And the information, I mean, the data that you have from each other are totally different, no? If you use robots, you have almost 3 milks per day, so 3 times per day. So that gives you a lot of productivity that you cannot have in a normal farm, no? So the opportunity to compare the technology are opening the eyes of even the professors, because those, as I said, those farms are in the same field. I mean, and the animals, the feed, the management is almost the same, but the technology is giving us different kind of results, and we are learning for that, no? At the same time, as I said before, we have greenhouses, seven different greenhouses, from very poor technology to high technology. So imagine what happened when you put the same seed, I mean, from any brand you want, no? Right now we are working with 3 different brands. So each brand has 12 varieties, and we put those varieties in each of our greenhouses. The expression, I mean, the phenotype of the genes are totally different. So this is giving a lot of information, a lot of experience to our students, and we think they are enjoying that, and they are inviting more people to join the conversation. That's what we want.
So in this case, for example, you are working with them to adopt the technology because they are now seeing in the real life how yields are increasing because of the use of the technology.
We are teaching them how to choose technology, the right technology. Imagine, I mean, the best comparison that I share to our students is, imagine that you are going to buy in a car. So when you go to the dealer, you can choose something very, very simple, not something cheap. And that's okay if you want. But if you need some extra gadgets on that vehicle, you can pay for them. And those gadgets are going to give you a different result at the end. But not always. You don't have to put a lot of money on technology just because, no? Imagine that you can measure what you really need. So that's what we are going right now, to compare the right technology, to teach them to choose the right technology.
Okay, very good. And
if you allow me, Raul.
Yes, go ahead, Pablo.
Yeah, maybe it's a good opportunity to tell you a little project we're starting in Argentina with. There's a startup called Jornaderos Agro, and it's interesting, the dynamics, because they work with students and also with young people that just graduated, and so what we do is we match them. We have a testing program for farmers, an AgTech testing program, and so what we do is they learn, these young students or graduates, they learn about a specific technology, and then they lead the testing process with the farmer, and so they become kind of any solution specialist, and that it's also a good labor opportunity, a career opportunity for them as well. And so we are kind of creating, or our aim is to create more like digital agronomists, you know.
Yeah, very interesting. And talking about the technology, not only in the production side, but also in the post-harvesting and in the commercialization or selling product. Do you guys, for example, Pablo and Alejandro, use something special after, let's say, post-harvesting and pre-cooling and all that technology? Are you seeing a new technology coming over or to give more shelf life, like packaging or pre-cooling?
Yeah, once again, genetics play a huge role in the berry industry on that regard. The right genetics have a lot to do in the post-harvest or shelf life of the products that we deal with. But before I get into that, I just wanted to point out the importance of attention to detail in high yield agriculture. And technology is actually what offers, it helps you put more attention into detail. Throughout the nearly 4,000 acres that we farm of strawberries in central Mexico, I can tell you that the growers that put more attention to detail are the most productive ones, right? And I would love to see them having more ag tech tools to achieve so. And I think that's a task that we all have and that many other companies can join. But certainly, whether you do it manually, whether you do it with the support of an ag tech, whether you do it, well, in many other sorts, the more attention to put the details is what guides you to productiveness. In the berry industry, we use very basic ag tech technology. For instance, mulching. We used hoops to cover or shade a little bit the plants. That's a key element of productivity as well. We also use some other sorts of shades that are not necessarily plastic. Of course, we use drip irrigation, but unfortunately, we're not using many more resources to gather more data that would allow us to make better decisions. Now, on the contrary to that, as a shipper or exporter, we do use a little bit more of ag tech to monitor the fruit as it arrives, to apply certain organic compounds to the atmosphere of the cooling chambers or pre-cooling chambers. Perhaps we also use some other post-shelf ethylene absorbents on the trucks. But particularly, I wanted to talk about one that it's an organic technology. It's a technology developed by a Chilean company called Oxion that we're using to organically sanitize the fruits as they arrive to our cold chambers, whether it is the pre-cooler or the conservation room. And it has helped substantially in the post-harvest or the shelf life of the products that we've dealt. Hard to measure it exactly, but it's a technology that you wouldn't like to leave aside, right?
Yes.
So we're always looking into that, always looking for other alternatives. The main challenges arise when there's a climate problem, like if you get rain during the harvest period of the crop, if you get frost, or if you get or if it's too warm and the fruits gets weaker. But in general terms, that technology has helped increase the shelf life of the berries.
Okay, thank you, Alejandro. Pablo, any comment from your side about this technology after production, I mean for harvest and further?
Yeah, well, there are some super interesting startups, as Alejandro said. Down here, one of them is Polynatural, that I think you guys are going to talk later with, or to listen later to Francisco, and they do like natural coating for fruits, and he'll explain it much better than me. But there are some interesting new technologies developing down here. Mostly what I see mostly at least in Argentina, it's all these post-harvest sensors that goes into the silo bags in order to measure and control the quality of the grains that are stored there. But what's interesting from them, it's some of them are kind of migrating their business model into, one of them recently been public. I mean, they informed to the public that they are creating a token. It's like a first agro token in the region, and what they are doing, it's starting from the traceability from the grains stored in the silo bags, and then tracing all the way up, and they are creating kind of a tokenization model, and it's super interesting. And what's great about entrepreneurs, and I think there's a lot to learn from them. It's they're super creative and not only resilient, and that's I think down here, at least in Argentina, we're all resilient because conditions are always unstable, and there's always difficulties, and it's difficult to plan in here. And so I think we had already that on our genes, but I mean the creativity and the capacity to pivot their models and to make better solutions. I mean, sometimes they start in one place and they end in a completely different place. And so, yeah, we have we know a few of them, and I think one of the most interesting, I think it's Polynatural, that the Chilean company that you'll listen later.
Okay. Thank you, Pablo. And as you said, Arturo, you are, as you know, we have a lack of talent in the industry because, as you said, it's hard to retain the young guys into the agriculture. Are you in the Tecnológico de Montería? Are you engaged with any opportunity to develop technology after production? I mean, to post-harvesting, even to selling and to extend shelf life with the production. And not only that, but also let me tell you this, to reduce food waste in the world. Any technology that you are using about it?
Well, first of all, when we are talking in technology, I mean in technology in agriculture, we believe that the challenge is integration, so the integration of the different technologies, not just one, no, as you are talking right now. No? But first, we believe that we have to work in the interpretation of the results that technology right now is giving us. No? A good example that I like to share is probably you remember this TV show, no? Dr. House, when a couple of people come together and analyze an issue, no, a problem or whatever. So we believe that that's a way that we have to work for the next years. I mean, we are trying to push our students to generate relationships or relations with other subjects. I mean, with other colleagues, but not the ones that are in agriculture, just in agriculture. No? So why you don't go outside of the box and ask someone who is doing analytics or mechanics or probably merchandising or whatever. No? So bring those people to the table and think what you can do different in order to innovate. use the weapons. I mean, the tools that you have on your hands right now, but try to get more results. No, I know that I am not answering your question,
No,
but that's the way that we teach. No, examples, probably we have many different kind of examples, but this is the way that we teach.
As you said, right now, for example, in Ag Tools, what we do is we collect information, but we have, I'm an agronomist, and we have many people from the produce industry, but also we brought a lot of people from the systems or the computer industry to develop Ag Tools. And what we do is we collect information to share with the produce industry to try to use this technology not only to sell better, but to sell more and to reduce food waste. That's one of our goals. Is if the industry can sell the product in the right time and in the right place, we are giving a little our 2 cents to the industry to reduce food waste. And this is part of what we do, because, as you know, 31% of the total production of food is wasted. So do you guys are doing anything special, not only for the production, but once you have, let's say, 100 cases or 1,000 cases, do you are implementing something to reduce that food waste from your shipping point to the consumer side? Alejandro, can you give us a comment?
Yeah, well, I think what you do I was reading a little bit of the company that you represent, Raul, and I found interesting, of course, to unify the information resources to allow, shippers and merchants to make better decisions on what to ship, on when to ship, and everything. That's a huge challenge that we all as an industry have. We are constantly shipping more than what the market requires, and affecting incrementing not just the food waste, but also incrementing or in other words, reducing the market level, the profitability, the possibilities of better pricing. So with the use of I don't know, information platforms that you can do on your own, or use a company like yours to gather it from you and offer it on a more friendly way, I am totally positive that the goal that you are aiming can be achieved. Unfortunately, not many companies are using it, and not many companies are even open to use it, because everybody is a little bit working on its own. I think something relevant from this conversation for the people that is listening is the enormous opportunity that there is in Mexico, and I would assume also in Latin America, for AgTech. The opportunities for people or companies involved in AgTech to come and participate of this market is enormous. The berry industry where I participate has already a value in Mexico of nearly $3 billion annually. That tells you how enormous it is, and how big are the possibilities to actually participate in this market with all of those resources. So I think for the people listening, that's a very relevant thing. And us as companies in Mexico are open to AgTech, are open to all opportunities. Although we don't grow directly, we can be a way to actually access or reach the growers. and allow both the ag tech company and the grower to benefit from each other.
Okay, thank you, Alejandro. Pablo, one last comment about this?
About food waste? Or in
Yes.
general?
In general, just to close the session because we are
okay.
Running out of time. Okay,
perfect. Now, well, just a little comment about food waste. A recent study from FAO says 21% of a food waste, of the global food waste, comes from Latin America and Caribbean. And so, and also 28% of that it's in the producer or producing stage. So we need to, I think we need to address that issue as quickly as possible. And I, at least down here, I don't see that that thing is in the agenda. That just that comment. But besides that, I think I'm super passionate, and I think we are in a historical moment, and we need we have everything to be the leading, to lead this transformation. I think we are in front of a new paradigm of value generation, and this one is based on knowledge and has the singularity that in this new paradigm, farmers and growers and producers can be part of central actors. Can be really part of the development and of the creation and co-creation of the solutions of the future. So I think that the key word in here is collaboration, and I'm really happy. I'm really happy to be here and to be connected also with Californian growers. And I think there's a lot to do. And this, as Thomas said, this is just starting. And so let's go there.
Thank you.
Oh, you timed that perfectly. The way you got around the horn, and then you finished up with Pablo, who lets us know that there's good things in front of all of us, and it's interesting to me, having spent a dozen or so years around quote unquote ag tech. I think what is really exciting is the opportunities in front of Mexico and Latin America, as it is a new moment, and as you know, things never happen overnight, so you can just kind of feel the momentum building, and as Tomas said, I believe and fully expect this will be the first of many conversations. This is not meant to be a one-off, because strategically, as I've discussed with each of you, it's really important from a Western grower standpoint that we make those connections with Mexico and the Americas, because we already do a lot of business together, and we go to market together, and so it's important, I think, that we share in the work together on the ag tech piece of things. So thank you for being here. Thank you for showing off your bilingual capability. I want to remind you once again that in the morning we talked about it's a global game. Those who can speak in both languages will have great opportunities. So you showed that off beautifully. We didn't plan on having a problem, but we had a great group to deal with it. So thanks for your flexibility. To be continued, and have a good weekend. And Raul, thanks for orchestrating a great conversation.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, everybody.
Good. Well, we hope you hang in there. We've got a couple more good panels. So Camilla, if you are in the house, I'm looking for you now.
Yes.
You are here.
Hi, how are you?
Perfect. Well, I think you may have heard we had some technical difficulties, so we're going to give your group the same chance to show off the importance of being bilingual, and I'm really looking forward to your panel, because I've had a chance to visit with everybody, and one of the things, and as you can see, I have some gray hair, but in Latin America, one of the things I've been struck by is just what a lot of sharp, young, talented people that are chasing this ag tech scene, And Camilla, I can't think of anyone better than you to show off your panel. And but first of all, start with an introduction of what you do, who you are, and make sure you participate in this conversation. So I'm going to turn it over to you, and we'll give you the high five at the right time. With that, it's all yours, and welcome to everyone.
Thank you, Dennis, for that introduction. So, well, slightly change of plans. We'll be doing this panel in English, but I don't think we're going to have any problems because we have 3 wonderful startups joining us today that are already doing businesses out of their home countries. So we are not going to have any issues with that. So just a little introduction of myself. I'm part of the investment team at Yield Lab Latam. So I work with Tomas, who was speaking before a little bit earlier. And basically what we do at Yield Lab Latam is invest in entrepreneurs, in entrepreneurial teams that are developing solutions for with innovation and technology to basically solve problems that they have identified throughout some part of the supply chain and value chain of the agricultural sector. So we have started investing in 2017, 18, when we raised our first fund, which was an accelerator fund. Out of that fund, we invested in Quilimo, in Space AG, and in Polynatural in 2 different years. So 2018, we invested in Quilimo, and 2019, we invested in Space AG and Polynatural. And we've been investing since then. We are now have a portfolio of 12 companies from Brazil, Argentina, Peru, and Chile. And we are continue investing this year through a second fund, which are specifically investing with the same purpose of investing in the disruption that we are seeing in the agri-food tech sector, but in more mature startups, again, throughout the same region, right? So within Latin America, from Mexico down to Argentina and Chile, we have been scouting companies. We have now a deal flow mapped out of 800+ companies. So following what everyone else was saying before, we have a lot of talent, a lot of innovation, and sincerely, honestly, the whole sector in Latin America is ripe for this explosion of problem solving through technology, right? So without further ado, I would like to introduce the rest of the companies that are joining us today. And if you guys could start by introducing yourself, what does your company do, and what's the status of the company right now, so you can share we can share with the rest of the audience. What about if we start with Jairo from Quilimo?
Hi everybody. Hi Camila, thanks for the introduction. I'm extremely happy to be here. I'm Jairo Trat, CEO and co-founder of Quilimo. I'm based in Argentina right now. Quilimo is a data science company that develops a solution for water management in agriculture. We specifically focus in irrigation management. And in the last few years, we have been growing a lot in the high value crops arena. That is especially Chile, Peru, Mexico. And we are trying to push our solution into the US, especially to the California area. So this is a great opportunity for us to showcase what we do.
Awesome. Gisha, do you want to go second? You're on mute.
I think I'm muted. Thanks for the introduction as well as I'm very happy to be here. My name is Guillermo de Vivanco. I'm co-founder of Space Ag, a Peruvian-based startup. What we do is we offer an open software platform that combines different sources of data. We started collecting data with drones and satellites. Very quickly, we realized that we needed to integrate other sources of data, not necessarily our data, but many times integrations with critical partners like weather station or irrigation controllers. So what we do is basically put together the right technologies at the right time to deliver value through digital-based decisions throughout the whole growing season. And we focus on berries, avocados, and grapes for the moment, which you probably know that Peru has become a strong player in those type of crops in the last 10 years.
Awesome. So Francisco, your turn.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I am very happy as well. So I am Francisco Palma. I am founder of Polynatural. Right now I am the CEO of the company, and I don't know, my background is biochemistry. I did part of my PhD in edible coating. That's why the reason we develop Shell Life, which is 100% natural and edible coating for extend the shelf life of the fresh fruits. And in that side, we also can reduce the fruit waste by controlling the dehydration and microbial contamination in the post-harvest process. So right now we are working here in Chile through 4 different products for avocados, apples, pears, citrus in general, and nectarines or stone fruits. A final of 2020, we start to develop our business in Peru through a distributor right there. And this year we are seriously looking for jumping to the US market. So I really happy to be in that market this year. So if you have some, I don't know, advance or some opportunity to be there, I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Francisco. And following this is a brief presentation, I would like to ask to go a little bit deeper into the first problem that you identified when you decided to build a company, an ag tech company. So I think that's very interesting to not only that you can share with us what was that first problem that you decided you're going to solve through technology, but also how that problem has evolved during time as you were basically going and selling your solution to the market, and how that conversation with the market has been changing over the past few years, right? So I don't know, maybe Guille or Jairo wants to go first.
Sure. So what we found initially was, okay, so we started flying drones, and this was very early when the first mainstream commercial drones for agriculture were launched, 2014, 2015, even before founding the company. And we were lucky to found the company in Peru because we have the largest operations of the international growers of high value crops here, mission, riscoles, hortifruit. So what we found as the main problem was not the need to scout the field with drones, but more a digitation problem or a digitalization problem, where farmers had many sources of data. Some of them were digital, some of them were analog, some of them were in an app, others in software, in the computer, many spreadsheets. So it was this huge array of data, and we saw farmers confused with all those layers, and we were bringing another layer. So we were bringing more confusion with the drones. So what we realized is the need to integrate that data. I think Arturo commented that in the previous panel. It's about the integration. How do you integrate the right tools? So what we saw First, there was little tools to integrate to, because farmers were still doing a lot of paper and pen and analog data collection. And once we grew, we founded the company in 2017, the mindset of the farmers started to shift. They become more comfortable with digital solutions, especially remote sensing, and that gave us a boost. Although remote sensing itself doesn't solve the problem, but it combined with other sources of data, it can provide real insights to the field. And now what we're seeing is a very, very strong change of mindset in which farmers are not only asking for our services, but also they're buying their own drones, they're buying their own software, or trying to create IT or innovation areas inside the company to promote digital adoption. So yeah, definitely in the 5 years, we've been seeing a massive trend toward digitalization, although we think the process is still a little bit disorderly and a little bit slow.
I can follow up that with, for us, when we started Quilimo, we wanted to change something. When I say something, I'm saying we wanted to change the way farmers was doing. We wanted to change at least one behavior of the farmer, because it's not about buying technology for us, it's about using technology. For us, what we did is we spent almost 6 months and we drove over 50,000 kilometers in Argentina to meet with farmers and talk with them and understand what were the problems that they have. And looking through those problems, we found irrigation. And we decided to narrow into irrigation because it's a problem that is recurring. You have to decide what to do around irrigation 2-3 times a week at least, right? So it's hard to change a decision that you're going to take 2-3 times a year, right? Because you have to provide a lot of value there. But you develop a technology that is very simple and change one decision every week. Then the value first, you have a lot of a little bit more room to try stuff, because you can make a small mistake once in a while and it's going to be okay. On the other side, what we saw is that if you add a little value 3 times a week, at the end of the season, you have a lot of value. So we decided to narrow in irrigation and focusing initially in commodity crops. And that's a problem that we have in Argentina and in Brazil also. Commodity crops are everything, right? Corn, soybean, wheat. And we're missing something there, because when you see the numbers, the entire region has been growing into a power player in the fruit area. I'm not going to tell you that to this audience, because you guys already know. Mexico is growing, Chile is growing, Peru is exploding. It had grown like 5-fold, 8-fold in a few years. So in 2018, we started to develop our first pilots in commodity crops in Chile. And the first year we did $800 in 2018. That was our revenue for high value crops, from fruits. And last year we did almost $200,000. And this year we're going to reach $1 million. So it's always easier to develop a technology and to do any type of business in a market that is growing. And the food market, the fruit and vegetable market in Latin America is booming. And it's an opportunity that is hard to miss if you're trying to do something in the area. So that's what has been changing. What has been stayed the same is that it's still the technology that we're bringing to the market is still learning, right? It's hard to provide the technology to the farmer and get the farmer to use that technology on a day-to-day basis. You see many people trying many solutions, but farmers actually using a technology on a day-to-day basis and be happy with that, especially when you talk about digital solutions, it's not that common. So for us, the problem in the years ahead is adoption. And around that adoption, what we think that adoption means is education. That's why in the middle of this pandemic, we decided to develop Irrigation Academy. Irrigation Academy is a series of events and webinars like this one. And we are hosting 7 events per month around irrigation technology. And we get to connect with around 5,000 farmers each month in those events. So the need for education and digital education and technology in the farming sector is huge. And we have been fortunate enough to tap into that in the last few years, especially in this pandemic that allow us to do most of these farmers meeting online, and that has been a huge leap.
Thank you, Jairo. I would like to do a follow-up question on what you were saying, and also then share it with the rest of the panel, which will be the following. So one of the main challenges that you are solving, it's basically irrigation and the use of water not only efficiently, but in a sustainable way. So what can you tell us about that trend, and what will be the challenges that farmers will face in that regard in the following years? It could be in Latin America, or it could also involve, of course, the Salinas Valley and California.
When you say water and challenges in the same phrase in California, people, it's kind of obvious, right? I mean, what we see in the irrigation is that you cannot produce anything without water. And in any scenario regarding climate change, no matter what you believe is going to happen in the next few years, water is going to be the challenge, right? Because we're producing these fruits in Chile, in Argentina, in Peru, and in Mexico, and in California, because we have this snow laying in the mountains that then goes through the rivers and go to the irrigation, and you can use that water for irrigation, right? And when you have climate change, the snow line is going up, and then you have less water, right? So what we see is that this problem is going to intensify, and especially in Latin America, the average irrigation efficiency in the world is 60%, and the irrigation efficiency in Latin America is 39%, right? So the opportunity that we have to help farmers be better around managing water is huge. And what we can see is that sometimes you can make big changes just with a small solution, right? And we're trying to leverage this. How can we make the smallest solution that can have the biggest impact, right? With the farmers that we're working with right now, last year we have them save in the lowest estimation that we can make around 30 billion liters of water, right? And we expect to be helping our farmers save in the next 4 years 300 billion liters of water. That number sounds like big with a lot of zeros, but that's the water that that's 2/3 of the water that the city of Mexico uses in a year, right? So we have a technology that leverages big data and satellite data that can have a clear and big impact in the next 4 to 5 years. So we're extremely happy about that, and we are happy to be helping farmers deal with this problem around water that is going to that's going to get worse in the next few years.
Thank you, Jairo. And I would like to do a follow-up question on Guix's answer. So you started trying to solve that integration problem of data, but how does that evolve during the past year due to the constraints that you saw in Peru that the agricultural sector was experiencing?
Sure. So definitely something that we learned was that to drive adoption, we needed to create different use cases in different moments for a farmer, a grower. So first we launched a software that integrated all the data that was coming from the field. This was being used by more like the head of production or the corporate manager of the whole field. So last year, we decided to increase usage of our solution. So we launched a scouting app. It's kind of a Google form for agriculture because you can adapt it to any data you want to collect. And the good thing was the field inspectors or evaluators, scouters starting to download the app. And then what happened was that many of the use of the app was to register the quality and the quantity of harvesting volumes. So now that they were measuring the effectiveness of the field workers. And when we start to dig in a little bit more into that problem and do research, we realized it was a huge challenge and a huge opportunity to help farmers get enough workers for harvesting, even in Peru. And I was talking about this with Dennis last week, and he thought we didn't have it in Latin America. It was only in the US and the Northern Hemisphere. However, farmers here, they cannot sleep because they don't know if they can hire enough people. And I'm not talking about qualified people. It's just enough people to go and harvest the field. And last year, because of the pandemic, a lot of restrictions in transport. So the costs of labor increased because you have to take 20 people in a bus instead of 40. So it doubled, and transportation was already a big chunk of the price. And also regulations. And you can see it a lot in Latin America and in Europe and other countries, more laws to protect markets, to protect workers. And these, unfortunately, are not aligned with agriculture, in which you need to hire workers only for a season, only for a month, and then let them go for a while until the next job. So there's a huge issue and a huge challenge in how you can digitize these workers, help them better connect to the growers, help the growers have the peace of mind that they can recurrently hire the top field workers every campaign. So now we start to drill down into that problem, and we think that's going to be a great issue. Even with automation coming, we believe automation, and this is maybe my point of view, but automation is going to be well adopted in countries that have high labor costs and in fruits that are easier to or more contained, like strawberries maybe. But in fruits like blueberries or avocados or grapes that are very delicate and they need skilled labor to harvest, and in countries or in Latin America where labor cost is still cheap, although it's increasing, automation is not going to come for a while. So you need to create tools to make field workers more efficient and to connect them, to get them closer to the grower, basically. So that's what we're looking at in this moment.
Sorry, I was on mute. That's a nice change, Guille. Me avisan por, como diríamos acá, me avisan por cucaracha que está activado el translation, así que voy a pasar al español. Mientras tanto, cualquier cosa volvemos al inglés. Y de alguna manera veníamos hablando entre todos estos problemas identificados y formas que cada compañía lo ha solucionado, de alguna manera sobrevuela el tema de adopción de tecnología. Me gustaría preguntarles, en general a los tres, pero arrancando por Francisco, ¿cuáles son los desafíos que han encontrado y que encuentran todavía en lo que es la comercialización de sus productos y la adopción de las tecnologías que ustedes proponen? Si quieren contarnos un poco sobre eso. Y ya linkándolo con la parte comercial, ¿cómo están pensando sus planes de crecimiento tanto en Latinoamérica como en Estados Unidos, dado que ya estamos hablando con una audiencia de California, por lo menos?
Gracias, Camila. Principalmente los problemas de adopción de nuestra tecnología en particular vienen dados principalmente porque el producto que nosotros utilizamos hoy día lo voy a dividir en dos. El primero es que el efecto concreto del performance de nuestro producto lo está percibiendo principalmente el retailer y el consumidor final, pero quien paga es el exportador. Desde esa perspectiva, el exportador no le aporta más valor, o salvo que podría empezar a comenzar a diferenciarse. Y por otro lado, la comercialización se ve afectada de la misma forma. Además, sumándole que en el mercado hoy día existen unos productos que se utilizan en la post-cosecha para extender la vida útil de la fruta o para que dure más, que son principalmente las ceras sintéticas que se comercializan ya durante décadas, y es un producto muy posicionado en el mercado, que la industria le funciona súper bien, porque por un lado le controla la deshidratación y por otro lado no tienen ningún otro tipo de problema y son extremadamente baratas. Es ahí donde están los principales desafíos de la comercialización de un producto como el de nosotros. Y respondiendo un poco la pregunta de cómo vemos los próximos pasos desde la perspectiva de la comercialización, distribución en Estados Unidos, bueno, efectivamente, para nosotros es un súper buen timing esta reunión, dado que habíamos fijado a inicios del 2021 que nuestro próximo paso va a ser el mercado estadounidense. Es ahí donde queremos hacer un nexo con un distribuidor en Estados Unidos muy relevante de la industria de la post cosecha, cosa de poder llegar a todos los exportadores y generar una suerte de tracción de nuestro producto de la mano de algunos traders o retailers que pueden estar interesados en la utilización de un recubrimiento 100% natural que le ayude a reducir el fruit waste en particular y reducir el uso de sintéticos que en algunos de los productos que estamos consumiendo son derivados del petróleo. Así que básicamente eso, Camila, que podría responder.
Buenísimo. No sé si Guille o Jairo quieren agregar algo más al tema de la adopción, que algo mencionaron, pero por ahí puntualmente quieren agregar algún comentario.
Yo puedo agregar ahí una pregunta que por qué, ahí vi una pregunta abierta sobre por qué la adopción es tan baja, ¿no? Sobre todo considerando que particularmente en riego, los beneficios del riego están bastante bien documentados. No hay ninguna tecnología para riego que no demuestre que tiene por lo menos un 20% de ahorro en la mayoría de los contextos, ¿no? Y eso es dinero. Ahí nosotros llegamos a una respuesta doble en ese escenario, ¿no? Y lo estamos atacando. Y hace muy poquito, hace una semana salió un reporte sobre este mismo problema. ¿Por qué no hay adopción en AgTech? AgTech es una categoría en riego, particularmente una categoría súper invertida. Hay varios competidores que están muy, muy invertidos. Y hay varias empresas que hacen eso, pero cuando miras la adopción, en California es de un 15%, una cosa así. Es bastante baja. Y California es el mejor mercado. En Argentina, en Chile, en Perú, del 1, 2, 3%, la adopción de tecnología para decir el riego, ¿no? Nosotros llegamos a dos respuestas. La primera es la educación, es decir, es el entrenamiento. Alguien tiene que asumir el costo de hacer el soft landing de la tecnología, no solo al manager, al gerente de la compañía, sino al que termina ejecutando el riego dentro de esa cadena de mando, ¿no? Es por eso que nosotros hacemos muchísimas iniciativas de entrenamiento, ¿sí? Dentro de nuestro paraguas, que es la Academia de Riego, donde entrenamos a los productores. Invertimos mucho dinero en eso y lo vamos a seguir haciendo, porque es básicamente alfabetización digital, ¿sí? Y por otro lado, el siguiente desafío es psicológico. Si yo tengo hoy la opción de regar o no regar, la recomendación más común de Quilimo es no hace falta que riegues, ¿sí? Es lo que generalmente le decimos a cualquier farmer que nos compra. Empiezo a hacer Quilimo y él dice, yo quiero regar, no sé, 2 horas hoy, y la recomendación estándar en ese contexto es, probablemente hoy no te haga falta regar, ¿sí? Entonces, ahí hay un desafío psicológico enorme, que es, pero si pongo en riesgo mi producción, ¿estás seguro? Es una tecnología nueva. Hay una aversión al riesgo que es lógica, y para eso nuestra respuesta es gamificar, ¿sí? Para nosotros el desafío es cómo hacemos plataformas que encuentren rewards o que te entreguen beneficios inmediatos, que te permita bien entender o que le permita a ese peón de campo que está decidiendo si regar o no hoy, le permita ver que hay un beneficio en hoy seguir la recomendación que le estamos dando, ¿no? Así que esos son nuestros dos approach para solucionar el desafío de la adopción de tecnología de riego, sobre todo.
Bueno, en mi caso, de hecho, hemos sufrido mucho con la adopción tecnológica, porque en un principio queríamos proveer toda la solución digital, ¿no? O sea, hacer todo. Riego, conectarnos con meteorología, conectarnos con producción, labores, etc. Entonces, era difícil, los ciclos de venta eran largos porque íbamos a ofrecerle al productor un producto que era, o una solución que era bastante compleja, bastante ambiciosa y que involucraba mucho tiempo de su parte migrar del status quo a esta nueva transformación digital. Entonces nos dimos cuenta de que no era la forma de hacerlo. Creemos que para la digitalización se tiene que pensar más en cómo colaboras con otras startups y otras empresas que ya están dando soluciones en algunas partes del ciclo y las integras, y tú eres el medio donde esas startups generan inteligencia y también donde otras startups te ayudan a capturar información. Entonces, para nosotros fue escoger bien con qué...
Couple minutes to get back on. I didn't realize it actually.
Hola. Bueno, con qué sistema nos íbamos a conectar, pero mucho más importante que el producto en sí, lo que entendimos es que era importante definir cuándo había que introducir el producto y romper el producto en casos de uso puntuales. Entonces nosotros, por ejemplo, empezamos y vendíamos todo para que el productor descifre en qué momento lo iba a usar. Ahora somos mucho más analíticos en cómo vendemos y le decimos, bueno, si acabas de hacer tu poda, pruning, entonces no tienes hojas en las plantas, haz un vuelo con un dron con una cámara térmica para ver la uniformidad de tus sistemas de drip irrigation, ¿no? Una vez que broten, entonces puedes bajarte nuestra app con el conteo para hacer conteo de flores y frutos. Es decir, lo vas acompañando y le das casos de uso puntuales en los cuales tú sabes que capturar y analizar información digital les va a agregar un valor. Y lo acompañas a lo largo de la campaña. Haces un onboarding, haces asesoría, y de alguna forma se rompe el modelo de scalability, el mantra de Silicon Valley de que tienes que crecer sin tocar al cliente, sin conocerlo. No creemos que sea así en la agricultura, especialmente en high value crops. Hay tantas diferencias entre un farm y otro farm que es muy importante poder ayudar a adaptar la herramienta al proceso del agricultor y no forzarlo a que cambie su proceso para que se adapte a tu herramienta.
Buenísimo, muchas gracias por las respuestas. Ya estamos entrando en la recta final del panel. Me gustaría por ahí cerrar con dos preguntas. La primera, para tratar de hacerlo más cortito y asegurarnos de que llegamos a meter la otra que me parece más interesante, que es básicamente, digamos, ustedes están en un proceso de crecimiento activo, las tres compañías. ¿A cuánto están de Estados Unidos? Recién Francisco comentaba que lo tienen dentro del plan del 2021, que ya tienen, digamos, identificado quiénes son sus partners ideales. Bueno, aprovechando que estamos en el contexto de un evento que está hosted by el Centro de Innovación del Western Growers, estaría buenísimo si nos pueden contar cuáles son esas necesidades que ustedes tendrían para poder acelerar ese soft landing en California.
Dado que me tocaste
El
a
que
mí
quiera
en el
arrancar.
punto, mi respuesta tiene que ver directamente con que, tal como dijo Guillermo, nosotros tenemos que estar cerca de nuestro customer. So, nosotros tenemos que mostrar el producto en packers o exporter companies. Entonces, ideal si nosotros podemos llegar a conectar con actores de la industria donde podamos probar nuestro producto, nuestra tecnología, mostrar el performance que nosotros ya hemos visto en todo el mundo. Por lo tanto, eso a nosotros nos permitiría robustecer mucho más nuestra propuesta de validez de nuestro producto, un performance que realmente avala lo que nosotros colocamos en las presentaciones. Por lo tanto, si hay cualquier interés o ayuda en ese aspecto, sería muy bienvenido.
Guille o Jairo, cualquiera de los dos, si quiere comentar algo.
De nuestro lado, nosotros, nuestra tecnología es innovadora en términos de que podemos recomendarle cuánto regar a cualquier productor en cualquier parte del mundo y el setup toma 10 minutos. Así que, y además de eso, estamos muy enamorados de nuestro producto. Nos gusta muchísimo lo que nuestro producto hace y creemos que agrega un valor claro. Así que para llegar a Estados Unidos, que es algo que tenemos en el roadmap este año, estamos buscando usuarios que quieran trabajar en un plan de piloto durante los próximos meses, particularmente en la campaña de verano, que se viene ahora en el verano del hemisferio norte. Así que necesitamos probar, que nos usen, que nos prueben y que nos ayuden a acompañarlos en el proceso de ser más óptimos en el riego con una plataforma que no requiere grandes inversiones iniciales comparada contra el resto de las plataformas de riego que utilizan hardware. ¿Sí?
Buenísimo. Guille.
Bueno, igual que Jairo y Francisco, o sea, creo que lo más importante es encontrar el right early adopter, ¿no? Porque si bien hay varias empresas que tienen la visión de implementar tecnología, muchas están esperando que el vecino lo haga para ver si le funciona antes de hacerlo de ellos. Entonces, poder encontrar esa empresa que sí tiene la capacidad de tomar el riesgo para poder investigar, ¿no? Cómo la tecnología que hoy existe se puede aplicar a su campo y ver la mejor aplicación y los momentos, eso es crítico, ¿no? Y es un trabajo de research, es un trabajo de análisis, de prueba, de piloto, donde no solamente tiene que ser la tecnología de Space AG, sino inclusive podríamos integrar la tecnología de Quilimo para que haya recomendaciones de riego y otras startups, porque al final lo que estás buscando es agregar valor en cada parte del ciclo, ¿no? Entonces, conocer ese ciclo, conocer las necesidades del cliente, entender cuáles son sus pains más fuertes, y ahí un early adopter que tenga esas ganas de investigar y trabajar en conjunto, creo que eso es crítico, ¿no?
Buenísimo. Y entonces, ya para ir finalizando, quiero hacer así un pequeño cierre de recorrido. Básicamente pasamos por las innovaciones que están disponibles hoy en Latinoamérica, la oportunidad de crecimiento que tenemos tanto a nivel regional como también en Estados Unidos, y cómo compañías como ustedes están listos para poder dar ese salto, proveer ese servicio. Bueno, los problemas que identificaron, y solo, Dennis, I would like to close by asking the guys if they can share with us how they think, in a small sentence, how they think the high value crop market or the permanent market could change in the next 5 years. I mean, if they can share with us that vision that they have inside, and probably help them move and push the company forward.
They well, we've closed a lot of our sessions with the so-called lightning round, so I'd love to. Believe me, I've got all of their emails. I'm going to be in touch with them, but this is their chance to talk about California and specialty crops. So feel free to share your visions.
Jairo, would you like to go first?
The question around specialty crop for us in the future is sustainability. I mean, the customer is willing to pay $3 for a box of 3 berries, for half a pound of berries. That customer is extremely worried about sustainability. So for us, we're already developing a solution that measures and tracks water footprint, and we can certify our customers around their water footprint. So for us, when you're producing specialty crops, you have to be special, and being special in the next few years is going to be being sustainable.
Noted. All right.
Go, Guille.
Guillermo or Francisco? Who's next?
You share Jairo's view, and I think it's going to be even tougher, because that customer that can buy premium fruit and superfoods in winter and berries in New York during winter time, that's an educated consumer that is going to be worried about the impact in climate of what they eat. So probably as more information comes about the footprint, the carbon footprint of eating that food, they're going to stop eating fruit that is off season, and that's going to pose a huge challenge for agro exporting countries. So the only thing is it's how to measure that footprint, and maybe the companies can minimize it by buying carbon credits, but they have to be conscious about that because demand for healthy food is going to increase, but also the concern about the environment is increasing.
Okay. All right, Francisco.
For our side, it's the main point. It's related with the fruit waste and the big concern of the population related to this topic, because a lot of people knowing that the fruit is a high perishable product, but they don't know how much fruits that it's getting through the garbage. So that is the main point. And also the synthetic in fruit, it's also a great point in this topic, because I am pretty sure that people don't know that they are eating probably a petrol derivative in the coating with the fruit. So that are the main point for us.
Thank you, Francisco. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Dennis, for having us.
It was it was terrific to have you, and and Tomas and I chatted about this, and your group spoke to it well. We need to be connected for a lot of real practical reasons. You're looking for market access. We're looking for production partners, and you can't be the adoption of tech is not 8 months out of the year and leave the other 4 and we'll come back to it. So building those bridges so we're working together every day is the goal here. And so I am confident this will be the first of many conversations. But thanks for joining us today. And when we first did that, I didn't really realize it was going to be on a Friday afternoon. So it's Friday afternoon for us, but you're on to your weekends already. It's early evening for you all. So thanks for giving up the front end of your weekends for us, and I'm sure we'll meet again. And so thanks very much, and look forward to and trust me, like I say, you're on my line of sight. I'm coming after you. And Camilla, thank you. And with that,
bye.
Have a good evening. With that, we are going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to set the stage for our last for our keynote close. A young lady from Chile, Elisa Blanco, who is going to talk about water. I think we've heard a lot about automation, data, any number of things, but water keeps coming up, and it's a clear global challenge. And the view from Chile resembles a lot the view from California a lot of times. So we've got a terrific speaker to finish off the event. So take 5, and we'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll be back at about 3:05. Hi, Lisa. How are you?
Hi, Dennis. I'm quite fine.
Good, 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 good. I think we're about a minute out, so people are getting a peek into the green room while we're getting ready. So.
Good.
That's right. Terrific. Well,
to generate expectations.
That's right. Well, I'm looking forward to your presentation. Whoops, it looks like we're on. So with that.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it looks like we're ready to go. And with that, we've had a terrific event, and we've got Elisa, we've got a terrific closer. So I'm gonna put that pressure on you, but I know you can handle it. One of the things that's come up throughout the session is water has come up as just one of the common denominators of challenges. And when you and I first started talking about that, I think we're exactly where we wanted to be to finish up with an important global conversation. And I just think you're the perfect person to talk about water and in that context. So with that, I am going to welcome back everyone for the final session of the AgTech Summit, and welcome a new friend of mine, Elisa Blanco from Chile. And I'm going to turn it over to you with your presentation. And as you and I discussed, if something occurs to me along the way, I may jump in. But other than that, all yours, Elisa.
Yeah. I'm more used to making presentations, but I really enjoy the format of the just asking whatever. So feel free to jump in. And my presentation, I believe that I was just thinking about this, that it's usually when you think of water and technology, you think about the new ways of finding water or like developing water from hydroxygen and oxygen and hydrogen and I don't know, like new technologies in infrastructure and stuff like that. But I work in the other part of the innovative part, that's the management. And even though we have, and I have presented here a lot of the management tools we've been using here in Chile. I mean, a lot of the technological things for better irrigation or for better understanding of where is the water and who is taking it, the part of the management also needs innovation and technology. So I'm from Chile, and here we have water conflicts as well as many other. So I'm going to bring lights on what are we doing about it. And I will start talking briefly about myself, a little bit of a background, and then I'll tell you a little bit about the Chilean context to go to how are we managing the system we have for managing water here. And then I want to give a little more detail in two case studies and two examples that we have. One is from groundwater. It's a case of northern valley that we have here in a dry area with a lot of agriculture that has developed mainly its farming industry with groundwater. And the next case is the Aconcagua Valley, that's near the central area that has a lot of population, a lot of farming, mining, and wetlands. So it's a complicated case study. And well, a little bit of background. I'm Elisa, and I'm an agronomist. I'm an agricultural economist, recently a Nuffield scholar. We can talk about that later. And I've been involved in the water area, in the water sector through research, through a university, Catholic University here in Chile. I've been studying different local water users associations, trying to empower them and promoting their formation. And I worked in different parts in Chile, but also I wanted to point out that I worked in California for a while. I started as a summer intern and ended up working in a water accounting project with the Public Policy Institute of California. And then we analyzed how different states were gathering information regarding the climatic variables, water usage, the legal dispositions and stuff like that. And lately, and I think I will finish this year, I'm doing a PhD program, and I'm analyzing the elements that this local users association have for them to successfully distribute their water resources. So that was me, now my country, and you obviously have heard about it, but I don't know if you know the fact that we are the longest country in the world with 4,000 kilometers long, something like, I wrote it down, 270 miles. That is 3.5 times the length of California state. And at the same time, we're one of the thinnest. So it's even in 90 kilometers long at some point, that's 56 miles. So you can drive from one way to the other. And it's that has been really what has defined our water systems, since we have the Andes Mountain on the east side and the Pacific Ocean on the west side. Most of our watersheds are small and are manageable, if you could say that. And we don't have much watersheds that are shared with Argentina, Peru, or Bolivia, that are our neighbor countries. And since we don't have those huge watersheds that you have, for example, the Colorado River, that is enormous and gigantic, and you have to distribute it among different states and countries. So that is the positive side. It's something manageable. However, our problem is that we have several users. One of our main users is, well, the first one is farming, but an important one is the mining industry, and it's mainly located from the central Chile to the north, with a lot of mining concessions there. And at the same time, that's the area where we have a lot of agricultural and farming. And here is a map. I don't know if you see this. And from this is a map from north to south, and in the central area is where our temperature and water availability has allowed for farming. And we have in the north a lot of table grape, citrus, and avocado. And as you go south, we have more rain and more water available, but it's colder. So we have more prunes, or I forgot the name of the nectarines and plums and stuff like that. And we have pears and apples, and then berries. And as we go southern, we only have berries and some apples. And then in the deep end, we don't have that much fruits and vegetables. We mostly have cattle. And that is because since we are that long, we also have a lot of climatic variability regarding temperature and rain. And this is a map to show you how much variability we have. In the central, here in the red star, we have the capital, Santiago, where we have most of our population. And from here north, our water availability is really almost sad. It's really low. Some places don't have less than 10 millimeters of rain a year, or in the Atacama region, for example, is 20. That's something like an inch a year. And but at the same time, we have from the center south, we have here in the Aysén region, where it's too cold to have easy or cheap plantations. We have more than 5 times the world average rain. So it's a difficult place. It's a difficult scenario. We have to share water with agriculture, with mining sector, with wetlands and forests and tourism, with hydroelectric power. And how do we do it? And the system we developed in Chile, it's been called the one of the most private, or the most private system in the world, since our government assigns water use rights, and these are tangible rights. they are the same level of, there are, as if you had a house or a car, they are like water rights. And they assign this water rights for every basin until the water rights assigned equals the water available on the basin, and then it shuts down the basin. However, how did it deal when there's scarcity? On what do we do when we have more water? So the ones in charge of distributing this water and managing are users, are private associations called water users associations. And they are in charge of installing or in charge of supervising the water canals and how much water enter from the river, each water canal. And they are in charge of the information. They are in charge of distributing the water. And something that's interesting, that's different from California, is that here, when you have less water incoming, well, less supply, everybody decreases their water intake in the same percentage. However, the opposite or something different happens in California, where there's a historic priority and the first water rights have the priority in use. Here, there's no priority. We all use it, but we all use it in a less percentage. Well, so that's how we distribute water. And overall, they are positives and negatives, but overall, the World Bank at least describe us as a positive performance, but it still presents several challenges. For example, multiple basins have not yet organized. Many basins used to be wealthy in terms of water, and now that they have scarcity issues, they haven't organized. Already they have conflicted situations and they're angry at each other, so it's becoming difficult. Even when they organize, not all users participate. For example, we don't have the environmental actor as one of the users, and many small or vulnerable communities are also not included. And when they are included, they are not, they have less tendency to participate in the boards, for example. And there's a general, since the information is private and they have to fund themselves their monitoring devices, this doesn't always happen. So we have a general lack of information and monitoring devices and funding for this. So with that, I have 2 case studies that I believe are interesting, innovative, and successful situations that we could learn a lot about them. The first one is the Copiapó Valley. This is on the north here. It's on the Atacama region that receives really, it's a dry area. And as you can see, this is the aquifer that is going from sector 1 in the Andes Mountain to sector 6 in the Pacific Ocean. And even though they have this 28 millimeters of rain a year, which leads to an estimated recharge of 3,700 liters per second, the water use rights that have been assigned add up to 19,000. So it's like 5 times more the water rights that have been assigned for what's available. And if we consider that most of these water rights are given to farming and they don't use it all year long, and a lot of the irrigation technology is not as good, as efficient, so a lot of the water that you irrigate goes back to the aquifer, the real estimation of how much water is being used is something along 7,200. So it's still twice as much water as we have. And this generated a situation of all the aquifers going, depleting, the aquifers depleting, and the over-extraction went nuts. And I started working with this basin in 2010, and I got this graph that was never done after, but I thought it was a really good graph. So even though it's really old, I think it's that all the sectors, all the aquifers were steady until, even though they had variable precipitation, variable rainfall, but until from 1998 on, it's been going down, and especially sectors 3 and 4 that are where the urban area is, the Copiapó city is located, is the places that have decreased their levels. And this was down to, when I started working, this was down to wells being dug to 150 to 200 meters down, that's something like 650 feet. So it's really expensive. It requires much more energy. And once you get water, it's too salty, so you have to treat it. And it was a worse situation. And you could dig up a well and don't find water. So it was a really conflictive situation. So we started working on field once a week, and later on once every 2 weeks, and at the end once a month. And I come from the university, so we started developing meetings, and it was something that I believe it was Tomas Peña in the same seminar a few hours ago, and he said that once you sit everybody down, you start finding points where everybody agrees on or agreements. And that the same thing happened. Everybody was conflicted with each other. Everybody was fighting. And once we started having regular meetings, first only with the farming sector, then only with, I don't know, the small farmers, then we gathered them together, then we gathered them with the mining sector. Everybody started to discuss and to reach agreements. And for this, one of the first thing we did, and was a conflictive and innovative decision at the moment, but was frowned upon, is that we did not allow the government to get involved in our meetings. We specifically refused public agencies to participate in our meetings, since some of the problems were the high bureaucracy and the administrative processes lasting too long. And many times when you appeal to do something different, you ended up in the judicial court. So it was a really long process, or a slow process. And when we did, once we did not involve the government, people were more likely to come up with innovative solutions that, even though at the beginning they may seem or they were like illegal or extreme, when we started digging them further, we come up with solutions that are legal, that are that are coherent, and that make sense. So that lasted for 3 years, and we ended up gaining trust between users that formed groundwater users associations, similar as those groundwater associations that you have to that were done in California, or are being implemented in California. And the second element that was crucial here is the training, and in the seminar has come up the education part a lot. Not only the training for the workers of these communities, but for all users. They didn't have the knowledge regarding what were they allowed to do, or what were their responsibilities. They did not have the knowledge to look on the meteorological monitoring device systems that were in place, but there were a few, but there were some in place, and they didn't know how to look, or what did this information mean, and stuff like that. And after this training, we come up with representative boards for each of these groundwater communities. And to make them all participate, we made specific slots. We reserved slots, for example, for the big mining, but the big farming companies. We had 2 slots for them, 1 for the medium farming companies, 2 for the small companies, 1 for the mining sector, and 1 for the urban users. So every sector had a voice, and that promoted that they had more participation. And something interesting is that as we all know, the surface waters are connected to the groundwater, but in this case, the surface vigilance committee, the surface users associations, did not recognize the decisions taken by the groundwater users associations. So what happened is that the groundwater users, they made a fund or a budget, and they bought surface water rights. And now they have a slot, a mandated slot. They introduce themselves on the surface communities. So now they're all nested, and they're, for example, now they can have a saying when the dam decisions. There's one small dam, the Lautaro Dam, in the valley, and now the groundwater communities also have a saying in the actions taken or in the management of that dam. And finally, what brings us here is technology, and here it was Copiapó. It was a vulnerable basin. We did not have that much, or many banks don't give you money to big investments because it's not a certain place to be farming. And what we did, or the community did, is that they developed a plan, a monitoring plan of first beginning with monitoring the big wells, then the medium wells. At the end of the plan, they would monitor the small wells or more vulnerable farmers' wells. And they got an agreement with the government, and a fund usually used by the government to improve irrigation efficiency in farms was given to farmers that would develop their monitoring devices or would implement monitoring devices on their wells. So we had the problem in groundwater that we don't know where the water is, who is taking it, and it's like an invisible resources. And now with this funding agreement, almost all wells are being monitored, and the community has access to this information. And here's the one example. This is a website of one of the communities in Copiapó. And if you are a user, because this is at the end a private organization, so this is not public information. If you are a user, you can log in and you can find information regarding which crops are using water and which ones are using more water and stuff like that, weather information, where the wells are located, how much water you are taking and how much water is being taken by the community as a whole, and other indicators. They're trying to make a water rights market, but I don't think this is working yet. And you have information on the community, like how much water they all have, who is taking the water. For example, here we have that 20% of the water is for farming, 5% is for entertaining, that's tourism mainly, and 25% is for the mining sector and stuff like that. And also in your private account, you have information regarding your water right and your legal and technical information regarding that, as well as if you have paid your fees, your quotas, and information regarding how much water you are pumping, and it's the telemetry system is how much water is, how that information is getting to the central computer, and all that data. You have daily and historic data of each well and as a community. So with all that information, we finally have information, and now we can manage. So between that and other managerial decisions, over the past years, the aquifer has started to restore, and it's now going up in 40 meters, that's 130 feet. So successful story. For me, at least. They still have some conflicts and things that need to solve. And the second case that I want to tell you about is the case of the Aconcagua Valley. And here there was awesome alliance between the 4 surface water communities, the 4 vigilance committees that are in charge of the river distribution. Here we have a little more precipitation than the Copiapó city. We have 434, that's something like 17 inches of rainfall a year. And here we have more of surface water usage. But here we not only have farming industry, and we have, as you can see, avocado, a lot of avocado and a lot of fruits, a lot of citrus, a lot of high intensity water usage, vegetables and fruits. We also have, for example, two glaciers and important wetlands at the base of the Aconcagua mountain. And we have, since it's close to Santiago City, it has a lot of population, and not only big cities, but small rural communities that we also have to be in charge of. This Aconcagua Valley is the one that provides water for Valparaíso and Viña del Mar, and those are like huge touristic areas as well. And here, these communities, without having that much money and just organizing themselves and being creative, they were able to, and was something that you were talking about before, about the automation and how this technology is useful. In this place and in many of the rivers of Chile, we already have that from the river to the canals, we have the opening and closure of these gates is automatic. And you can do it from your phone, and it's been programmed, but to know that according to how much water is entering, how much water will be distributed to each canal or at what times. But you can also change the settings, like the manager and some specific judges of water there can change the settings. But an interesting case that I want to point is that without having the technology of Copiapó, of the telemetry and of the monitoring devices in each well, they were able to reach an agreement with, and they started measuring by hand 120 groundwater wells each month. So somebody from the community, from a personnel of the Vigilance Committee, once a month go around all these 120 groundwater wells. And they, with that, at least they have some information, and they didn't have to invest in the monitoring, in the telemetry system, in the computers, in the satellites, and all that. But by hand, they were able to have this information, and it's been useful to know how the aquifer moves and how it's been moving in the past years with not much of money. And I didn't mention it now, but I don't know if it's come up, but they're both in Copiapó, in Aconcagua Valley and other places of Chile. They're exploring a lot the artificial infiltration, but by making big pools near the rivers. And they have also been studying how to, with elements, with ions, I believe they put in the water, to see how the aquifer moves from those artificial basins, so pools, from those artificial pools. So that's also interesting. And what I want to point out here is, once again, by gathering, by these 4 sections, but the users gathering, they were able to reach better agreements and to make better funding offers than by thinking individually. In this case, it was the government, the Public Works Ministry mandated the 4 river sections to gather themselves once a week. And if they reach out agreements regarding what to invest in for the improvement of the sustainability of the basin, the government was going to put the money for it. And it happened. Instead, for example, for years, they were pushing for a big dam at the beginning. Here's the beginning of the river, and here's the Pacific Ocean. And for years, there were plans of building a big dam at the beginning of the river to make for the snow that was not storing as snow anymore and was melting sooner. And it was all the environmental associations and some local rural communities were against it. And now they started meeting once a week and meeting agreements, reaching agreements. And they decided that instead of making one huge dam, they were going to make two small ones at the beginning of the river basin. And they were going to make 4 small ones in the middle of the basin that were gonna mainly go for farming users, and from here some aqueducts are gonna be built, and they're gonna fill this last dam. This called Los Aromos. That's gonna be improved. It's already there, but it's gonna be improved. And this dam is going to be the one that's going to supply for Valparaíso, Viña, and the central areas population. So all this was made because of agreements, of also investment, but the management part is important. So as a summary, we have scarcity issues. We have to distribute water between different users, and similar conflicts that are similar for Chile and for California. So we could learn from each other. And always water conflicts are always complex, and they require to thinking outside the box or unconventional and innovative solutions. But also the usage of technology is key. But this not goes alone. It has to be, or at least in the case that I've been studying, it always is facilitated by communal agreements. And for example, some of the aspects that are needed or are fundamental is the water accounting, to know what's your water available, how much you have, and how much you're using. Also, and in Chile was a big issue, and I know in California also, to know who are the ones you have to provide water to, who has water rights and who has water claims. That's also important. It's important to have the information regarding management decisions that have been made, any operational processes. Here's the thing that I was mentioning about, for example, the opening and closure of the river gates. And even though telemetry and high tech is useful, there are low cost and previous alternatives that also could work, for example, as an initial point. And as the last point, I just want to keep on mentioning once and a million times that the user's involvement is crucial. Once they participate, they get more involved, and even they can invest or fund this infrastructure, and the training and the education as well. So that's me. Keep in touch. That's my email. You can write me, and that's it.
Terrific and well done. And I do have a few questions for you. And I'm glad to hear all those illegal explorations as possible solutions became legal. That's good to hear.
I would like to make the point that it's not that they're illegal, but,
yeah.
they're not grounded to what can be done.
No, I understand.
But what's not forbidden.
Yeah, no, completely understood. But you know what occurred to me, and because you have worked in California and Chile, you understand both areas, and for instance, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which you're referring to, and then each county in California or each area has to come up with their own plan. So that accountability we have to give back as an industry to the state of California. So when those grower shippers who are working with Chilean growers, they don't necessarily have the same accountability when they're producing from Chile back to California per se, but in terms of, or do they? And or if but what seems to me to be important, and that's why I think this is such a great conversation, that as various sustainability metrics set up, water is always in the middle of those conversations as well too. So are you seeing that the good work you've done down in Chile will also have value for the Chilean growers and their California or American counterparts? The ability to access that information, reap the benefits of the agreements that have been put together and capture that data, and it'll be useful in some fashion, even doing business in the United States or Europe.
Okay, so maybe I'll come up with something better, but what I can tell you is that, for example, the work we did with Copiapó in the Northern Valley then was replicated, and now the government is requiring all wells to have their monitoring devices and to send them the information at least once a year, to send the government the information of how much water each well is taking. So now, and that will be publicly available. That information, it replicated the model that we installed in Copiapó. And even though Copiapó has daily, hourly information regarding how much water is being taken and how much is available, and then you can have better decisions regarding what crops are you going to put there and stuff like that. That is still private information. The public information is you have to send, I believe, monthly or weekly intakes of all wells to the government once a year, and that for the moment is a mess because there's too much information and we don't know how to manage it. But what we can, or what it's interesting also to notice is that instead of having each farmer to get an agreement with the digital company, because you need Wi-Fi, not Wi-Fi, but the telemetry system. You need like a phone company, I forgot the name. Instead of making each individual agreement, you make a whole agreement. So that's like economía de scale economy. Yep. And so that's interesting. And the other thing is that these elements are so important that they're becoming, for example, in the, I know I forget the name as well, the Global Gap certification now requires it's adding an element of good water management practices, right, and at least is asking for Chilean growers, for fruit farmers, avocado, at least I know avocado because avocado has become a topic here in Chile. It's said to be the ones that are drying our country. So at least for avocado plantations, international certifications are required to have water management practices and water sustainability practices. What does this mean? We still don't know. They're in the first processes. And also we have a Chilean good farming practices, buenas prácticas agrícolas. I don't know what's the name in English. Good farming practices, I guess. And they are also exploring how to include the water management in those practices.
You also mentioned, you touched on a lot of the elements of ag tech and technology, but water obviously very critical, has had a lot of attention. And one of the things we've kind of heard throughout the afternoon is this issue of grower adoption. In terms of the use of technology, and growers. Now, my experience having grown in Chile was that there were a lot of larger players, but in terms of land mass, but that sort of thing. But what's kind of the grower profile? You showed the map with all the different commodities. Is it generally growers who are organizing a lot of smaller players, or is it a little bit like California, where you have a few players with with a large land mass, and then in general, what's been the cultural attitude towards technology and the need to use it? It seems like water is one of those things that can drive well, regardless of whether you do or you don't want to, you're gonna have to.
Yeah.
What's the attitude?
Yeah, well, I'll answer the second question first, but I was amazed to notice that for example, I work really deeply in Copiapó in the north, in rural, isolated communities, and met with this old farmer who kept doing his practices the same way that he did it like 20 years ago, like their father taught him and stuff like that. And they had a smartphone 10 years ago, and they checked daily the hydrometeorological system and stuff like that. And they received, even though they are isolated and I don't know, you wouldn't expect them to be that knowledgeable with technology, with the concerns of the farming industry, they had to, and they had no choice. And they now, for example, if you have the chance of opening your cell phone and monitoring your well, trust me, you'll do it. You'll find it, you'll ask your granddaughter or to teach you the technology. Right. So you will know how much, if you're irrigating your annual crop, and that's their time, you're gonna be checking it every second, and you're gonna be checking technology. And that's on that part, that it is difficult, it is hard, it's costly, but it's well received, the technology. And regarding our like farming demography, I don't know how would you put it.
No, that's a good word. Farming profile.
Profile, yeah. We have some small, huge company that have their own processing plants, for example. Then we have medium companies that have organized themselves in this. For example, we have Propal, that's a gathering of all medium, some big farmers and some small farmers of citrus and avocado, and they have a huge plant, and through there they export. And then we have small farmers that are mainly local. And few of them have innovative technology, and they have first plums that, and those plums go to specific places and stuff like that. And they have their technology to use water from, there's a new technology of, anyways. So we have a high spectrum of farmers, and probably which each one of them you would have to have a different approach when reaching technology. And the thing with, for example, water, is that the big companies and the medium companies are able to hire consulting companies to help them or guide them in their where do I make a well, what company, how deep do I make the well, and they pay for these reports that other farmers don't have access to.
All right. We're going to close, as we pointed out with the panel that came ahead of you. It's late afternoon here in California. You've already started your evening and on your way to the weekend, so we're grateful for your time. And but I want to close with, because I've always been enormously intrigued by the Nuffield Group and the scholarship that you've got, and it's a relationship that we're interested in Western growers, and spend some time with them, and hope to work more closely with them, because that idea of putting, and I'm not sure what the number this is, but you're part of an elite group that gets to see the world over the next year. And so I kind of view you as in position to be an advanced scout of technology and what's going on there. So let's just close with you're telling us a little bit about the year. Besides, hopefully, it sounds like, or looked like, based on your slide, you're going to get your PhD this year, and then also that's right. and then, but this year as a Newfield Scholar sounds like an exciting opportunity. So let's close with what you're going to be doing this year, and when you invite folks to keep in touch with you, I think this will kind of explain you're going to be a great set of eyes and ears on the future of technology and water and all that good stuff. So tell us a little bit about that, and then we'll finish up.
Yeah, I hope so. Well, Nuffield is all about innovation. They give you money not only to travel, which is an important part, and yes, but they also support you into whatever idea you have, into narrowing it and reinforcing it, and I don't know, like refining the details or polishing it towards a better idea or towards the like something more robust. And yes, they take your idea and they give you money to travel and to explore, because we are many times we're too narrow to our country, our cultural aspects and our limitations. So they tell you, travel along and get to see other countries with their same problems. And the problem is the pandemic we are having. So the traveling got postponed until next year. But hopefully when that opens, I want to at least go and see the situation on surface water and the distribution of and the usage of technology in the distribution of water dams there in Australia. And the other key place I would like to go and I want to see with my own eyes is a groundwater management situation that has been happening in France. They developed they officialized a new groundwater regulation some years ago, like 3 or 4 years ago, and they now give the water to the groundwater communities and they tell them, like, you guys organize yourselves. So, and that's been interesting and it's been working out, they say, so far. So I would like to visit those. And regarding the Nuffield, yes, we are few scholars each year and it's a privilege to be a part of. And once you get this scholarship, you enter like this community, this family of people that has been working on innovation, and it's really passionate people that work in with their own cattle or with their own farm, and are trying to make some difference, and they just invest in you in this idea. So it's awesome, and yes, I'm now part of the Nuffield family.
Terrific. Well, no, it sounds like a great opportunity, and I think it kind of underscores, just as kind of a closing point, ag tech is truly a global game, and the ability to move around and see everything as you just put it, get your eyes on it, help, is a great benefit. Yeah.
To grab it with your own hands is different.
Yeah. No. Well, we appreciate that, and we appreciate your time, and thanks for helping us close out a terrific event with an important topic and a great presentation. And we will keep in touch. So thank you for your time, and let me thank the audience who has joined us. I certainly want to thank Clint Cowden and Hartnell and the entire team at Hartnell. Marcy Bracco and her group, appropriately called the Buzz. She's good at helping create that, and we had a great turnout, a great event, and we certainly want to thank you for, as we kind of joked, whether it's the 7th or the 8th, we're calling it the 8th. We're going with that, and we're looking forward to next year and being back live and in person. So with that. Thanks everyone, and as you can see, we had a great list of sponsors. Please take a final notice of their logos, and we want to thank them for making the event possible. And with that, have a great weekend, everyone, and we will see you next year.
It's only human to strive, to stumble, to weep, to comfort, but also to believe, to reinvent, and push where no one thought possible. Because in a world of ever-growing demand and ever-evolving expectation, we believe there are some things only humans can do. Like having the imagination to envision a better future and to make it reality. The passion to be awed by nature and also to protect it. The courage to explore new frontiers and search for a better way. The empathy to recognize our differences and to overcome them. Being human takes energy, and we're using ours to create new solutions to help meet the needs of people on this planet in affordable, reliable, and ever cleaner ways. For 140 years, generations of problem solvers across the globe, with determined ingenuity, shouldering incredible responsibility, relentlessly striving to achieve the impossible. This is our challenge each day, to power the world forward and enable human progress. Only humans can make such a vision a reality. It won't be easy, but it's only human to try.